Let us pray. Almighty God, we willingly acknowledge you as the supreme being, most gracious and most merciful. Look down, we beseech you, on us who are members of this Senate, and deign to assist us in the duties that we have to perform on behalf of our beloved country of Trinidad and Tobago. Open our eyes to see the truth and help us to accept it with all its implications into our lives. Direct us, O Lord, in our deliberations, so that setting aside private interests, unwholesome prejudices, and personal affections, we may treat all matters set before us with honesty, courage, and conviction. Through all we say and do in this Senate, may we give glory and honor to your holy name, inspire confidence in our fellow citizens, and make a positive contribution to the peace and prosperity of our nation. Amen.
Announcements by the President. Bills brought from the House of Representatives. On the supplemental order paper, the Public Procurement and Disposal of Public Property Amendment Bill 2020, in the name of the Minister of Finance.
Minister of Finance.
Madam President, on behalf of the Minister of Finance, in accordance with Standing Order 62(1)B, I beg to move that the next stage of the bill be taken later in the proceedings.
Honourable Senators, the question is that the next stage of the bill be taken later in the proceedings. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The next stage of the bill will be taken later in the proceedings.
On the supplemental order paper, the Miscellaneous Provisions 2019 Novel Coronavirus 2019 NCOV number 2 Bill 2020, in the name of the Attorney General.
General.
On behalf of the Attorney General, in accordance with Standing Order 62(1)B, I beg to move that the next stage of the bill be taken later in the proceedings.
Honourable Senators, the question is that the next stage of the bill be taken later in the proceedings. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The next stage of the bill will be taken later in the proceedings.
On the supplemental order paper, the Miscellaneous Provisions FATF Compliance Bill 2020, in the name of the Attorney General.
Business.
Madam President, in accordance with Standing Order 62(1)B, I beg to move that the next stage of the bill be taken on Thursday, December 10th, 2020.
Honourable Senators, the question is that the next stage of the bill be taken on Thursday, December the 10th, 2020. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The next stage of the bill will be taken on Thursday, December the 10th, 2020.
On the supplemental order paper, the Miscellaneous Amendments, Powers of Statutory Authorities and Matters Related to Certain Boards Bill 2020, in the name of the Attorney General.
Business.
Madam President, in accordance with Standing Order 62(1)B, I beg to move that the next stage of the bill be taken on Thursday, December 10th, 2020.
Honourable Senators, the question is that the next stage of the bill be taken on Thursday, December the 10th, 2020. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The next stage of the bill will be taken on Thursday, December the 10th, 2020.
On the supplemental order paper, the Miscellaneous Provisions Administration of Justice Bill 2020, in the name of the Attorney General.
Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, in accordance with Standing Order 621B, I beg to move that the next stage of the bill be taken on Thursday, December 10th, 2020.
Honourable Senators, the question is that the next stage of the bill be taken on Thursday, December the 10th, 2020. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The next stage of the bill will be taken on Thursday, December the 10th, 2020.
Petitions, papers.
Minister of Works and Transport.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I have the honor to lay on the table the following papers as listed on the order paper in my name. The Motor Vehicle and Road Traffic Extension of Period for Payment of 50% of Fixed Penalty Order 2020. I thank you.
Vice President.
Madam President. Madam President, I have the honor to lay on the table the following paper as listed on the order paper in my name. The Annual Administrative Report of the Statutory Authorities Service Commission for the period October 2018 to September 2019.
Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I have the honor to lay on the table the following papers as listed on the order paper and supplemental order paper in the names of the Minister of Labour, the Minister of Housing and Urban Development, the Minister of Finance, the Minister of National Security, the Minister of Education, and the Minister of Public Utilities. The ministerial response of the Ministry of Labour to the 14th report of the Joint Select Committee on Social Services and Public Administration, 5th session 2019-2020, 11th Parliament on an inquiry into the challenges of prisoner re-entry into society and prisoner reintegration services in Trinidad and Tobago. The ministerial response of the Ministry of Housing and Urban Development to the 16th report of the Joint Select Committee on Social Services and Public Administration, 5th session 2019-2020, 11th Parliament on an inquiry into the system of rent regulation and housing accommodation in Trinidad and Tobago. The annual audited financial statements of the Portfolio Credit Management Limited for the financial year ended December 31st, 2018. The audited financial statements of the Rural Development Company of Trinidad and Tobago for the financial year ended September 30th, 2019. The annual audited financial statements of the National Enterprises Limited for the financial year ended March 31st, 2019 and March 31st, 2020. Auditor General of Tobago on the financial statements of the Chaguanas Borough Corporation for the years ended September 30th, 2012 and September 30th, 2013. The ministerial response of the Ministry of National Security to the 14th report of the Joint Select Committee on Social Services and Public Administration, 5th session 2019-2020, 11th Parliament on an inquiry into the challenges of prisoner re-entry into society and prisoner reintegration services in Trinidad and Tobago. The ministerial response of the Ministry of Education to the 17th report of the Joint Select Committee on Social Services and Public Administration, 5th session 2019-2020, 11th Parliament on an inquiry into the Ministry of Education's strategies for ensuring continuity in the delivery of education amidst the COVID-19 pandemic. And finally, Madam President, the annual report and audited financial statements of the Regulated Industries Commission for the year ended December 31st, 2014.
Urgent questions.
Senator Richards.
Thank you, Madam President. Good morning, colleagues. To the Minister of Public Utilities, in light of the nationwide disruption of internet services on December 7, 2020, what measures does government intend to take to prevent a recurrence given the increased need for said services during the COVID-19 pandemic?
Minister of Public Administration and Digital Transformation, you have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, what occurred yesterday was a bit of Murphy's Law. We have the subsea cable coming in through the Antigua Channel to Trinidad and Tobago, which is the main source of connectivity, we have redundancy through a cable coming in from Curacao. The one from Antigua experienced a difficulty on Tuesday, the 1st of December. And while they were in the process of repairing that, which took longer because of COVID restrictions and difficulty with traveling, the cable coming out of Curacao experienced a power outage, and that is what caused the problem that we experienced yesterday. So the citizens would acknowledge that when the initial break occurred in the Antigua cable, there was no obvious interruption of power because the redundancy system worked well. But, Madam President, it's difficult to build out a system, especially an expensive system, for a Murphy's Law occurrence. So we had a combination of the two entry points into Trinidad and Tobago being affected at the same time, and the repair of the initial one, which was subsea, being significantly delayed because of COVID. As I understand it, 2 of the 3 cable providers were more directly affected because these service providers have proprietary interests in those cables and therefore have a greater concentration of their connectivity coming from those cables. The 3rd major service provider has more evenly spread its risk and therefore was not as significantly impacted. So while TAT does not regulate the access to connectivity, we can and intend to have a discussion with the service providers regarding the sources from which they receive their connectivity
Minister.
to reduce the problem.
Your time is up. Senator Richards.
President, can the minister identify for the population, given her response and the redundancies identified, that there are systems in place to protect and maintain critical infrastructure to connectivity, including medical, security, and energy, which depend on this connectivity and which were interrupted yesterday significantly?
Minister.
Madam President, I trust I got the Senator's question. It's about systems to protect the medical. So we do have endpoint protection in respect of our ICT systems, including protection in the health sector. So the information was not at risk. The issue was people getting connectivity, and it would depend, in the case of yesterday, on which service provider you used to determine whether connectivity was available to you, and there was no risk to the information that was available.
Senator Richards.
Thank you for the response, Minister. Finally, and relatedly, can the minister indicate if an overall risk assessment will now be undertaken to assess our present scenario in terms of online connectivity and redundancies, given the increased dependence on these services and this connectivity in several critical sectors?
Minister.
Assessment has already been commenced. We are meeting with the service providers and having discussions with them and doing our own investigation to determine what is the best solution. I will point out, Madam President, that this is a problem that was not unique to Trinidad and Tobago. The Eastern Caribbean was also impacted, and having regard to the fact that we are reliant on international service, it's difficult for us to eliminate problems, but we will do what we can to make the system as robust as possible. Thank you, Madam President.
Next question, Senator Richards.
Madam President, to the Minister of Works and Transport, following the events involving a PH taxi, which may have led to the death of a female teenager from Barataria, what measures are being put in place to address the operations of PH taxis?
Minister of Works and Transport, you have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I start by taking the opportunity to express my condolences to the families of the deceased and continue to lend my support to the operations of the TTPS and law enforcement community to bring the perpetrators of this crime to justice. I would like to make it abundantly clear that the operations of PH drivers in Trinidad and Tobago is illegal, and call on the public to treat the system as such so as to assist the authority in lending those participating in this trade into the regulated environment provided for transportation in Trinidad and Tobago. The issue of enforcement is done by the Ministry of National Security. However, under the Ministry of Works and Transport, we continue to assist via the use of traffic warden system, the Transport Division motor vehicle officers, and a clear demarcation of taxi and maxi stands and bus terminals, identifying to the general public where public transportation can be accessed. At the same time, it is recognized that the PH system is one that is abound. And over time, the state has sought to put measures in place to encourage those who ply the trade via this medium into the regulatory sector. At present, we have once again started discussions with the Attorney General to develop mechanisms to allow as many individuals desirous of entering into the provision of transportation service the opportunity to do so by a system which will allow for the necessary safety and security requirements that is required. I thank you, Madam President.
Senator Richards.
Madam President, can the minister then, given his response, identify if the resources are being ramped up or increased through possibly the licensing division or other arms of the state to ensure that the illegality is thwarted, since it seemingly is quite prevalent in Trinidad and Tobago?
Enforcement actually lies with the Ministry of National Security, so I can't speak for the enforcement. What I can say is that under the Ministry of Works, our traffic wardens and the different licensed officers will do their part when called upon.
Senator Richards.
Madam President, finally, can the minister indicate if the government has a particular position on the regulation of the PH taxi trade in Trinidad and Tobago?
That question, no, I won't allow that question. Next question, Senator Mark.
Thank you, Madam President. To the Minister of Energy and Energy Industries, in light of recent reports concerning the contamination of fuel at NP Orange Hill gas station in Tobago, can the minister state what were the circumstances which led to said contamination and the measures being employed to avoid a recurrence?
Minister of Energy and Energy Industries, you have 2 minutes.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Madam President, the circumstances which led to the contamination were: 1, product was inadvertently discharged into the wrong storage tank. That is, super was offloaded into the diesel tank and diesel into the super tank. While an investigation is still underway, it appears that the SOP, which is standard operating procedures, were not adhered to by either the driver or the station personnel. Upon completion of the investigation, management will do the following: 1, explore a system that would allow greater enforcement of SOPs. 2, retraining of relevant personnel. And 3, and in my opinion, most importantly, to explore changes to the coupling that will eliminate the possibility of incorrect installation. For those of you who go to the gas station, you know the diesel pump cannot go into a gasoline pump because of size differences. However, in terms of the storage, the coupling seems to be the same. NP and the other, hopefully wholesaler, will be advised that they should explore to change the couplings, and that will eliminate the possibility of any incorrect installation, and for this matter, not reoccurring in the future.
Senator Mark, the time for urgent questions has expired. whoever had that device on that just rang through the chamber, I would ask you please to leave the chamber. You can return in 5 minutes. It seems that a ghost had that device going because no one is taking ownership of it. I normally do not call out names of senators. We go on an honor system here and I ask the person whose device went off to leave the chamber. So.
Questions on notice, questions for oral answer.
Government business.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Madam President, the government is pleased to announce that it will be answering all questions for oral answers, save and except question number 9 to the Minister of Health, which will be asked for a deferral of 2 weeks. With regards to written questions, these will be circulated later in the proceedings.
What is that? Question number 9 is deferred for 2 weeks.
Question number 4 to the Minister of Labour.
Leader of Government Business.
I expected the Minister of Labour, so he's here? Okay.
The government of Trinidad and Tobago, from the onset of COVID-19 pandemic, expressed its commitments to saving the lives and livelihoods. It was evident that the pandemic and some of the measures implemented to combat it would have negative effects on the business operations and the labor force in Trinidad and Tobago. These negative effects were anticipated, and it should be recalled that the government implemented measures to address the social and economic impact of this pandemic as early as March 2020. The measures implemented by the government of Trinidad and Tobago to address the social and economic impact of COVID-19 on the labor force of Trinidad and Tobago were implemented by various government ministries in a coordinated and targeted manner, some in collaboration with regional corporations and civil society, to benefit those persons most affected and the most vulnerable in our society. First, for employed persons who were registered with the National Insurance Board and would have been affected by lost or reduced income, the salary relief grant, which was funded by the Ministry of Finance and implemented by the NIB, provided an income of up to $1,500 per month for up to 3 months in the first instance. For employed and self-employed persons, including those not covered by NIB, social assistance provided by the Ministry of Social Development and Family Services included food and income support and rental assistance where a family member was retrenched, terminated, or experienced reduced income. This program is ongoing. Additional support was provided for persons already in receipt of food cards by the topping up of their food cards. Food support was extended to households with children that received meals from the school feeding program, but who were not current beneficiaries of the food card. Emergency hampers were provided to families in urgent need during the stay-at-home period. Food vouchers or market boxes were provided to families in need. This included a basket of fresh produce and a grocery voucher. This initiative aimed to provide support for 30,000 families. Micro and small enterprises have been benefiting from the Entrepreneurial Relief Grant, which is being administered by the National Entrepreneurship Development Company Limited, NEDCO, in partnership with the Ministry of Finance. This provides financial assistance up to $20,000 in grant funding to help cover business-related expenses such as salaries, rent, stock, and other working capital. It targets MSEs that earn less than $1 million in annual revenues. I am pleased to report that as September 18, 2020, 416 grants were disbursed at a value of approximate 3.8 million TT dollars. Taxi owners were also covered under the social assistance net through the provision of one-off relief grants to qualified registered owners of operational H-taxis to compensate for the reduction in passenger capacity and to keep transport available and affordable to the public. Maxi taxi owners were also provided with one-off fuel support grant. Madam President, the government, through the Route Training and Employment Partnership Program, YTEP, and in collaboration with the Commonwealth of Learning, also introduced the Workforce Recovery Program, which provides access for free online courses from Coursera to gain skills for future employment. It targets retrenched, unemployed, and underemployed persons.
Minister, your time has expired. Senator Mark.
Yeah. Madam President, can the Honorable Minister share with this Senate under the Workforce Recovery Program how many retrenched workers, among others, would have benefited thus far from the training offered under this program?
Minister.
Okay, the training under Coursera. I do not have that information with me, but I can provide it to you.
Senator Mark.
Yes, thank you. Can I also ask the Honorable Minister, as it relates to workers who were victims of the COVID-19 and were formerly engaged with the NIB, can the Minister share with us how many workers would have benefited from the salary relief program, grant program, that is?
Minister.
I do not have the specific numbers, but at last count, it was upward of 15,000 plus.
Senator Mark.
Can I ask further whether the Minister can advise of any decision or pending decision to extend the time for workers to access the salary relief grant?
Senator Mark, I won't allow that question. What, last question?
Madam President, can the Minister indicate whether he can share with us how many taxi drivers, H, as well as maxi taxi, benefited from the grant, the one-off grant that the Minister identified?
Minister.
At this time, Madam President, but the information can be provided.
Well, no. Is that, next question, Senator Mark.
Question number 5 to the Minister of Education.
Minister of Education.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, the Ministry of Education would have researched the foundational requirements to support the online modality of classes within the education sector as a key part of its COVID-19 response strategy. Discussions with Internet Service Providers, TSTT and Digicel, along with the Telecommunications Authority of Trinidad and Tobago, TAT, were ongoing as early as March 2020 to address bandwidth allocation and zero-rated access to educational resources for our students, which was done. In addition, the Ministry of Education internally developed its school learning management system and education management information system, which allowed for online access to classes for schools choosing to use these modalities. The Ministry of Education continues to make, in collaboration with the donors of Trinidad and Tobago, available and allocate laptops to both teachers and students, over 17,000 allocated since March, across primary and secondary levels, to ensure that teaching and access to learning is continuously facilitated. The Ministry of Education continues to provide teacher training and detailed guidelines for teachers, parents, and students to ease their transition into delivering and accessing online classes.
Senator Mark.
President, in light of what the Honorable Minister shared, some 17,000 students were able to access devices out of 65,000. Can the Minister indicate what time frame has the government set to satisfy those remaining 48,000 students who would need these devices?
Minister.
Madam President, this question presupposes that parents have not made available devices to their children. It also presupposes that there are not other donations outside of what the Ministry of Education has been doing. Therefore, the 65,000 number certainly is not the figure at this time. The Ministry of Education is doing its work now to determine the exact number of students. In addition to that, the Ministry has also begun the procurement process for 20,000 more devices. And in addition to that, there are at least 15,000 more devices that have been pledged and have been arriving in the country. Of course, due to the global supply challenge, the devices have been arriving a little bit slower than anticipated. But all of that is in train. The devices will be delivered so that our students will be not left offline.
I ask the Honorable Minister, in the interim, Honorable Minister, can you share with us how those students without those devices have been managing and coping? Can you share with us what has been taking place?
Senator Mark, I won't allow that question. Next question.
Madam President, can the Minister indicate whether she's satisfied with the arrangement which has seen thousands of children not being able to have these devices, and whether they are not experiencing a disadvantage?
I won't allow that question. You have one more question you can ask on this issue.
To indicate, Madam President, when would these devices be in the hands of the remaining students as identified by the Honorable Minister?
Senator Mark, I won't allow that question either. Next question, Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Madam President. Question number 9 to the Honorable Minister of Health.
Roberts, question number 9 was deferred for 2 weeks, so it should be question number 10.
Question number 10 to the Honorable Minister of Works and Transport.
Minister of Works and Transport.
Thank you again, Madam President. Madam President, the government of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, through its agency, the National Infrastructure Development Company Limited, purchased 2 high-speed passenger cargo roll-on, roll-off catamaran ferries for the Inter-Island Sea Bridge. One vessel to be constructed in Australia by the Australian shipyard, Pty Limited, Austal, and the other vessel to be constructed by Incat, Tasmania Pty Limited, Incat. The Australian vessel was scheduled to be completed by June 2020, and the Incat vessel was scheduled to be completed by October 2020. By February 2020, the progress on the vessels was on target to be finished by the agreed completed dates. However, with the onset of COVID-19 pandemic in March 2020, completion of the vessels was disrupted and delayed, as was the case with virtually all projects around the world. One of the immediate impact of the COVID-19 crisis was a rapid decline in production levels and manufacturing efficiencies. Now, months after the onset of the pandemic, manufacturers still struggle to adjust. It remains unsafe in many parts of the world for factories to bring in a normal number of workers without specific consideration. Additionally, personal protection, equipment, social distancing policies, and improved ventilation has become the norm. Manufacturers face several related challenges as well, including material shortage, demand shocks, and rising workers' absenteeism. The worst business fallout from the crisis has been and will be in the form of continually stretched supply chains. Materials and equipment are low in stock and more difficult to source than usual. Logistics and shipping have been similarly affected as companies in the supply chain adjust to working safer during the pandemic. Further, in March 2020, with WHO declaration of COVID-19 as a pandemic, many countries initiated border closures. This multiplied international border closures resulted in challenges in personnel and supply chain logistics. For example, the Australian government ordered all workers in Vietnam, where the APT James was being constructed, to return home because they were closing their borders. And on March 20, 2020, the Vietnam borders were closed on March 22nd, 2020, and to date remain closed. The closing of the borders in other countries in Europe and Asia restricted the movement of persons and slowed down the delivery of goods and cargo from country to country. These challenges impacted both shipyards, causing relatively slow production levels. In addition, most countries around the world, including Vietnam and Australia, where the two ferries were constructed, introduced strict mandatory lockdowns to curb the spread of the virus. However, Madam President, I am pleased to announce that despite these very serious challenges, the construction of the APT James has been completed and its sophisticated state-of-the-art fast ferry has been commissioned and is on its way to Trinidad and Tobago under its own power. The vessel is currently on layover in a safe harbor in Malta in the Mediterranean Sea, waiting out the passage of a severe winter storm before continuing its journey to Trinidad and Tobago. These storms have delayed the arrival of the vessel. However, barring unforeseen circumstances, the APT James is expected to arrive in Trinidad and Tobago by the end of December. The other fast ferry, the Boco Reef, is virtually completed and is currently undergoing sea trials. This is expected to arrive in Trinidad and Tobago in early 2021, barring unforeseen circumstances. These two sophisticated vessels will revolutionize sea travel between Trinidad and Tobago and fulfill a promise made by a PNM government to the people of Tobago to improve travel on the sea bridge to the highest international standards. Both vessels can make the trip to Tobago in less than 3 hours safely and comfortable, even in difficult sea conditions. I thank you.
Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Minister. As noted, the COVID-19 problems. Will any hostile engineers be accompanying the vessel on its way, produced and manufactured by hostile, to enable Trinidad and Tobago to get more engineers here to focus on our Coast Guard hostile vessels as well?
Senator Roberts, that question does not arise. Any further questions?
Thank you, Madam President. Since this is a government-to-government relationship as stated by your government, will you be meeting with the Australian ambassador to ensure that engineers are here to maintain and to test the vessel in our waters as it goes through the Bocas.
That too does not arise. Any further questions? Next question, Senator Roberts.
Question number 11 to the Honorable Minister of Health.
National security.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Madam President, this question is directed, or the answer directed to Venezuelan fishermen entering Trinidad and Tobago's territorial waters to conduct, we assume, legitimate business. So the first point is that the Venezuelan fishing vessels that have entered Trinidad and Tobago's waters since the borders were closed, and for this period, the 31st of March to the 31st of August 2020, are caught under the cargo vessels definition of the COVID regulations, and therefore don't require exemption. Furthermore, based on information provided by the Immigration Division, Ministry of National Security, the crew members of these Venezuelan fishing vessels or any other legitimate cargo vessel boats who arrive in Trinidad and Tobago at legal ports of entry were not granted shore leave and were not allowed to disembark and come ashore. Therefore, no unique COVID-19 tests were conducted on these Venezuelan fishermen entering our territorial waters for the period 31st of March to 31st of August 2020. Accordingly, part 2 of the question posed does not arise.
Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Minister of National Security. Countless videos have been shown by Trinidad and Tobago fishermen and by people of citizens down in Chaguaramas of Venezuelan fishermen coming off board and going into Massey stores and buying goods and so on. Is the minister aware of this?
Senator Roberts, please. You just made a whole speech. I'm asking you, tighten it, tighten your question, just ask the question.
Madam President, but it's what I'm just trying to give the minister some information because it was a question for the
then
minister.
Then if you are to give the minister information, please take your seat. If you are to give the minister information, you have to give it in as concise a manner as possible.
Minister, there have been evidence that has shown over...
Senator Roberts, Minister, you can now answer. The question has been posed.
The irony doesn't escape me of Senator Roberts talking about videos on social media. I'll start with that. Videos appearing on social media, as I'm sure the senator knows, are not date-stamped, etc. All I have is the information as what was provided by the immigration authorities. These persons coming on these vessels are not provided with the authorization of shore leave. If persons are disembarking the vessels, that is not something that they should be doing. It is something that I ask be looked at very seriously by the authorities. In this case, Customs and Excise, as well as immigration authorities. I've also asked the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service to look into this matter.
Senator Roberts?
Put a small pin there, but I am a fisherman and I have seen Venezuelans disembarking down in Chaguaramas without COVID testing. So will you undertake to protect us from this invasion of COVID-19, please?
Senator Roberts, number one, you just made another speech. Number two, that question, if it was a question, is not allowed. Can we move on to the next question? Senator Mark.
Thank you, Madam President. Question number 19, Madam President, to the Minister of Finance.
Madam President,
Leader of Government Business.
I crave your indulgence, Madam President. There was a slight mix-up when I announced what questions you were going to answer initially. We really want a deferral of question number 19 to the Minister of Finance, and we are in a position to answer question number 9, which will be answered by the Minister of Finance. Yeah, he will answer it.
So let us, Senator Mark, you've heard that. So question number 19 is deferred for 2 weeks. And
so it could be answered
I
now.
know, I'm just trying to get, please, let me just get the order. So Senator Mark, question number 19 is deferred for 2 weeks. Before do you have any more? I don't think you have any more questions on the order paper. Senator Roberts, your question number 9 can be answered today. So can you pose your question number 9?
Question number 9 to the Honorable Minister of Health.
Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. A total of 436,400 face masks was procured by NIBDEC on behalf of the Ministry of Finance at a cost of $4.364 million. 359,000 of these masks have been distributed to various NGOs and regional corporations free of charge so far, leaving a balance of 77,400 masks in storage.
Senator Roberts.
Thank you. Honorable Minister, were any of these masks made available to the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service as they conduct their activities and shut down gatherings so that they will have masks available?
Minister.
Madam President, what I am seeing here is that the bulk of the masks were sent to field for distribution to their various customers and clients and the people that they work with. And the rest of the masks were sent to the regional corporations and the Tobago House of Assembly. As I indicated, we still have 77,000 masks in storage, so I will seriously consider that request and see whether we can send some of these 77,000 masks to the Trinidad and Tobago Police Service.
Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Minister of Finance. Would you undertake, and I take that suggestion, to so do in light of the ZESA parties and ZESA weddings, which are very dangerous at this time? Would you give us that assurance, please, Minister?
Senator Roberts, I won't allow that question. Senator Mark.
Madam President, through you, can the Minister indicate how many face masks were given to field and how many were distributed to the regional corporations?
Minister.
Sure, Madam President. Senator Mark, you don't need to shout, you know. 133,756 masks were given to field, and then every one of the 14 regional corporations received 15,000 masks. So that's Arima Borough Corporation, Sangre Grande Regional Corporation, Tunapuna Piaco, Diego Martin, Port of Spain, San Juan Lavantil, Chaguanas, Cuva, Tabaquit, San Fernando, Point Fortin, Mayaro, Rio Claro, Siparia, Pinal Debe, Princess Town, all got 15,000. And the Tobago House of Assembly got a total of 15,000 masks.
Senator Mark.
Can the Minister provide us with information on the clientele of field? Can you give us a breakdown on your clientele in writing, if you cannot provide us with it now? Madam President.
Minister.
Well, I would hardly be able to tell you who field gave the 133,756 masks to, but I would certainly ask them and see whether the information can be provided.
Senator Mark?
Can the minister indicate what system of accountability was established when the government took the decision to engage field to distribute these masks to their various clients? Can the minister share with us what system of accountability, seeing that taxpayers' dollars are involved?
Senator Mark, that
Point
question,
three.
Senator Mark, that question does not arise. We move on now. Senator Richards.
Thank you again, Madam President. Question number 39 to the Minister of Rural Development and Local Government.
Minister of Rural Development and Local Government.
Thank you very much, Madam President. The Ministry of Rural Development and Local Government functions as the coordinating agency which guides the 14 municipal corporations and the 2 special purpose enterprises in assisting communities across the length and breadth of Trinidad. It is also responsible for organizing, promoting, and implementing rural development policies and strategies. As a result of our direct and constant connection to citizens throughout the 14 municipal corporations, under Section 1131 of the Constitution of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, the minister responsible for finance shall cause to be prepared and laid before the House of Representatives before no later than 30 days after the commencement of each financial year, estimates of revenues and expenditure of Trinidad and Tobago for that year. In order to facilitate the preparation of the estimates of revenue and expenditure, the Minister of Finance issued to all ministers, permanent secretaries, heads of department, and chief secretary of the Tobago House of Assembly a call circular requesting that each submit on the behalf of their ministry department draft estimates for the relevant financial period. In this circular, which sets out for the various criteria the ministry's department must consider in preparing draft estimates, some of the criteria contained in the circular are as follows: Government National Development Strategy Vision 2030, the National Spatial Development Strategy, and 7 strategic sectors targeted for diversification trust. Government's Service Delivery Excellence Program, Business Community Management, Government Digital Transformation, Human Resource Planning in accordance with the government's succession planning, the National Climate Change Policy. It should also be noted that prior consultation between the 14 municipal corporations, the line ministry, which is the Ministry of Rural Development and Local Government, the Ministry of Planning and Development, and the Ministry of Finance will also take place to discuss the priority projects and possibility of funding. Thank you, Madam President.
Senator Richards.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Minister, for the response. Given the Minister's response and the articulated consultation with the municipalities, does the ministry take into account a lack of provision of audited accounts in terms of determining the transparency and accountability fixtures in these municipalities where the allocation of funds is concerned?
Minister.
Madam President, in response to that part of the question, and which will also refer to the size of the municipality and the population, the population size was not a criteria in answering the question.
Senator Richards.
May I think I probably need to repose the question, Madam President, through you, because I don't think the Minister understood my question with respect. Make it concise. Minister, does the provision or lack thereof of audited financials by the municipal corporations factor into the allocation of funds moving forward?
No.
Senator.
Next question, Senator Richards.
Question number 40 to the Minister of Planning and Development.
Minister of Planning and Development.
Thank you very kindly, Madam President. Thank you for the question, Senator Richards. The National Energy Conservation and Energy Efficiency Policy and Action Plan was developed through a multidisciplinary stakeholder committee led by the Ministry of Public Utilities. The committee had representation from various ministries and state agencies, academia, and the business sector. The National Energy Conservation and Energy Efficiency Policy is anchored in and established by an integrated set of 9 implementation goals and strategic actions to drive implementation over the period 2020 to 2024. Under the long-term goal of building a sustainable future for Trinidad and Tobago. The 9 implementation goals are as follows. 1, mobilize our citizenry to be more energy and resource conscious and to actively practice the policy in the conduct of their daily lives and in the operation of their businesses. And when I say the policy, I mean energy conservation and energy efficiency. Maximize the returns from our natural gas resources. 3, advance the achievement of our commitments under the Paris Agreement, as well as the UN SDGs for reducing greenhouse gas emissions. 4, aggressively pursue energy conservation and energy efficiency in all sectors of the economy, working with key stakeholders to create a new industry and build an effective enabling environment. 5, generate coordinated and sustained action by government ministries and agencies in leading the initiatives in all state-owned buildings, facilities, and infrastructure. 6, accelerate the transformation of the transport sector towards greater energy efficiency, and in so doing, reduce our liquid fuel import requirements. 7, invest in the continued development of the power sector to provide an adequate, reliable, and resilient electricity supply consistent with our economic and social development agenda. 8, position Tobago as a low-carbon development path consistent with the brand of Tobago Beyond Ordinary, clean, green, safe, and serene, with particular attention on transport and tourism. 9, stimulate research and development into innovative technologies and systems that advance the policy. The current implementation of the policy and action plans is as follows, Madam President. Ministry of Public Utilities, Goal 1, mobilize our citizenry, as I said before, and the initiative is the LED light bulb program as at November 25th, 2020, over 635,000 bulbs have been distributed to approximately 159,000 TNTech customers. And the second initiative under this goal is the development of an energy management application which aims to encourage TNTech customers to become more engaged in their electricity consumption. Goal 5, that is to say, generate coordinated and sustained action by government ministries. Again, this is being led by the Ministry of Public Utilities, and the initiative is a level 1 energy audit on Tower C International Waterfront Complex. Energy savings opportunities were identified and work is well underway on the retrofitting of the main lighting systems. A program to increase awareness and encourage behavioral change amongst the occupants of Tower C is also being implemented. The proposed initiatives for fiscal 2021 are as follows. Under Goal 5, which again is to generate coordinated and sustained action by government ministries and agencies, a conservation and awareness program is being rolled out in government ministries. Under Goal 7, which is to invest in the continued development of the power sector to provide an adequate, reliable, and resilient electricity supply.
Minister, your time has expired. Senator Richards.
Thank you, Minister, for that comprehensive response. Can the Minister indicate if there are specific timelines for achievement of the targets between 2020 and 2024, as outlined in your initial answer?
Minister.
Thank you, Madam. The goals do have specific timelines, but I do not have that information with me, and I can provide that information to the Senator or to the Senate.
Senator Richards.
So finally, Madam President, through you, can the Minister indicate if an audit, as she indicated before, in the Ministry of Public Utilities is being done in other ministries to assess where there are items of energy use and energy consumption reduction targets?
Minister.
Thank you, Madam President. An audit will be done in other ministries, but what I outlined this morning is what has already been done. But it will be done in other ministries because we want to make it public sector wide.
Next question, Senator Richards.
Thank you, Madam President. Question number 41 to the Minister of Planning and Development.
Planning and Development.
Madam President, the government of Trinidad and Tobago has worked assiduously through various ministerial policies, strategies, and activities to encourage the increased exploitation of renewable energy and to accelerate investment in renewable energy technologies as set forth by Goal 2 of the government's Vision 2030. There are some current policies, strategies, and initiatives already being undertaken, and these are as follows. In the Ministry of Energy and Energy Industries, the strategic initiative is to establish the enabling environment to facilitate the use of renewable energy for power generation. What has been happening thus far, Madam President, is the provision of incentives, the review of the legislative and regulatory environment, the revision of the National Electrical Code, and the development of technical and product standards. Capacity building and awareness has been undertaken. Pilot initiatives involving the nation's community centers and schools are being led by the government. There is also education and training initiatives inclusive of renewable energy and energy education in the curricula of schools. Workshops are being held to engage personnel who would be directly engaged in the renewable energy industry. Excuse me. And these persons include technicians, electricians, including the TNTech inspectorate, teachers, and individuals who are interested in this movement. There is also an awareness creation through communication fairs, workshops, various media, micro-marketing of incentives for renewable energy is also ongoing. With regard to the Ministry of Finance, there is the promotion of renewable energy through fiscal support mechanisms, that is to say, tax credits, import duty exemptions, zero rating for VAT purposes, and wear and tear allowances. Under the Ministry of Public Utilities, there is the provision of legislative support leading to a proposed amendment to the TNTEC Act and the RIC Act. There is also under that ministry the program of government leading by example through an energy conservation and efficiency program for 21 government ministries. Madam President, under the initiative of instituting appropriate policy mechanisms designed to accelerate investment in renewable energy technologies, again, the Ministry of Energy and Energy Industries is the leader in this. And what the Ministry of Energy and Energy Industries has been doing is a review of the feed-in tariff policy. That is to say, the Ministry of Energy and Energy Industries, in collaboration with stakeholders, is reviewing the policy to allow for grid interconnection for renewable electricity generators. This policy initiative is intended to further encourage investments in renewable energy technology, as it would generate a technology that would guarantee payments to renewable energy developers for the electricity that they produce. Under theme 5 of the Vision 2030, that is placing the environment at the center of social and economic development. The government of Trinidad and Tobago places special emphasis on ensuring the sustainable management of the environment, thereby prioritizing the reduction of Trinidad and Tobago's carbon footprint. We have instituted environmentally focused strategies, policies, and activities which are being utilized by most ministries as part of their developmental approach. In this regard,
Minister, your time has expired.
Sorry,
and
thank you.
Senator Richards, the time for questions has also expired.
Introduction of bills. The Evidence Amendment Bill 2020 in the name of the Attorney General. Public business, government business, bills second reading.
Minister of Finance.
Madam President, in accordance with Standing Order 62(1)B, I beg to move that the next stage of the bill be taken later in the proceedings.
Ready, so that you can just move into your presentation.
Madam President, I beg to move that a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Public Procurement and Disposal of Public Property Act Number 1 of 2015 be now read a second time. Madam President, the bill before the Senate has ten clauses, and I will now go through the clauses briefly to give an indication of their purpose and intent. The first two clauses are typical. Clause 1 is the title.
Minister,
Yes,
could you
madam.
just hold for a second? I don't think anyone is hearing you, so we are just checking to make sure your mic is...
How's that?
That's better. Thank
I'll
you.
have to get very close to it, obviously.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. As I was indicating, Madam President, the bill has 10 clauses. The first two clauses are standard. The first clause is the title of the bill. The second clause makes reference to the act that is being amended. The third clause is a commencement provision. And the substantive clauses of the bill are clause 4, clause 5, clause 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Clause 7 amends Section 7 of the Act, which is the Public Procurement and Disposal of Public Property Act, to create certain exemptions. Clause 6 is consequential. Clause 7 would indicate that a person who has been convicted within a 10-year period of corruption or fraud would not be qualified to be involved in procurement, public procurement that is. Clause 8 simply gives the Office of the Procurement Regulator more time to respond to a submission from an aggrieved person. Clause 9 inserts the standard definition of relative, which has evolved over the last 5 years or so. And clause 10 is simply procedural. So let me go into the substance of the bill. The first substantive change we wish to make to the Act is in the definition of bid rigging. At this time, the definition of bid rigging simply refers very, very briefly to collusion. We felt that we needed to tighten this definition, and we have borrowed from words and phrases found in the European Union procurement regulations, and the European Union has a very advanced and highly developed procurement system with a vast number of laws and regulations and quite a few authorities and precedents in the European Court of Justice. And borrowing from the definition of bid rigging in various publications with the European Union, we are changing the definition of bid rigging to read as follows. Bid rigging means collusive price fixing and anti-competitive behavior designed to unfairly influence the outcome of a competitive tender process in favor of one or more bidders. And we think this captures the whole essence of bid rigging and would leave very little room for persons involved in this unsavory practice to escape the definition. We felt that the existing definition simply was not tight enough. The next section of the Act is the one that has attracted a lot of public attention. And in this clause, Madam Speaker, Madam President, I'm sorry, I seem to be mixing up my houses today. In this clause, Madam President, What we are seeking to do is to deal with a matter that has been debated. I would not want to use the word ad nauseum, but has been debated consistently, has been discussed for at least 10 years, going back even before the 2010 election period. And this is the whole question as to how do you deal with public-public cooperation arrangements. That is the international term of art that is used to apply to government arrangements and other arrangements with public bodies in other countries. At this point in time, and this is a matter that attracted our attention during the debate on this act in the period 2010 to 2015, it attracted a lot of debate. If one goes into the Hansard, one will see that this matter was discussed at length during that discussion in the committee meetings, the various joint select committee meetings, and in the debate itself in both houses of parliament. And the words that create confusion in the existing Section 7 of the Public Procurement Act are the words that refer to an arrangement between Trinidad and Tobago and another sovereign country, or arising from a treaty. And the words that create the problem are as follows. To the extent that this act conflicts with an obligation of the state under or arising out of the following: A treaty or other form of agreement to which Trinidad and Tobago is a party with one or more states or entity within a state. B, an agreement entered into by the government of Trinidad and Tobago with an international financing institution such as the Inter-American Development Bank. Or C, an agreement for technical or other cooperation between the government of Trinidad and Tobago and the government of a foreign state, of which there are numerous examples. The requirements of the treaty or agreement shall prevail, except that the procurement of goods, works, and services shall be governed by this act and shall promote the socio-economic policies of Trinidad and Tobago and shall adhere to the objects of this act. And the words that create the confusion are except that the procurements of goods, works, or services shall be governed by this act. And the problem arises when, if there is a form of international cooperation with another country or with a financing agency such as the World Bank or the Inter-American Development Bank, and the tender rules or procurement practices of that entity or that sovereign state are in conflict with the Public Procurement Act, what this says is that the procurement of goods, works, and services shall be governed by the Act. So what it means is that the requirements of the treaty or the agreement that would have been entered into by the government of Trinidad and Tobago with another government or a foreign financial institution would not prevail. From a practical common sense point of view, one can see immediately that if one is seeking to access specialized technology or specialized equipment, as we have done, this government has done, with our cooperation arrangement with the government of Australia with respect to the two new fast ferries, the Minister of Works mentioned what the status of those ferries is. One of them is on its way to Trinidad and Tobago, will arrive hopefully by the end of the year. The other one should arrive early next year. And these are state-of-the-art modern fast ferries. One is an Ostal vessel, one is an INCAT vessel, and these types of vessels have been in operation now in Trinidad and Tobago for the last 15 years or more and have proven themselves. And there are only two manufacturers of fast ferries in Australia, being INCAT and Ostal. And the government felt, in order to bring our ferry service into the modern era, the best thing to do was to go to each one of these ferry manufacturers in Australia, world-renowned ferry manufacturers, and ask them to provide vessels for us in collaboration with the government of Australia. that was finalized, and the government of Australia very kindly agreed to provide export credit financing through the Australian Export Finance Agency, which has an acronym of EFIC. If it was necessary to subject that procurement to the Office of the Procurement Regulator, you might have a situation where the regulator might tell you, well, you should get bids from ferry manufacturers in Vietnam, from China, from Italy, from Canada, from the United States, and so on, and get the lowest bidder. And Madam President, that would not serve the interest of the people of Trinidad and Tobago, in our opinion, because these Australian vessels have proved themselves on the sea bridge, and that is why we felt it was necessary to go straight to Australia, straight to the government, get the export financing, and procure those vessels at the best price. So that is an example. I also want to point out that there is nothing peculiar about government-to-government arrangements. Governments for the last many years have utilized this methodology to get equipment, to get expertise, to get infrastructure, and to get concessional financing, because it comes as a package. These government-to-government arrangements do not stand alone. It is not simply that you are procuring goods and services from a foreign contractor. That is far from it. What you are in fact doing is you are procuring financing, you are procuring technology, and in return, because of the concessional arrangements, the foreign entity would seek to, as part of its foreign policy, to export as much of its goods and services as it can in return for the concessional financing. And an example is the Couva Children's Hospital, which was procured by the former UNC administration in the 2010 to 2015 period by way of a concessional loan of 990 million renminbi at an interest rate of 2% over a 20-year period. And one cannot get that kind of financing on the open market, Madam President. That kind of financing can only be obtained through a government-to-government arrangements. And the former UNC government saw that and procured the construction of the Couva Hospital with this loan, almost $1 billion, at these extremely good rates as part of a government-to-government arrangement. Similarly, the Aquatic Center in Couva, the cycling facility also in Couva, procured under the former UNC administration with, again, concessional financing at an interest rate of 3% over 15 years through the China Exim Bank. Again, one cannot get these kind of facilities and concessionary financing unless one goes through a government-to-government arrangement. The Point Fortin Hospital was procured in collaboration and cooperation with the government of Austria with exceptionally good interest rates on the loan financing, current rate of 1.28% per annum over a period of 10 years. The EFIC Cape-class vessels, which are military vessels, also procured through a government-to-government arrangement with the government of Australia. The interest rate is 2.1% plus LIBOR over 12 years. And the ferries that I just spoke about, the interest rate is also 2.1% plus LIBOR over 14 years, Madam President. And we have also gone ahead to procure a hospital in Sangre Grande, again through the Austrian government, with financing being provided by Austrian institution at 1.2% plus LIBOR. And Madam President, it is impossible to get this kind of package unless one goes government to government. So we on this side are firm in our view that in certain circumstances, one should, in the public interest, seek to access what is available from other sovereign governments through government-to-government arrangements, and it is simply impractical to expect that these things will be subject to local tender rules. It's just not common sense, because they simply wouldn't do it. So that we simply would not be able to avail ourselves of these public-public cooperation arrangements. And countries all over the world have recognized this. I have here a statutory instrument, number 2015, number 102, Public Contracts Regulations 2015, from the United Kingdom, the government of the UK. And when one looks at this, Regulation 12.7 in those public contracts regulations in the UK, Parliament states a contract concluded exclusively between two or more contracting authorities falls outside the scope of this part. So the UK Parliament has recognized that when you have two public authorities contracting, that the normal tender rules in the UK just do not apply. This is also well recognized by the World Trade Organization, which is a well-established body, has been established now for at least 50 years, headquartered in Geneva, and they have an agreement on government procurement which has been revised over the years. And in Article 2 of that WTO agreement on government procurement, Article 2.3, it states, except where provided otherwise in the parties' annexes to Appendix 1, this agreement does not apply to the acquisition or rental of land, non-contractual agreements or any form of assistance that a party provides, the procurement or acquisition of fiscal agency or depository services, public employment contracts, procurement conducted for the specific purpose of providing international assistance, including development, under the particular procedure or condition of an international agreement relating to the stationing of troops, and the one that is most applicable to the matter that we are discussing, under the particular procedure or condition of an international organization or funded by international grants, loans, or other assistance, where the applicable, and this is the operative part, Madam President, where the applicable procedure or condition would be inconsistent with this agreement. So what the World Trade Organization has recognized and put into its agreement on government procurement, into its rules, which countries such as the United States, UK, European Union, Singapore, Australia, New Zealand, etc., all adhere to, is where the procurement of goods and services by way of an international organization or funded by international loans or technical assistance, where that procurement has applicable rules and procedures and they are not consistent with the WTO rules and procedures for procurement, that the arrangements with respect to the international assistance will apply and will override the WTO agreement on government procurement. Now, this has been tested many times. There are many cases. The most recent one is a case called the Renmondes case, which was a dispute over cooperation between two public authorities in Germany. And there was an argument that because these two public authorities in Germany had decided to procure amongst themselves, that this was to the disadvantage of private sector suppliers of the equipment involved. It was a waste treatment facility. And just to read from that, that is the Renmondes case, C-4219, European Court of Justice, just a few months ago. And the learning says the court ruled in favor of Renmondes. This is the entity that was engaging in the procurement. The law does not require a specific form to be taken by a cooperation between public authorities. So the European Court has adjudicated on this matter on numerous occasions and has concluded that the general rules of procurement should not apply to public-public cooperation. And that is it in a nutshell, Madam President. That is our position with respect to Section 7 of the Procurement Act. With respect to the other part of Clause 5 of the bill, we have made the point that we do not believe that matters such as medical services or legal services, etc., should be subject to the lowest bid principle. And I mean, these examples are facile, but I will make them anyway. Heaven forbid someone in this chamber became ill and was being rushed to hospital for emergency surgery, it would be absurd to ask that person or the agency paying for the medical treatment to get a quote from St. Clair, West Shore, and Southern Medical, and then evaluate those quotes and then decide which one had the lowest bidder. Before the person had the surgery, the person would die, Madam President. And therefore, we do not feel that medical services should be subjected to these tender rules. Similarly, with legal services, it would be absurd to expect the Attorney General to go out and tender for legal services and use the lowest bid principle. Using the most absurd example, you could have matters where members of the legal fraternity associated with the opposition would be the lowest bidder. So Messrs. Ram Logan and Ram Dean, for example, might put in the lowest bid, and the government might be obligated to hire them to work on behalf of the government. That is, again, the simplest examples I could give and explain why we have decided that we wish to exclude particular services from the legislation. With respect to the argument that has been raised in another place, and Madam President, could you tell me how much time I have? Thank you very much. With respect to an argument that has been raised in another place, with respect to whether this amendment can be struck down as being unconstitutional, as being in conflict with Section 13 of the Constitution, I would just recite exactly what Section 13 of the Constitution is all about, and that is whether a law is reasonably justifiable in a society that has a proper respect for the rights and freedoms of the individual. And the case law that I would like to cite from is quite a famous case. A particular individual that sued the Attorney General, I think it is Jason James is the case, I think. And that caused the court to go into a very comprehensive examination of Section 13 of the Constitution and to establish what should be the best approach when looking at a Section 13 challenge to legislation as to whether it is in fact reasonably justifiable. And the judge in that particular matter decided to look at what is called the Barrow approach to the question of how one should treat with Section 13 of the Constitution. The Barrow in question is well-known Justice of Appeal, Barrow. And to summarize what Barrow said, I'm reading now from the judgment. Importantly, Barrow J.A. went on to state that in deciding whether Section 13(1) is breached in following the Templeman approach, and that's Lord Templeman in another famous case, which he accepted, the court is entitled to compare the legislation at hand with comparable legislation from other democracies. So that was Barrow's view, and the judge in this particular case followed that line of argument, and we also accept the Barrow approach. That is why I recited what obtains in the European Union, what obtains in the World Trade Organization, and what obtains in many other countries. The legislation in other countries creates an exception and an exemption for procurement between public bodies, which would include government-to-government arrangements, and also creates an exemption for procurement from an international organization such as the IDB, that is the financing for the procurement from an international organization. So we believe that the Barrow approach to the interpretation and application of Section 13 of the Constitution is appropriate in the circumstances, and one has to look at what happens in other countries. What I would also say, Madam President, because I always find that the commentary and the reportage on statements made in the Parliament is not always of the best. And in the other place, I had made a comment which was completely misconstrued by certain journalists and reported badly. What I would like to point out today, and I'm going to be as careful as I can so that the point is not missed. What we will be doing when we proclaim the Public Procurement Act, and this government wishes to proceed to
Minister,
proclaim
you have
it.
5 more minutes.
Thank you very much. I will not use more than that. I want to make the point that this government wants to get along with this. This thing has been delayed for too long. And a point I made in a statement that was reported in the newspapers was that we feel this whole question as to whether we should create an exemption for public-public cooperation, government-government arrangements, projects financed by international bodies such as the World Bank, etc. This thing has been in the mix now for over 10 years. And we have made our position clear over and over and over. And this request to have further discussions on something that has been discussed at length for more than 10 years, where our position has been crystal clear, both in opposition and in government, all that will do is further delay the proclamation of the act. It will do exactly what the second complaint is about, because there are 2 complaints. One is that this amendment is inappropriate, and the other complaint is we're taking too long. So we want to get on with this, Madam President. We think it's about time we proclaim this act, and we are firm in our view that any further discussion on a matter that has been discussed at length will just lead to unnecessary delays. But to just make the point that I made in the other place, what people need to understand is that when the Public Procurement Act is proclaimed, and we hope it will be very soon, it will create a new paradigm, especially with respect to state companies, not statutory authorities per se, because some statutory authorities, their tender rules are enshrined in law, such as the regional health authorities, their tender rules are in the legislation. But state enterprises, state companies have no public law elements in their tender rules. They simply follow tender rules which have been published by the Ministry of Finance in the State Enterprise Monitoring Manual. But these tender rules have no public law elements. What will happen when we proclaim the Procurement Act is that for the first time, public law elements will be introduced into the tendering procedures of state enterprises. And when public law elements come in, which is exactly what will happen when the Procurement Act is proclaimed, that allows the courts to enter the whole question of determining the award of contracts. At the present, there are several authorities, both local and international, where the courts have ruled that there are insufficient public law elements in competitive tendering by state enterprises. And therefore, they are loath to enter into the question of determining awards of contracts unless fraud or some misrepresentation can be proven. But they do not substitute themselves for the decision makers in terms of the award of contracts. They only enter where fraud is contained in the arguments. What will happen now that we are introducing public law elements into the tender rules for state enterprises, is that any aggrieved person will be able to approach the court, and the court will be entitled and empowered to get involved in the award of contracts, to overturn contracts, to scrap contracts, to change the award of contracts. So I want people to understand, as we move forward to implement the Procurement Act, which is what we wish to do, it will give rise to a plethora of litigation that has been hitherto unknown to this country, but we think that is what we should do in the modern era. And I simply wish to close by saying that this government wishes to get on with the proclamation of the Procurement Act. Thank you very much, Madam President.
Minister, can I get 4 words from you, please?
Oh, I'm sorry, Madam. I beg to move.
Honourable Senators, I shall now propose the question for debate. The question is that a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Public Procurement and Disposal of Public Property Act number 1 of 2015 be now read a second time. Senator Mark.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam President. Madam President, the bill that is before this Honorable Senate is the third of its kind since the PNM arrived on the compound of power in 2015. 3 attempts to gutter, to actually compromise, and to subvert the will of the people for transparency, accountability, integrity, honesty, and value for money. And you have this feeble attempt by an almost embarrassed Minister of Finance. You can't even hear the minister. You have to squeeze yourself, try to hear what the minister is saying. I'm trying to force to hear what you said. You were so quiet. I thought you weren't in the chamber. And you know, Madam President, the truth is, the minister knows that we know what he knows. The government, Madam President, is seeking to bring about a subversion of public procurement in our country and to bring back this country to the days before the Bala Report of 1982, when you had a lot of corruption, exploitation, discrimination, inequality of treatment between our local contractors and suppliers and foreigners. But, Madam President, I also want to say from the outset, we will debunk the feeble arguments that the minister sought to proffer here today to justify the unjustifiable. I do not know where this LLM minister, I know he's a lawyer.
Senator Mark, you're free to make your contribution without this element of trying to attack the minister. Okay? So please continue.
President, the bill is extremely disturbing and highly dangerous. And if we allow this bill to be passed today, Madam President, it will completely destroy the efficacy of the Parent Act of 2015. The government, Madam President, by these amendments, will be seeking to establish 2 procurement regimes, 2 Hydra-headed arrangements, one under the procurement regulator and the other one under the control of the Minister of Finance. Madam President, this certainly is going to be a breach of trust and will result in the decline, in the reduction, I should say, in the quality of our democracy. Madam President, I will show where it is wrong to say that the government cannot enter into government-to-government arrangements, that they can't enter into treaties, they cannot engage in international lending in terms of accessing loans, rather, through the international lending agencies. That is not what is in the law. That is not what is in the law. What the law is saying, Madam President, is that wherever public money is involved, whether it is government to government, whether it is private-public sector, partnership arrangements, there must be complete scrutiny, transparency, accountability, integrity, and honesty, along with value for money. Madam President, this bill, if is allowed to be passed, will lead to corruption, more corruption under this government. And it will also contribute to a further decline in our country's index, that is Corruption Perception Index. Madam President, what are the goals of procurement? The goals of procurement, Madam President, is value for money. It is about competition. It is about fair and equitable treatment. It is about integrity and fairness. It is about transparency, objectivity, and accountability. What this amendment to the Public Procurement and Disposal of Public Property Act is attempting to do, Madam President, is to dismantle the legislation. We are saying, Madam President, this bill, if not withdrawn by the government, will lead to the institutionalization of corruption under this PNM administration. Madam President, if this bill is not withdrawn, it will lead to the legalization of thievery, in which public money is being used for purely private gain at the expense of the citizens of our country. Madam President, if this bill is not withdrawn, with the parallel economy that we have with drugs occupying almost the equivalent of our national budget, almost half of our national budget, we can lay the basis, Madam President, for a narco state, the development of a narco state. And therefore, Madam President, today marks a watershed moment in our country's history. We are in a very extremely dangerous place if we in the Senate allow this piece of legislation to pass, and to pass without hindrance. Madam President, this particular piece of legislation and the proposed amendments, we are saying in no uncertain terms, the amendments that the government is promoting are wrong. These amendments are not in the public interest. But this is being promoted, Madam President, even contrary to the PNM's manifesto. Madam President, as far as we are concerned on this side, the legislation is extremely clear. Act number 1 of 2015. And I will go into some detail on that matter in a short while. We are committed to promoting transparency, accountability, integrity, honesty, and value for public money. Wherever public money is expended on the purchase of goods, works, and or services, it must come under scrutiny, whether it be financial services, legal services, auditing and accounting services. Madam President, it must be subject to public scrutiny. Madam President, the bill is being promoted by an administration whose actions and public utterances have been at odds with their deeds and concrete performances. Today, we in the UNC find it extremely repugnant, reprehensible, indefensible, and insane for the government headed by our Prime Minister, who has been preaching about transparency, incorruptibility, morality in public affairs, Madam President, to be now openly defending measures that the government knows, Madam President, will only lead to the entrenchment and institutionalization of corruption and fraud. Madam President, it is said that you can fool some of the people some of the time, but you cannot fool all of the people all of the time. Today, the emperor is without any clothes. Anyone who had any lingering doubts about what this PNM government stood for or stand for, all we have to do, Madam President, is to study these amendments to the Public Procurement and Disposal of Public Property Amendment Bill to find out and to expose in all of its nakedness the true intention of this government. Madam President, I would like, with your leave, to indicate the following. Procurement, we all know, Madam President, is a complicated and sometimes opaque process through which a large, if not the largest, percentage of public money is spent. Madam President, worldwide, procurement spending averages between 13% and 20% of gross domestic product. It has been estimated that an average of US $9.5 trillion of public money is spent every year by governments throughout the world on public procurement. Madam President, with such vast sums at stake, few government activities create greater temptations or even offer more opportunities for corruption than public sector procurement. Corruption in public procurement means public funds are wasted on an enormous scale. Madam President, along with the benefits of these funds should have been brought, Madam President, taxpayers' money to pay for hospital equipment, books for schools, or even safer roads ends up sitting in the pockets of the corrupt. The European Commission calculated that in member states in Europe, almost 120 billion euros, which is the equivalent of US 163 billion, are lost each year to corruption. So, Madam President, when we come to our country, Trinidad and Tobago, the history of public procurement reveals the presence of an entrenched culture acted out by representatives and even public officers in tandem, a culture which perpetuates the mistaken view that control by the central government amounts to regulatory oversight and effectiveness in the delivery of goods and services. Madam President, let us look at this bill and its clauses. Madam President, we have what is called Clause 4. When we look at Clause 4 in the parent legislation, Madam President, it refers to bid rigging, Madam President. Now, Madam President, you would know that when it comes to the question of bid rigging, there is in fact a definition of bid rigging in the legislation that is before us today. The government is seeking to expand what is called bid rigging. So in the Act number 1 of 2015, we talk about bid rigging means collusion between persons for the purpose of manipulating the proceedings. In this amendment to the Parent Act, the government has now expanded bid rigging, Madam President, in a more fulsome way. And in doing so, Madam President, I want to make the following statement. Madam President, Clause 4 of the bill seeks to amend the original definition of bid rigging. The Act as currently constituted defines bid rigging as collusion between persons for the purpose of manipulating the proceedings. Madam President, the original definition speaks to manipulation. In other words, if two or more persons got together and through collusion sought to manipulate the process or outcome of a tender, then that could be deemed to be bid rigging. The concept of manipulation is familiar to everyone. Madam President, in the context of procurement, it means to control or coerce the tender process, usher it towards a certain outcome. In other words, the original prohibition was narrowly defined and targeted conduct which sought to directly manipulate the procurement process. Madam President, what we are dealing with is a new definition, and we are submitting, Madam President, this new definition infringes constitutional rights. We are arguing that that requires the requisite majority for passage, Madam President. When Parliament was dealing with that matter in 2015, Madam President, there was a clear understanding of the offense being advanced to manipulation, and they acted, the people that is, conscientiously, Madam President, with that in mind. The amendment that is before us, for which no special majority is either sought or has been obtained, has been summarily dispensed with. It has summarily dispensed with the concept of manipulation, which, as I said, was narrow, and has introduced elements into the offense which have the potential to capture conduct which may have been previously not fallen within the original definition, Madam President. So in those circumstances, we are advancing that the government needs to pay attention to the constitutionality of this piece of legislation as it relates to that particular expansion of the definition of bid rigging. Madam President, if we go to Clause 7 of the Parent Act, where the government is now seeking to amend in terms of Clause 5 of this amendment, let me go to Clause 7 of the Parent Act of 2015. This act, Madam President, applies to public bodies and public-private partnership arrangements. It seeks to extend that this act conflicts, if it conflicts with an obligation of the state, under or arising out of the following. 1, a treaty or other form of agreement which this country is a party with another or more states or entity within a state. Secondly, an agreement entered into by the government of this country with an international financing agency. And thirdly, an agreement for technical cooperation between the government of Trinidad and Tobago and the government of a foreign state. Madam President, what it goes on to say is the requirements of the treaty or agreement shall prevail except. So, Madam President, nowhere is this law saying the government cannot enter into government-to-government arrangement. It is saying you can enter, but except that the procurement, Madam President, of goods, works, or services shall be governed by this act and shall promote the socio-economic policies of Trinidad and Tobago and shall adhere to the objects of this act. Madam President, a procuring entity engaged in procurement proceedings relating to a treaty or agreement which I have referred to shall comply with Section 29, and they have to submit a report on such compliance to the office. That is the Office of Procurement Regulation. And the office shall, within 21 days, have that report submitted to the Speaker, who shall cause the report to be laid in Parliament. So, Madam President, we ask the question, when this Act of 1 of 15, was prepared under the guidance of consultants from the UNDP, and the regulations were prepared under the guidance of consultants out of the IADB, Madam President, why did the government at that time, who was in opposition, didn't object? We had international agencies overseeing this exercise and guiding this process. We do not understand and appreciate, and we say further, Madam President, there should be no problem on earth why in negotiating government-to-government arrangement, the issue of procurement procedures of Trinidad for goods, for works and services will not be accepted by any lending agencies or a foreign government. Madam President, all procurement arrangements on goods, works, and services are executed in Trinidad and Tobago, as you know, at this time, through state enterprises. You have NIPDEC, you have a company called UDICOT. I think MTS is also involved at times, Madam President. And therefore, we would like to ask the government, why is the government seeking to misinform the country, Madam President? Madam President, the procurement regulator does not interfere in government-to-government arrangement, loan financing for projects, Madam President, public-private partnership arrangements. All the Act does in Section 7, Madam President, is that it requires that all, Madam President, all procurement details be submitted to the regulator for scrutiny after the fact, Madam President. It is a requirement of scrutiny, Madam President, that what this matter is about, and that is to ensure, Madam President, accountability, transparency, and good governance. The procurement regulator is not stopping the government from entering into treaty or other forms of agreement. So why is the minister and the government seeking to amend a law that says you can enter, Madam President, into government-to-government arrangements and treaties. But what the law is also saying, you must subject the purchase or the procurement of goods and services
Senator
and
Ma,
works.
you have 5 more minutes.
Works, Madam President, to and for the scrutiny of the regulator. That is what the law is saying. And therefore, we don't understand where the government has dredged up legal services. That is not in the law. In Act number 1, we don't know anything about legal services. We don't know anything about financial services, accounting and auditing services, medical services, Madam President, accounting and auditing services, medical, such other services as the minister may by order determine, and that order shall be subject to negative resolution of Parliament. What madness is this, Madam President? Madam President, there are no such services listed under Act 1 of 2015. The minister apparently has access to information that we don't have. What the minister should be doing, Madam President, in this Parliament today is bringing the regulations for the affirmative approval of this House. But the minister is not doing that. The minister is bringing amendments, Madam President, in order to allow the government to escape scrutiny and giving himself, the minister that is, extraordinary powers without any supervision, without any accountability. Madam President, I would want simply to draw to your attention 2 things. You have a situation where right now in some of these agencies, many activities are taking place in which the manipulation process is at work. Madam President, I want to bring to your attention briefly this act, which is attempting to gutter the bill, the governance process. We have an instance where the PNM at a particular institution called the Accredited Council of Trinidad and Tobago, Madam President, I have confirmed minutes of that meeting. I have, for instance, Madam President, a conflict of interest occurring with the deputy chairman. And this is where, Madam President, this ACTT took a decision to employ a lawyer, an attorney. They executed that arrangement in accordance with their procurement policy. Yet still the deputy chairman of that institution called and advised the corporate secretary and attended a board meeting and indicated to the board that they should employ a particular PNM lawyer, contrary to the procurement law that governed their activities, Madam President. And you know what is even more ironic, Madam President? The deputy chairman of the Accredited Council of TNT is also a vice president of UTT. So that person is in a conflictual arrangement. So that person is responsible for accrediting himself or herself. That person was appointed in 2017 and reappointed in 2019. Did the Prime Minister not know that the Deputy Chairman of the Accreditation Council is a top official at UTT? And that very body has to give it accreditation? Madam President, that is the kind of manipulation that can take place if these amendments are passed today. We cannot allow that. Madam President, I have a few seconds, and I want to bring to your attention a particular matter, which I need your guidance on. I have been reliably informed that senior government officials have been on the telephone
Senator Mark,
in the last 4.
Your time has expired. Senator Thompson-Ahye. Senator Thompson-Ahye.
Madam President, it is my privilege, for which I thank you, to speak on this bill, which is a very important amendment to the Public Procurement and Disposal of Public Property Act No. 1 of 2015. Every political party, without exception, when out of office, makes a hue and cry for public procurement legislation. One party, when in power, may enact the legislation, but fail to effect or operationalize such a law. Alternatively, another party may move as if it is serious about public procurement, but rather than seek to bring to the Parliament a robust law that will serve the purpose and intendment of such legislation, brings to Parliament laws which raise a hornet's nest of biting insects who ill-advisedly dare to attack the independent bench and impugn our integrity. But to them I say, if I were gumbo lai, they envy our verbosity and cannot comprehend our lexicographical lingo. Madam President, the hapless populace regards the word politics as an acronym, which stands for people only legislate issues that increase coffers significantly. And before the word coffers, they breathe an unspoken word, there. The electorate is suspicious and distrustful of the commitment of politicians to not only guarding their democracy, but also and especially safeguarding the national purse. Many think honest politician is an oxymoron. And this is really unfair to many politicians who strive to and actually do the right thing. Madam President, this is an important piece of legislation that ostensibly seeks to, inter alia, protect us from bid rigging. Clause 4 very suitably introduces a revised and improved definition, I think, of bid rigging, and that is commendable indeed. So far, so good. The cynical may assess this clause as an attempt to lull us into a perception of goodwill. Perhaps that is the intent. I cannot say. The long title of the original act reads as follows: an act to provide for public procurement and for the retention and disposal of public property in accordance with the principles of good governance, namely accountability, transparency, integrity, and value for money, the establishment of the Office of Procurement Regulation, the repeal of the Central Tenders Board Act, Chapter 7191, and related matters. Procurement legislation is relatively new on our statute books of countries around the world and seemingly constitute a 21st century creation. Most countries, including the United Kingdom, the Caribbean procurement legislation, enacted legislation between 2003 and 2015. Most countries in 2015, states like Trinidad and Tobago, Jamaica, Barbados, Guyana, St. Lucia, and Grenada, to name a few. But I must say the government of the Capital Territory of Australia and Kenya both were early off the starting blocks and enacted their legislation in 2001. And some countries have amended their laws and made regulations thereunder. It would be beneficial, I think, to have regard to the rationale for procurement legislation to properly assess our present amendments to determine whether they are justifiable, even sensible, or whether they fly in the face of good practice and international principles. If governments are to govern effectively, they need to supply goods and services to their citizens and to have certain works done. Since government do not produce all the goods and services that they need to carry out their functions, they have to acquire these from suppliers at a huge cost amounting to millions, trillions of dollars at times. And it's not surprising, therefore, that some persons see in the relationship of supplier and procurer opportunities for enriching themselves at the expense of the government, and ultimately the taxpayer, who would reduce resources cannot receive from the government much needed medicine, variety of goods, proper roads, housing, and many services to which our citizens, to which we are entitled. So public procurement framework covers many government ministries and departments and other entities funded by government. This act, as so elegantly put in the Bill Essential, set a new regime for public procurement and the retention and disposal of public property in accordance with the principles of good governance, namely accountability, transparency, integrity, and value for money. The last is so frequently misunderstood. Now, the object of this act are to promote A, the principles of accountability, integrity, transparency, value for money, as I said. B, efficiency, fairness, equity, and public confidence. Local industry development, very important. Sustainable development in public procurement and the disposal of public property. Trinidad and Tobago in 2019 was rated in the 85th position of 180 countries in corruption by Transparency International. For years, every government has accused the former government of corruption. There has been racket after racket. Nobody playing tennis, but plenty racket, although some enjoy more sophisticated pursuits in other places. And Trinidadians, I must say, have rightly earned the nickname of Tricky-Dadians. It's like in our DNA. It is expected, therefore, that the Public Procurement Act would be our deus ex machina, our saving grace, and any amendment thereto would bring even greater blessings and bring public officials involved in the procurement process even closer to heaven, and most of all, would be beneficial to the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. It is for the citizens. Clause 5, which seeks to amend Clause 7 of the Act, has, to put it mildly, caused some concern. I will leave the other issues of government-to-government arrangements, agreement with international financing institution, and technical on for other persons who argue. And I will concentrate on the new subsection 5, which stated the Act shall not apply to the following services provided to public bodies or state-controlled enterprises. So we have legal services. We have financial services, accounting and auditing services, medical services, or such other services as the minister may by order determine. Madam President, oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Vice President, legal fees paid by the Ministry of the Attorney General and Legal Affairs for the period 2015 to 2019 was $1.014 billion. Under the previous government for the period 2010 to 2015, $4.585 billion. I have no comparative figures for financial services, accounting and auditing services, medical services, and such other services utilized by this government or the previous one. But one thing is indisputable. Government is the largest single provider of services. Its pockets are deep. Yes, COVID has dug into its pockets, but the pockets are deep. And many want to go into those pockets. I remember my mother used to go into my daddy's pockets generations ago. All she could get is some coins. Within the last few days, I have examined more than a dozen pieces of public procurement legislation, regional and international, and the exemption that is most often found in such legislation with regard to its applicability is, for example, as in the Guyana law, which states that procedures do not apply to procurement involving national defense or national security, and or is funded by multilateral development banks and similar external agencies such as IADB, CDB, and so on, which are governed by the procurement rules of the funding agency agreed to by, for example, the government of Guyana. Guyana's Procurement Commission has put out a guide to the public procurement procedure, which I think is very helpful. But back to Clause 5. To add insult to injury, in the same Clause 5 is a subsection 6 which states, an order under subsection 5 shall be subject to negative resolution of Parliament. Mr. Vice President, I have observed that this government has a predilection for negative resolution. I cannot recall a bill where it was stated that a regulation will be subject to affirmative resolution in my 29 months here. The opposition would talk themselves hoarse. Some people may have a cause of action here, permanent hoarseness arising out of voicing protest against negative resolutions. The affirmative resolution requires a positive endorsement of the statutory instrument. Both houses must approve the draft instrument, but the government does not want to be troubled by further debate on the issue. It is a bother. They want to get on with the parliamentary business. But what that does is deny the other members an opportunity for further parliamentary oversight. And many times, we are calling for regulation to be subjected to affirmative resolution. Even when the COVID bill came to Parliament, that was asked for, and we didn't have that. And the same arguments that were raised here were also raised in the House of Lords. Opposition members were asking for the regulations to be brought to Parliament, to the House of Lords, so that they could have oversight. And maybe when you actually have oversight, we can improve the situation. We could have improved it so we do not have the confusion that is now arising with the COVID-19, whether it applies here or it doesn't apply here. We could have helped. The Public Procurement Act of Jamaica also contains a provision giving the power to the minister by order, subject to affirmative resolution, to declare that this act or any provision thereof shall not apply to a public-private partnership approved by the cabinet, to a national development project in respect of the procurement of any class of goods, works, or services to a public body, as the minister, subject to such terms and conditions, if any, specify. It also gives the minister the power to, by order, subject to affirmative resolution, amend the first schedule to what is in fact exemptions. This requirement for affirmative resolution is to be found also in the UK Public Procurement Act 2015. At section 3.3, the minister may by order, subject to affirmative resolution, declare that this act or any provision thereof shall not apply. There are questions that arise from the exemptions in the Trinidad legislation. How do these exemptions accord with the principles of accountability, integrity, transparency, and value for money, with efficiency, fairness, equity, and public confidence, and local industry development, sustainable development in public procurement, and the disposal of public property. If the regulator does not have oversight, who does? Can we trust the cabinet to perform this role? Is the process transparent? Is it value for money? Is the procedure fair and equitable? Does it inspire public confidence? How does it provide opportunities for local industry development? The government of the Republic of South Africa has issued a manual titled General Procurement Guidelines. The introduction to the guidelines state, proper and successful government rests upon certain core principles of behavior called the 5 pillars of procurement. Because if any one of them is broken, the procurement system falls down. These 5 pillars are: 1, value for money. This is an essential test against which a department must justify a procurement outcome. Price alone is not a reliable indicator, and departments will not necessarily obtain the best value for money by accepting the lowest price offer that meets mandatory requirements. So we keep hearing that we have to take the lowest price because we have to, otherwise we will get, we get rammed in and so on and so on. But it is not the lowest price. Best value for money means the best available outcome when all relevant costs and benefits over the procurement cycle are considered. Therefore, for the government to state that subjecting to the procurement process, legal or other services will compel them to take, for example, the lowest price lawyer, and he may not necessarily be the best or most desirable, is to show a lack of understanding of the principles of the procurement process. Time does not permit me to expand on the other 4 pillars, so I will name them briefly, and I will have them available to anyone who is interested. The other 4 are as follows. 2, open and effective competition. Procedure must be transparent and readily accessible to the parties. 3, ethics and fair dealing, dealing with each other on a basis of mutual trust and respect. 4, accountability and reporting. Individuals and organizations must be answerable for plans, actions, and outcomes. External scrutiny through public reporting is an essential element of accountability. Equity, application and observance of government policies which are designed to advance persons and categories of persons disadvantaged by unfair discrimination. So, is Clause 7 built on the 5 pillars? I would wish to know. Clause 7 seeks to amend Section 29 to make eligible as direct persons who have not been convicted within the past 10 years of corruption or fraud-related offenses locally or internationally. And this is reminiscent of when we were doing the town planners legislation. Are we really so short of eligible people that we have to go there? Is it the case that with evil stalking our land and destroying our young women and girls, that we believe we are living in Sodom and Gomorrah or in Nineveh and we cannot find untainted persons? Clause 9 seeks to amend the definition of relative. And it says the cohabitant is within the meaning of the Cohabitational Relations Act. Why are we using that definition? What if the parties were living together for fewer than 5 years? Does it mean that that spouse automatically gets a blight? I seem to recall a common law spouse involved in the Piaco matter. We should rethink this definition and, in fact, just use the cohabitant as it perhaps in the domestic violence legislation. The argument that medical services should be exempted because the procurement process is so slow that the person may die while waiting for the process to be concluded is not without a response. And we need not go too far to find the answer. Right in the Caribbean, When we look at St. Lucia's Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Act, at section 53.1, it makes provision for emergency public procurement. And it states, the minister may use an emergency procurement where A, the country is seriously threatened by a disaster, war, act of God, or there's a threat to national security. B, the country is impacted by a disaster, war, or act of God, or national security is compromised. C, life or the quality of life or environment may be seriously compromised. D, the condition or quality of goods, equipment, building, or publicly owned capital goods may seriously deteriorate unless action is urgently and necessarily taken to maintain them in their actual value or usefulness. Or E, an investment project may be seriously delayed for want of an item of a minor value. So we live in a real world where these things happen, and other people have dealt with it. It's nothing unique to Trinidad and Tobago. So we just have to look around sometime to see where are the best practices, where is the best legislation, and see if we can import that into our legislation. But even while recommending such a provision, I say that there should be safeguards, and I now turn my attention to another document which warns about emergency procedures without safeguards. Madam President, sorry, I don't want to change your sex. Mr. Vice President, the ADB, OECD, that is the Asian Development Bank, and the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development Anti-Corruption Initiative for Asia and the Pacific has published a document entitled Curbing Corruption in Public Procurement in Asia and the Pacific. Recommendation 3 of its conclusion and recommendation reads as follows. In most countries, open tendering is the standard method of procurement. While exemptions from this general rule may be necessary for practical reasons, countries are encouraged to assess whether the exceptions they allow are necessary and to ensure that the grounds for such exemptions are precisely defined and there are safeguards and control mechanisms against abuse. Particular attention in this regard should be paid to emergency procurement or exemptions that apply when tendering fails. It gives me no pleasure to advise the government to return to the drawing board and to embark on further and wider consultation. I know it's a bugbear, but I make this plain in the interest of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. I hold no brief for any chamber, big business, or any political party. I'm guided by my oath of office, as anyone who knows me would be aware. And in the prayer that we were led in this morning, we prayed that we would vow to act with honesty, courage, and conviction. I'm not persuaded at all that big business care about the little people as they do about their bottom line, which they may see threatened by some of these new provisions. I'm aware that some of them have their dogs eating better than my fellow citizens, and I'm not persuaded that if they get richer, they will provide opportunities for the poor that are not exploitative. I call for a more just society. We do not legislate for today. We do not legislate thinking that we will always be in power. We may be honest today, but we are putting things in our books that will be exploited by others. We have to be very careful. Have we given a thought to that? Many do not make the link between a just society and a peaceful society. Corruption destroys our potential to be a just society, where the needs of the most destitute in the society are fulfilled and their dignity is upheld. Corruption is about selfishness and greed and must never be facilitated by right-thinking persons. Pope John Paul reminds us of one certain principle. There will be peace only to the extent that humanity as a whole rediscovers its fundamental calling to be one family, a family in which the dignity and rights of individuals, whatever their status, race, or religion, are accepted. This will take place only in a society that recognizes human rights of all its citizens, a society free from all types of corruption, including in the procurement process. We can rise to that challenge and be a society if only we have the will. Mr. Vice President, I love my country and my God. Thank you. Shalom.
Senator Seepersad.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President, for the opportunity to contribute to the debate on the Public Procurement and Disposal of Public Property Amendment Bill 2020. Mr. Vice President, it is abundantly clear that the government has done a very poor job in selling these amendments to stakeholders, interested parties, and the general public at large. This is evident from the comments and pushback in the public domain. This country, as well as most countries in the world, has been plagued by corrupt practices in almost every sphere of both public and private endeavors. After decades of corruption in the misuse and disposal of the people's scarce and dwindling resources, financial resources, by successive governments, a powerful lobby led by the business sector, including but not limited to the following: the Joint Consultative Council of the Construction Industry, business chambers, trade unions, and civil society organizations. They provided, after deliberating for considerable hours, significant contributions to the Joint Select Committee responsible for the Public Procurement and Disposal of Public Property Bill, resulting in a comprehensive piece of legislation which required a 3/5 parliamentary majority and therefore support by most parliamentarians. It is abundantly clear that not all parties involved have a vested interest in allowing the Act to fulfill its intended purpose and now engage in major surgery to reduce the Act to inconsequence. Although the Procurement Act was passed in December 2014, it remained languishing for full operationalization. Since then, 2 sets of amendments were brought forward and required only a simple majority in Parliament. November 2015 passed in June 2016, and December 2016 passed in March 2017. I am hard-pressed to understand why this Act must be amended and fail to see how oversight by an independent procurement regulator cannot benefit the procurement process. Also, an Act which initially requires 3/5 majority should not be reduced to a simple majority for any change. This creeping authoritarian approach seems as an attack on the Constitution and democracy itself. I am reminded that we are here to seek the best interest of the public, and only the people we serve can say what is in their best interest. Claims that this oversight will delay and or stymie the alacrity of by the public sector are baseless, since accountability and openness must be the cornerstone in public affairs and democracy itself. The procurement regulator's role must not be diminished for the sake of convenience and expediency. Further, giving a minister sole responsibility for seeking the public's interest, as far as this amendment is concerned, is counterintuitive to that which the Act itself seeks to accomplish, that is, transparency in public affairs. The amendments made in 2015 reduced the power of the Procurement Board and created a parallel structure, an appeals tribunal appointed in the same manner as the Procurement Board. As I've said before, 3.5 years later, the Act is still to be fully implemented. The procurement legislation seeks to prevent illegal activities such as bid rigging, nepotism, and bribery. Mr. Vice President, the Procurement Act 1 of 2015 fully decentralized the procurement process so that all public money is under the scrutiny of the Independent Office of the Procurement Regulator. The procurement regulator must report to Parliament, and that report is scrutinized by the Public Accounts Committee within 90 days of the end of the financial year. This, I'm convinced, is a powerful weapon in the fight against corruption and crime, and seek to mitigate the instances of decades of questionable procurement practices. The original procurement legislation was endorsed by the IADB and the European Union, and Transparency International also supported the legislation. Comprehensive procurement legislation is in the public's best interest and must stand up to global scrutiny and procurement standards. It goes a long way in ensuring that public officers, that is in government, state enterprises, and the public sector, are accountable. Understandably, this is another step in the right direction to open and responsible, prudent and disciplined governance. The main objectives of the Procurement Act are accountability, integrity, transparency, value for money, and good governance. Since the Office of the Procurement Regulator was established in 2018, regulations on procurement of goods and services and the disposal of assets have been drafted but not laid in Parliament. It has not yet been made available for public comment. The Office of the Procurement Regulator has put the infrastructure in place to have the public sector compliant. Officials who the regulator will have to engage have been trained. Once the Act is proclaimed, over 200 institutions would fall under this office. That is, everywhere public money is spent. A handbook on procurement guidelines for state enterprises has been completed. Further, a whistleblowing firm from Canada has been engaged to assist citizens to report matters. The procurement regulator will also establish a database of all pre-qualified contractors so that the contractors and suppliers' track record and suitability can be identified. So this means that only one list will exist where all public bodies will have to use to select their contractors and suppliers. The procurement regulator, as soon as it is empowered, can also retroactively scrutinize suspicious activities involving public procurement over the past 5 years. The procurement legislation will also protect the government from fraud and corruption. This includes multi-million-dollar equipment used for building and constructing infrastructure to oranges purchased for school feeding lunches. A 2014 study done by the Organization for Economic Cooperation suggested that governments can lose between 10% to 30% of the money spent on public procurement to corrupt acts. Let me illustrate. The projected budgeted expenditure for 2020-2021 is approximately 50 billion. If 50% of the 50 billion is used for public procurement, the potential for savings from corruption can be approximately $2.5 billion to $7.5 billion annually. Although my math is conservative and assumptions are incomplete. The idea is that if the corruption hole is even partially plugged, some measure of savings will accrue to the state. Madam President, I wish to comment on Clause 5 and Clause 6. Clause 5, amendment to Section 7 of the Act. This clause removes from the Act the following services provided by public bodies or state-controlled enterprises: legal services, financial services, accounting and auditing, medical services, and other services as determined by the Minister. The amendment also proposes that a range of exemptions under the Office of the Minister of Finance will not be subject to the procurement regulator's scrutiny. Madam President, these amendments change the raison d'etre of the procurement legislation. Such fundamental amendments, which include a range of exclusions and vesting in a government minister, is extraordinary and should require more than just a simple majority decision. It will now be possible for major state enterprises such as Trinidad Petroleum Holding Company to dispose of its properties without the scrutiny of the procurement regulator or Parliament. The amendment also removes from the procurement scrutiny matters involving financing of projects by multilateral agencies, and I stress scrutiny. Clause 6 deletes Section 13(1), paragraph O of the Act. The Office of the Procurement Regulator would not act on behalf of the state to dispose of real property owned by the government. Therefore, the following will be removed from the Office of the Procurement Regulator: government-to-government arrangements, arrangements with international financial organizations, including projects funded via loans, disposal of real property owned by the government, public-private partnerships such as build, operate, lease, transfer construction projects, and special purpose companies transactions. These services are not only removed from the scrutiny and oversight of the independent Office of the Procurement Regulator and its board, but also from Parliament. In my view, the intent here is to make the Act impotent by undermining the credibility and efficacy of the Procurement Act. Further, these amendments to Section 7 and Section 13(1)(o) place Trinidad and Tobago in a disadvantageous optical position internationally and does nothing to reduce the incident and corruption at all levels. These amendments weaken the independent Office of the Procurement Regulator by removing its oversight on major financial transactions to the Minister of Finance. The areas listed for exclusion also include the largest financial transactions and are areas with a history of dubious activities. Transparency and accountability will be virtually non-existent. Madam President, what will be left for the Office of the Procurement Regulator to regulate? With these amendments, this Act will not and cannot qualify as effective public procurement legislation. It is our collective responsibility to the nation that we must have strong law to deal with all aspects of the public procurement process to ensure accountability, integrity, transparency, and value for money. This is expected from us by all. It is not flattering to note that the Transparency International 100-point Corruption Perception Index 2018, Trinidad and Tobago ranks 41. In the 2019 report on economic development and the Development Bank of Latin America report, Trinidad and Tobago ranks higher than average in the region for incidents of bribery, with approximately 20% of firms surveyed stating bribes are being paid for critical services. One example where the procurement regulator may have avoided the embarrassment of a misstep. We entered into a contract between the Housing Development Corporation and the Chinese construction company, China Gezuba Group International Engineering Company Limited, for the construction of 5,000 houses. The Trinidad and Tobago government canceled the contract 4 months after the contract was signed because of lobbying by various public interest groups. The contract terms were extremely disadvantageous to the interests of Trinidad and Tobago and could not stand up to best practice review. This was an embarrassing and potentially costly decision. To date, there's been no explanation of how the contract came to be signed or anyone has been held accountable. There are many examples where we have a lack of accountability and transparency, which have plagued public contracts and expenditure. I can list several organizations and persons who are against the amendments to Clause 7 and Clause 13(1)(o) of the Act. In particular, these include the Procurement Regulator, AmCham, the Joint Consultative Council for the Construction Industry, Private Sector Civil Society Group, the Trinidad and Tobago Industry, Chamber of Industry and Commerce, the Trinidad and Tobago Coalition of Services Industry, the Trinidad and Tobago Manufacturers Association, and the Trinidad and Tobago Transparency Institute. Further, the Office of Procurement Regulation from 2018 to present has consulted with various sectors and 1,400 suppliers and contractors who confirmed that there should be no amendment to Clause 7 of the Act. Madam President, I'm convinced that the government is mistaken in seeking to have these amendments become law. I think we can all agree that Trinidad and Tobago must have robust legislation to deal with all aspects of the procurement process. All government procurement which utilizes scarce and dwindling public financial resources and other assets must be subject to independent and impartial scrutiny by the procurement regulator, its board, and Parliament without exception. The laudable objectives of accountability, integrity, transparency, value for money will not be achieved by the proposed amendments. I strongly recommend the amendments to Clause...
Senator Seepersad, you have 5 more minutes.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam President. I strongly recommend that the amendments to Clause 7 and Clause 13(1)(o) of the Public Procurement and Disposal of Public Property Act 2015 must not be part of this bill. I further urge government to lay the regulations to fully operationalize the Procurement and Disposal of Public Property Act as soon as possible. Madam President, I thank you for allowing me to contribute to this debate.
Minister of Public Administration and Digital Transformation.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I thank you for allowing me to join this debate. The impression that some people seem to be gathering from the discourse that has been happening around these amendments is that the government may be reluctant to implement the public procurement legislation, and the government is against scrutiny in public procurement. And Madam President, there's nothing that can be further from the truth. The government has subscribed to the United Nations Sustainable Development Goal, and the goal number 12 deals with public procurement, and we fully subscribe to that. So, Madam President, for the sake of the national public and my colleagues in the House, let the public know some of what we have been doing to prepare for the introduction of this legislation when we expect it to be implemented and proclaimed. Firstly, it requires all ministries to be properly staffed with procurement officers. And at the Ministry of Public Admin and Digital Transformation, our unit there called the Public Management Consulting Division has been working with the ministries to ensure that we have the correct staff. We have been doing that for the past few years. Under the Ministry of Public Admin and Digital Transformation as well, we have the Public Services Academy, which trains public servants. And from October 2016 to date, Madam President, we have trained 110 persons in public procurement in areas such as general public procurement, very importantly, ethics in procurement, and strategic approach to procurement, just so that public servants will be ready when the law is proclaimed. Among the persons trained are persons from the Financial Intelligence Unit, the FIU, and the Tobago House of Assembly, as well as individuals from various ministries. Another significant focus of my ministry in terms of procurement involves the agency that is popularly known as IGOV-TT. IGOV-TT, working in connection with an internet service provider locally operating, has entered into an MOU for the provision of e-procurement solution. This solution has been endorsed by the Office of the Procurement Regulator, and that the regulator has indicated that the solution is consistent with the provisions of the legislation and should be able to assist the implementation of public procurement. So there are 5 key modules in this solution. It deals with the supplier pre-qualification, vendor registration, document management of all requests for information, quotes, and proposals, online evaluation, education, evaluation, and online management of contract from execution to expiration. This e-solution to procurement has several benefits. It is ready for immediate implementation. It is customizable and as such accommodates the procurement's approach to the 2-envelope system. It allows for online payment, and it has been integrated in that regard with GovPay-TT. It is a fully local solution, so it doesn't create any forex cost. It improves auditability of procurement and expenditure. It improves record keeping and the digital aggregation and storage of tenders from cradle to grave. It allows for 24-hour access, and very importantly, it opens the door a little wider for non-traditional persons seeking to enter into government bids to easily have access. So it opens the door for SMEs and so on. So, Madam President, this is my ministry is one of the agencies that is supportive of and preparing for the introduction of this public procurement legislation and demonstrates government's full support of proper procurement rules and procedures. I would remind you, Madam President, that we are the government that has been striving to do more with less and has been able to realize significant savings in many of our procurement contracts, including many of those that have been brought to the attention of this place by the Minister of Works and other ministries. But as with many other countries throughout the world, Madam President, we recognize that the government will be hampered in efficiently and effectively serving the needs of the public of Trinidad and Tobago if there are certain contracts that are required to follow the procurement rules as outlined by or as will be enforced by the Office of the Procurement Legislature. And I will give you a list of some of the countries, Madam President, where exemptions have been included. Canada, Singapore, the United Kingdom, the European Union have all included exceptions to contracts from their normal procurement rules. And those exceptions generally have to deal with security-related procurements, terrorism procurements, defense procurements, intelligence activities, acquisition of rental of land and existing buildings, legal services, financial instruments, audit services, standard advisory services. All of these list of services have been excluded by different countries, among those that I called recently, just a few minutes ago, and others. So what Trinidad and Tobago is seeking to do, what the government is seeking to do by these exclusions, it's not something that is unusual. It is not something that is nefarious. It is not something that is underhand. And it is not to give the government the opportunity to avoid accountability, to avoid seeking value for money. What we are trying to do simply is ensure that we have the ability to best serve the public by allowing certain types of procurements to not follow the normal approach to procurement. The procurement legislation in its current form is the method by which we have chosen to protect the public purse, but it is not the only method of protecting the public purse. What it does is that it puts checks and balances in place to ensure that there is some oversight and there is accountability. But it is not the only means to ensure accountability and oversight. One of the challenges with the normal procurement rules is the inefficiency of it. Just this morning, Madam President, I believe it's Senator Mark raised a question to the Minister of Education indicating why the devices that are to be supplied to students have been taking so long to be supplied, how many students are suffering as a result, and so on. I can tell you, Madam President, as the minister charged with responsibility for procurement of ICT devices and applications, the Ministry of Public Administration and Digital Transformation, via its implementing arm of iGov, is working closely and has been working very closely with the Minister of Education to expedite the procurement of these devices. And as soon as the funds were made available, approved under the budget, we started pursuing that. But we have to comply with the procurement rules, which means we have to design the bid, we have to publish the bid, we have to give persons who are interested the time to review and put together their proposal and so on. So every other day, the Minister of Education calls me and says, where are the devices, when are they coming? But we have to go through the process. That is one of the implications of the normal procurement procedures. So if we have to do that with a health matter, that will be an issue. If we have to do that with a legal matter, that will be an issue. Senator Thompson-Ahye indicated that legislation, similar legislation throughout the world, creates exceptions to that. But when I have looked at those bits of legislation, and even the provisions quoted by Senator Thompson-Ahye this morning, focused on exceptions where there are issues of national importance. It does not list health as one of those. It does not list an urgent legal matter as one of those. So the exceptions that we are trying to create to give us flexibility in determining that we get the best service for the public of Trinidad and Tobago will not fall within the category of exceptions that Senator Thompson-Ahye pointed us to. Another challenge with the normal procurement rules is that they operate on a two-envelope system. You pass the technical, once you pass the technical envelope, you qualify technically, then the next envelope, which is the financial envelope, you pass by being the cheapest bidder. So that to say that we can avoid exposing somebody with a health issue to improper health is not quite accurate, because if the first envelope says if there's an individual who is in need of cardiac surgery, the first envelope will seek to identify that the person bidding qualifies as a cardiologist. The second envelope then takes you to the cheapest of those people who qualify. If any of us, I challenge any of us to say that if we have a heart problem and we need to undergo heart surgery, that we don't want the best heart surgeon available. And that is generally not going to be the cheapest heart surgeon available. So there are certain areas where we have to ensure, because the issue is so significant, that we can secure the best service in the circumstances and not the cheapest of those people qualifying. Health, in my respectful view, is one of them. Legal services, in my respectful view, is another. Trinidad and Tobago has become more and more of a litigious society, and the state is constantly under challenge in various ways for various things. And we need to give the Attorney General the ability to secure the best legal support that he can get for the benefit of the state, to protect not only the purse of not only the public purse, but also the way we operate, the way we do things, so that, in my respectful view, the exceptions that we are seeking to create in this legislation is not to move away from the responsibility of accounting for what we are doing and how we are spending money, but to give us flexibility in determining that we can get the best resource available for the benefit of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Madam President, an example of one of the areas we would have been stymied on if the public procurement legislation was in place and we did not have these exceptions in effect was the recent MOU that we signed with Estonia. As the minister responsible for digital transformation, in a very short, tight time frame, I need to ensure that the support that we get in rolling out digital transformation is the most cost-effective and most appropriate support that we can get to lead us in the right direction for Trinidad and Tobago. Otherwise, we can spend tons and tons of money and make very little headway. Digital transformation is too important an area for us to get it wrong. So when we looked around the world to determine who would be the best person to support us on this, we found a country that is similar in size, similar in economy, but is way advanced of not only Trinidad and Tobago, but many larger countries in digital transformation, and that is Estonia. If government-to-government arrangements were subject to the public procurement rules as currently outlined in the legislation with no exception, it would mean that we...
Minister, you have 5 more minutes.
Thank you, Madam President. It would mean that we would be obliged to go with whoever has the experience but brings the lowest bid, and not necessarily somebody who is aligned with the economy and society that we live in. So, Madam President, the key issue that I think we need to focus on is not what are the exceptions in the legislation. It really is, do we have sufficient safeguards to protect the public purse, to require accountability, even in respect of those services that we are seeking to exclude? And I posit, Madam President, that we in fact do. We have under government-to-government arrangements, they are self-policing. But in our local legislation, we have been bringing a slew of amendments to the cabinet or bills to the cabinet that provide for greater transparency and greater accountability. In respect of financial services, for example, we have the FATF rules, we have the CFATF rules, we have the global forum regime. all of which require accountability. We have freedom of information legislation, which the public in Trinidad and Tobago are taking full advantage of. We have the Parliament, which requires us to report to the two houses as well as to the Public Accounts Committee. So it is not that if we exclude these services from the public procurement legislation that they cannot be brought before the Public Accounts Committee for accounting. So excluding them from here does not mean that they're excluded in their entirety. There are other bits of legislation which the Attorney General has brought and which we have passed that gives the Auditor General greater access to information. It gives the same to the police. It gives the same to the Inland Revenue. It gives the same to the public. So we all have greater access now because of this slew of legislation brought by this government to various bits of legislation, various bits of information which require the government to continue to be accountable to the public, even in the absence of the support offered by this particular bit of legislation. So our amendments are not about reducing accountability. It's not about opening the public purse without regard to how it is done and how effectively it is done and whether we're getting value for money. It is just to give us the flexibility to get better services. So, Madam President, I would say to you in closing that this government is all about transparency, it's all about accountability, it's all about integrity, it's all about honesty, and it's all about value for money. But we need the flexibility to ensure that we can serve the public well, and that is all we're seeking to do. Madam President, I thank you.
Mr. Lyder.
Thank you, Madam President. And with Madam President, with a mere 20 minutes, I will, with such a historical and important bill being brought to this August chamber, I will not spend much time rebutting. Today, with the debating of the mutilated legislation, marks a very disgraceful and shameful day in Parliament. There has been no consultation whatsoever with stakeholders, as the government has said. It is 6 years that this law has been awaiting regulations and to be full proclamation. As the leader of the opposition has declared, it has been delayed on the part of the PNM. In their last term in office, they did nothing to fully proclaim the Parent Act. In 2010, Madam President, before forming government, the Joint Consultative Commission asked for procurement legislation. It was a Prime Minister by the name of Kamla Persad Bissessar who delivered that in 2014. And it was under the People's Partnership Government that the procurement legislation was brought to Parliament, debated, and passed. And Madam President, 5 years later, under this PNM, no proclamation of the procurement legislation. And all of this, while we see government-to-government deals to buy not one, but two fast ferries with no oversight, disposal of state lands and assets in a repo to PNM financiers, no procurement regulator, issuing of billions of dollars in contracts in construction, all done with no procurement regulator. Madam President, 2 Cape-class vessels from Australia costing the taxpayers of this country $630 million with no oversight. And Madam President, in these last 5 years in this country, not a dog bark, not a feline meow, nobody picket, nobody protest around the savannah, nothing. But that was until last week, Monday, the 4th, when this government surprised the nation and like a thief in the night brought this bill to the Parliament. And the whole nation woke up, Madam President. They woke up at this point. Civil groups woke up. Private sector groups woke up. The coalition called the Private Sector Civil Society Group woke up. And Madam President, within 24 hours, they pulled together their group. And can you imagine the press release sent out from the Private Sector Civil Society Group? But Madam President, let me list the members of this organization so that the PNM cannot come to this house once again and say that the UNC is the only one against this bill. Because, Madam President, the population needs to know the position of business and civil society. We have the right in this parliament to be the voice of these people, and we will be their voice today. So let me tell you some of the members of the Private Sector Civil Society Group. This media briefing, Madam President, was led by a Mr. Winston Riley, chairman of the Private Sector Civil Society Group. And the members present were the Joint Consultative Commission, AmCham, Trinidad and Tobago Manufacturers Association, the Trinidad and Tobago Chamber of Industry and Commerce, the Trinidad and Tobago Coalition of Service Industries, and the Trinidad and Tobago Local Content Chamber. And Madam President, they have said the same things that the opposition has said. They have quoted that the PNM in their manifesto in 2015 promised that they would swiftly move to include the necessary improvements to the Public Procurement Act in order to remove loopholes and limitations that currently exist. However, now history will show that these promises never materialized. So they are living up to their name, Madam President. The PNM promise never materialized. Mr. Winston Riley and team, Madam President, lamented that since the budget was delivered in October 2016, that the Minister of Finance promised that it was the government's intention to operationalize the full public procurement system. By the end of March 2017, Madam President, public bodies were supposed to have procurement personnel. But what we got instead, Madam President, was a failed promise. And now they come to this parliament with a watered-down piece of legislation to present amendments that will just make the PNM friends and family richer and richer. I mean, we heard the Prime Minister on the TV himself say he had no problem seeing the rich get richer. And all of us in the opposition, we watch the poor eating off the side of the plate. You see, but Madam President, it would interest you to note that since January 2020, the Private Sector Civil Society Group issued a statement stating that there should be no amendment to Section 7, Subsection 2, Act Number 1 of 2015. It should be remembered that both political parties voted for this act in both houses of parliament in a 3/5 majority. Madam President, now they come to dismiss what was delivered with a special majority by tabling a simple majority bill. Madam President, in mid-November 2020, this year, the public sector civil society group wrote to the Prime Minister privately reminding him that the procurement legislation was promised. Would you believe, Madam President, if I told you that up to this day, on the 8th of December, there has been no response from the Honorable Prime Minister? Imagine the blatant disrespect that the Prime Minister has, who had the time to leave Parliament during the anti-gang debate, claiming that we did not support it, but he himself was not there.
Senator Lyder.
To vote.
Lyder, please confine your remarks to the bill, please. Okay?
Thank you, Madam President. But he has not responded to this private sector group. This private sector group, who is the economic backbone of this country. After the government has crushed the economy of this country, it is this private sector group, this private sector that is holding together this economy like glue. If not for the private sector, this country would completely collapse. The private sector, instead of obtaining confirmation of the procurement law being tabled in its original form, instead they receive a procurement amendment bill that they themselves described as disturbing. The private sector expected the regulations of the Office of the Procurement Regulator to be tabled in the Parliament. But instead, they received this bill, the Public Procurement and Disposal of Public Property 2020, on procurement to be passed by simple majority. Madam President, I must quote Mr. Riley again, where he says that this bill destroys, and I quote, destroys almost completely the efficacy of Act Number 1 of 2020, which sets up two procurement regimes here, Madam President. One under the Office of the Procurement Regulator and the other of the Ministry of Finance. The PNM in 5 years have failed to proclaim fully the Procurement Act, and instead they brought this dangerous amendment. And you know what, Madam President? The worst part of this is that in 5 years, they could not even be bothered to have consultations. Mr. Riley went on to say, and I quote, "This represents a breach of trust and goodwill of the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago." He says, Clause 5 of the amendment bill makes a mockery of the procurement process, end quote. This bill provides ultimate powers to the hands of ministers and directors without proper accountability and transparency. Madam President, when we look at Clause 5, Section 7, we see what they have extracted from this bill. It says, this act shall not apply to the following services provided to public bodies or state-controlled enterprises. Here are the five. Legal services, financial services, accounting and auditing services, medical, and here number 5, or such other services as the minister by order determines. So that means that the minister could wake up any morning and decide, should there be any area that they don't want any public scrutiny, they can just decide to pull this into the bill. They can pull it out, extract it. This means anytime there is a friend, family, or financier who needs the public scrutiny over their procurement process to be removed, they could simply get their friends in the PNM to make the changes to the law to cover their tracks. And you know, Madam President, speaking of tracks, you know, covering tracks, I haven't heard any result that came out of the fake oil investigation, but I will move on. You know, this, Madam President, opens the way for corruption, nepotism, misappropriation, and by and large, Madam President, it takes us towards a dictatorship. Every week, every month, we see ourselves getting closer and closer to Venezuela, to a dictatorship like Venezuela. Because the Prime Minister is getting the power to run this country by decree. The Minister of Finance only has to worry about a negative resolution before a friend, family, or financier of the PNM gets a sail through to acquire or sell any strategic asset. This amendment bill under this PNM government will effectively turn Trinidad and Tobago into a banana republic. Madam President, a banana republic where the Prime Minister can gift away any strategic asset to whoever he decides without the glare of public scrutiny. So it should come as no surprise when individuals get thousands of acres of land with bluestone and yellowstone and gravel, and there was no real procurement process in place. And Madam President, what was very disturbing is that the PNM doesn't worry to hide this anymore, you know. They don't worry to hide this. Look at what they are exempting, Madam President. Legal, financial, accounting, and medical services. I mean, the country's not asleep. Who do we know in the cabinet is connected to many of these industries? I mean, who's recused themselves? I don't know, 90-something times. I'm not sure. But I know the population knows. Madam President, when we look at other projects, government projects, it was a project with a Chinese company with the HEC project with over $70 million just for phase 1. Government to government, you know. Corruption rampant in that case. Even the Prime Minister admitted there were problems in that deal. The government had to pull it back. So we cannot forsake our rights to fairness because of another government elsewhere that might be corrupt or not. You see, Madam President, under the guise of respecting other governments, this government has placed an exemption for government-to-government arrangements. A declared concern of the American Chamber of Commerce was the treatment of government-to-government arrangements. Changes proposed in the amendment before Parliament will essentially gut the efficacy of the Act by removing government-to-government procurement from being covered by the regulation and also international financial institution funding. So, for example, Madam, we see this almost incestuous relationship between the government of Trinidad and Tobago and that of Venezuela with their illegitimate president. Could it be that they can go to the Andean Bank, supported by the Venezuelan regime, and escape the scrutiny in projects that the IDB, for example, would require? This government has effectively created a parallel system for the procurement that will lead to corruption, as it will undermine the independent office of the procurement regulator. Madam President, would you believe if I told you even the office of the procurement regulator is against these amendments? So they're against it. The civil society is against it. And the private sector are against these amendments. They reiterated that there should be no amendments to Section 7. The private sector asked that Section 7 be tested so that local providers can have equal opportunity for local content participation. You know, Madam President, it is indeed a sad day today because the government has seen it necessary to undermine the office of the procurement regulator. The approach of deleting Clause 7.2 and setting up an alternative procurement process removes the issue of transparency, accountability, and thus opening the door for our country being downgraded. What 7.2 does, it makes the process transparent,
Senator Lyder, you have 5 more minutes.
accountable, thank you, Madam President, and value for money. It is also disheartening that putting up dual procurement processes, both operating in tandem under the office of one under the office of the procurement regulator and the other under the Ministry of Finance, is in contravention with Section 4D of the Constitution, which states, Madam President, the Constitution, the right of the individual to equality of treatment from any public authority in the exercise of any function. So if you want a bid to purchase a state asset and another family member of the PNM official wants to get through with it, well, crapo, smoke your pipe. You have no fairness there. You see, Madam President, we even look at the sandals debacle, this thing called the sandal scandal, where this government was prepared to give $700 million of taxpayers' money towards this project, $500 million in land, and another $500 million in tax exemptions. Take our public purse and throw this into this deal. And if it were not for civil society, the private sector, and the opposition of Trinidad and Tobago, they would have gotten away from it with it. In town, tongues are wagging. They say this deal might have been orchestrated over a dinner table, but I don't know. The point is, the deal didn't happen. So, Madam President, for this coalition that I speak of to organize themselves within 24 hours to raise the issue uniformly and collectively illustrates the great import being placed on the systematic risk issues going forward. The national issue received no consultation from the PNM. This is a testament to the fact that elections have consequences. The PNM is not interested in consulting with anyone but friends, family, and financiers. It is a view of the coalition that Section 7.2 should not be amended from the Parent Act. They were hopeful that this government heard their message. And it is clear that the government did not hear the message, did not care to listen to the deep concerns, and have placed a priority of interest of their friends, family, and financiers to the detriment of these institutions. So, Madam President, you know, we respect the fact that the Minister of Finance needs the latitude to maneuver through specific issues, but it does not take away from the clarion call to account for these said actions. It does not augur well for the public trust to simply say, hey, trust me, I gonna make sure everything go well. What is being asked for is public accountability. So hypothetically speaking, Madam President, and I'm breaking it down for the layman on the street, you have a procurement man on one hand, and you have the minister on one hand. Anyone in the cabinet that wants to get through with the multi-million-dollar government project, who you think they're going to for approval? The big bad procurement regulator or their good friend in the cabinet? Whilst all of our public funds jumping up like a steel band in town with no accountability. Madam President, this is outrageous. This is a breach of public trust. This is a lack of transparency and accountability, and it is simply unacceptable, Madam President. The opposition wholeheartedly rejects the bill, just as many of our civil society have rejected this bill. The voice of the people and the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago have rejected this bill of dictatorship, and we expect the newspaper in this country to report this. We expect the journalists and our fourth estate in the Republic to do the right thing and report it the right way, Madam President. Madam President, as I close, the only thing standing in between the PNM bringing this gutted bill that strangles the constitutional rights of every citizen and veils transparency, accountability of our public funds is this side of the House, Madam President. And today is a most historical day. While the nation looks on at this August chamber, today every single one of us in here needs to reflect today, and we must use our conscience in these decisions. Civil society is looking on. Private sector business is looking on. Our parents are looking on. Our children are looking on. God Almighty is looking on. In your opening prayer, Madam President, you said in your opening prayer, open our eyes to see the truth. Madam President, I ask my colleagues in this chamber, open your eyes today, do the right thing, and unequivocally and unanimously reject this corrupted bill. And I thank you, Madam President.
As we wait for Senator Deonarine to begin her contribution, I just want to remind members there's absolutely no need to be shouting in this chamber. I did not stop Senator Lyder. I should have, but he was in such full flight, I decided I will make the recommendation and I will be stopping anybody else from that tone being adopted. There is no need for it. Senator Deonarine. Senator Deonarine.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Madam President, for the opportunity to contribute to this debate today on the public procurement and disposal and property amendment bill 2020. Now, my contribution today would focus primarily on clause 5, as I too am having some difficulty in supporting the amendment. The concerns that I have with other clauses, I would raise them in the committee stage because of the truncated time. I may not have enough time to go through the other clauses of the bill during my contribution. On the outset, I would like to suggest to the Minister of Finance that since there is so much disquiet and so much discomfort about the amendments to Section 7 of the Parent Law, it wouldn't hurt to pause and take a second look. What the amendments proposed in Section 5A does is that it excludes public-private partnerships, treaty agreements, bilateral, multilateral agreements, and agreements signed with international financial institutions from the oversight of the OPR and exclusion from adopting all procurement methods and processes. And now in Section 5B of this bill, we have a further amendment which is now going to introduce a whole new suite of services that will be excluded from the oversight of the OPR. So, but what is the big deal about this, right? And the big deal is that the provisions under the general provisions of the Parent Law would now no longer apply. And what this means is that under these arrangements and for these additional services, the ability for the procuring entity to limit participation in procurement proceedings to promote local industry development would not be a priority. Due diligence of suppliers and contractors now becomes optional. Guidelines and handbooks relating to public procurement would not have to be complied with. The prompt publication of contract awards or framework agreements would not be a requirement. The submission to the OPR for all contracts of this nature awarded by each procuring entity is not required, would not be required. And of course, the OPR has no authority or power to obtain information and documents from procuring entities for these contracts awarded under these exclusions in these new proposed exclusions. Now, Madam President, the removal of this type of scrutiny from the OPR for public-private partnerships, international financial institutions, government-to-government arrangements, would deplete the transparency and accountability mechanisms built into the Parent Law, just as a lot of speakers has explained today. However, I understand some of the challenges certain IFIs, international financial institutions, can encounter if Section 7 is proclaimed as is. There is a conflict according to the treaties signed with these IFIs. Part of the general conditions that the government signs on to, which are like fixed terms, subjects the contracting of goods, works, and services to their procurement policies. So the procurement policies of IFIs, and I would like to single out here mostly the World Bank and the Inter-American Development Bank, because these two multilateral lending agencies tend to have procurement standards that are in line with, that are internationally accepted and are in line with the methodology for assessing procurement systems. It is a methodology that is applied, that is used to measure procurement systems across the world, both in developed and developing countries, and it has been developed by the OECD and the Development Assistance Committee. So, procurement policies by IFIs are considered to be a higher standard, and because it is considered internationally accepted, they tend to have procurement policies that are very transparent, such that local industries are always has the flexibility to participate. But some contentions lies here. There may be some IFIs without rigorous procurement policies, and does not subject the borrowing member country in Trinidad and Tobago in this case to the procurement to rigorous procurement regimes that are of a higher standard. You have some IFIs whose operations are premised on being flexible to meet government demands in a short pace of time, and agreements that agree to use country systems. In that case, Madam President, what would end up happening is that disapplying this law from all IFIs would mean that this law would not be applied to that particular IFI, and then there is no standard, international standard procurement policy of that IFI. And then we end up in a situation where we procure with borrowed monies that we are borrowing and are subjected to a system that do not have proper oversight. So in such circumstances, there is cause for concern, because the exclusion from the procurement methods and the processes in the parent law, there is the possibility that contracts awarded may not be seen, unreported, and published, Mr. Vice President. But, Mr. Vice President, this does not have to be. No international financial institution is asking any government in any part of the world to weaken their oversight bodies or not to have oversight over international financial institutions' procurement. It is in the interest of IFIs, as a matter of fact, to ensure that the country have strong governance and oversight. In Jamaica, for example, and I'm using Jamaica as an example because they have recently upgraded their procurement law. They have improved on their procurement regulations, and some international financial institutions, for example, the IDB has partially accepted their country procurement system into their procurement measures for various development projects. So in Jamaica, every contract that is awarded by an international financial institution goes through what they call the Procurement Commission, which is equivalent to our procurement regulator, just as the ones entirely financed by the government. So, and then as a matter of fact, all over the region, there are procurement oversight bodies where the IFI procurement process passes through. And for example, I know of projects in Costa Rica. Projects in Costa Rica that has been stopped by what is known as the Contraloria. It is an audit and oversight of public finance body. And they have picked up something that was outside of their laws, and they were able to intervene and say, look, stop, explain to us what is going on here, where there is a conflict. And then in this instance, where there is a conflict that probably might exist, the local law, the treaty supersedes the local law. And in that case, the procurement, but the important thing is that the procurement process is transparent. So, Mr. Vice President, the point that I'm trying to make is this. Procurement oversight bodies all over the world is active in most countries, carrying out their role, ensuring that there is prudent management of procurement. And this is not interfering in any way with the success of and progress of IFI procurements. None of the IFIs is asking any government to weaken or disregard their oversight institutions because they want them to be strong. As I said, there is a concern when it comes to IFIs, particularly the World Bank and the IDB. The government recognizes this, and as a matter of fact, what I'm trying to say is that this doesn't mean that you should take away the authority of the regulator to see what is going on and still allow them to be in a position where they can review awarded contracts. So most respectfully, I don't see a justification to exclude IFI procurement from the scrutiny of the Office of the Procurement Regulator. And to some extent, the same applies for government-to-government arrangements. Because of time constraints, I wouldn't spend too much time on government-to-government arrangements, but what I would like to say is that I share the concerns and the anxiety of the fellow stakeholders, because the concern about foreign companies eroding market share of local companies, especially in the construction sector, as infrastructure works and construction is where most of concessionary loan agreements takes place between government to government. But at the same time, Mr. Vice President, I would like to say that in these arrangements, we need to ensure that we negotiate these agreements to ensure that local contractors also benefit. You have to ensure that you have the best of the best around that negotiation table when negotiating these agreements. And sometimes that is where the problem lies. We go out there negotiating deals with other governments, and we fail to accept that sometimes we really do have the best expertise in the subject area around that table making negotiations, conducting negotiations. Further, sometimes our local firms do not have the expertise in certain areas to take on mega projects by themselves. And this is something that is true and we also don't like to accept. But I would still like to recommend to the Minister of Finance to amend this clause to allow inclusion of the Office of the Procurement Regulator to conduct oversight over these operations. As a matter of fact, Section 37 clearly outlines and says that on a quarterly basis, within a period of, I believe it is 3 weeks, all procuring entities should submit a quarterly report with all contracts awarded. Why we have to discontinue this? We should continue to include that so to ensure that there is proper oversight by the procurement regulator. I believe that would be a good governance measure because you're not restricting them to follow local. You are not restricting them from following local procurement methods. But at the end of the quarter, you need a report from the OPR to the OPR on which procurements that were done. Mr. Vice President, I strongly believe that the public has a right to know. Why would you not want to share these contracts that has been awarded? Whether it has been awarded by an IFI from government to government arrangements, these are public information. This should be public information. It utilizes public funds. You are asking for, in this clause, you are asking for flexibility in contracting. You're asking for flexibility in conducting the procurement processes, but you don't have to hide that you procure these specific services by other means, right? So I strongly recommend that it continues to be under the oversight of the Office of the Procurement Regulator. So, Mr. Vice President, what I'm trying to say is that exclusion does not have to be absolute, it could be limited. Because what we want is to ensure that the Office of the Procurement Regulator is playing a key role in oversight on those highest risk and most valuable and difficult procurements. Now, before I move on to the amendments in Clause 5B, I want to mention a point quickly on public-private partnerships. Now, the budget statement recently read in both honorable houses. Thank you, Mr. Vice President. The budget statement recently read in both houses of Parliament set out the government's new focus to utilize public-private partnership for the next 2 years, as a matter of fact, to assist in funding the investment gap. And some projects that has been identified are the operationalization of the, privatizing the operations of the Port of Port of Spain, construction of the new Ministry of Health headquarters, East Port of Spain redevelopment, etc., just to name a few. But how the government goes about selecting the private partner is a procurement and should be under the procurement method in this law, because you want to transparently select this provider. The only exemption from the procurement methods I see being necessary is in the event that a probity assurance or probity auditor is being utilized during the negotiation phase. And this could be captured under a sole source selection or for consulting, sole source selection for consulting services. I believe actually I had the opportunity, I know it's not public information, but I had the opportunity to look at the draft regulations, and I did see under Section 24 instances like that for emergencies and so on, and special circumstances was captured under Section 24 of the regulations. Now, let me jump quickly as time goes on. Let me jump quickly to the amendments in Clause 5B. Now, the amendments in Clause 5B is the source of a lot of contention. The introduction of these further exclusions from the Act: legal services, financial services, accounting and auditing services, medical services, or such other services as the minister may by order determine. Mr. Vice President, such other services as the minister may by order determine could be anything. This is too loose and should be narrowed. In addition, such orders to include other services should be laid in Parliament with affirmative resolution. Now, other senators have already spoken on that, so I wouldn't go into much detail. But as I would say this, I looked at the Jamaica law, for instance, and I keep referring to Jamaica's law because they have recently updated their procurement law, and I said they're partially approved, partially accepted by international standards, and they too have exclusions in their law, just like us. However, the exclusions are narrowly defined in a separate schedule. It's Schedule 1, as a matter of fact, and it requires that any further inclusion to be laid for affirmative resolution by the Parliament. So I know when we're talking about procurement for each country, procurement is done and designed to suit the circumstances of each country, and is not a copy-paste for one country to another. However, there are similarities between Jamaica and us and their procurement policies, and we should really look at it and take that into consideration. Now, quickly, let me just go to auditing and accounting services and financial services. Now, auditing and accounting services, I do not understand why auditing and accounting services have to be excluded. This to me should be treated as a basic consulting type service. Auditing has standards of practice, and each auditing firm follow a similar procedure and methodology. The IPSAS and international account auditing practice for public sector are very rigorous. So there isn't much scope for them to go off on a tangent, so to say. And because accounting and auditing services are considered of a standard routine nature for which there are established practices, we could do an open tender for those and via least cost selection. Now, quickly, with respect to financial services, let's say, for example, the government decides to go and decide to sell a bond, or they decide to divest some assets, as they intend to do in this budget in terms of the NP gas stations, or they decide to have an IPO where they have to hire a financial brokerage house to manage the process. You see, now I don't understand why it is we have to include these financial services as a special circumstance and exclude it from the procurement law, because we cannot always think of procurement in a really conventional way, and of seeing these things as the first inclination we think is that, you put it, we need to be private and we need to be able to choose our own partner for financial services. But the reality is that it is being done out there, where there are services that are being bought by very transparent and competitive means. Antigua, for example, had done it via an e-procurement system. Mr. Vice President, I would stop right now because I know my time has expired. I would mention my comments in the committee stage. Thank you, Mr. Vice President.
Senator Welch.
Mr. Vice President, thank you for affording me the opportunity to address this House on the Public Procurement and Disposal of Public Property Amendment Bill 2020. Mr. Vice President, I'm in the fortunate position that I come with a fertile mind to this debate. I say fertile mind in the sense that I was not part of this House when the primary act was passed in this House. And secondly, I have not, until recently, for this particular purpose, looked at the provisions of this act. Therefore, I come with an unvarnished view. I deliberately also avoided reading the commentary on the proposed amendments until such time as I had looked at the act itself as well as the proposed amendments. And the reason I had avoided doing that, looking at the commentary or even the media reports, is because I wanted to arrive at a view which was totally unvarnished, totally independent of other considerations, and then having arrived at that view, consider all the reports on the subject matter before addressing this House. Having taken that approach, Mr. Vice President, of looking at the Act itself and all its provisions in details, as well as the proposed amendments, there are clauses which are of some concern to me. There are clauses in the proposed amendment bill with which I agree and which I find reasonable, and which I will not go into or address in some detail, but there are, as I said, one clause which stands out as a matter of concern. And it is a clause which has been the subject of much debate already, both in the press and both before this House. And that clause which causes me concern and which I intend to focus on, so I anticipate I would be relatively short in my contribution because I intend to focus principally on that clause, is Clause 5, insofar as it seeks to amend Section 7 of the Act itself. There are two aspects to Clause 5, one which addresses Section 7, that is the arrangements regarding international arrangements entered into by the government, government-to-government arrangements, and so on. And there is the other aspect of Clause 5, which proposes to introduce a new subsection to Section 7, which is subsection 5. And that subsection, the effect of that subsection is to take out from the ambit of the procurement legislation and from the regulatory regime certain contracts for certain services awarded by government entities. And these have already been listed, and I would repeat them very quickly. Legal services, financial services, accounting and auditing services, medical services, or such other services as the minister may by order determine. My concern about the removal of contracts for awards of such services from the regulatory regime will best be understood if I refer to the principal act itself and what it aims to achieve. Because as it stands, that Principal Act was assented to in January 2015, and when it was assented to, it would have covered all these services with which we are now concerned. So the question is, if it presently covers these services, then what is the impact of removing these contracts for such services from that legislation? And that is my concern, the impact of removing it. While it exists in the legislation, it means that it is subject to the contracts by any government entity, be it a ministry, a government department, the judiciary, the Attorney General's department, a state corporation, a state enterprise. It means presently, without this amendment, it must be governed by certain provisions of that procurement legislation. And what those provisions ensure is that for such services, it eliminates the possibility of things such as corruption, collusion. It ensures that when a contract is awarded, it is awarded on the basis of merit and value for money, which does not necessarily mean the lowest bid, but it means government is getting quality services for the money that is being put out under the contract. It means there can be no favoritism in the award. A procuring entity, a government entity awarding a contract cannot choose a friend. It cannot receive a bribe. It must be a situation of open competition. It is required to publicize the fact that it is seeking a contract, to engage a third party in a contract, and potential bidders, everyone becomes aware of it under the regulatory regime. Every potential person who is interested becomes aware of the fact that this contract is out for bidding and it's free to bid, as opposed to some functionary in a government department giving a contract to a friend. And when that entity decides under the regulation, under the legislation as it stands, when that entity decides on who is a successful bidder, that must be publicized. The decision of that entity has to be publicized, and it has to be communicated to persons who were not successful. The name of the successful person, the contract price that was awarded, the date, etc. So everything is transparent and accountable. And then persons who are not successful, for instance, have the opportunity under the legislation to make a challenge to the procurement regulator, who can overturn an award if he finds that there has been any big rigging, collusion, or favoritism, or nepotism, or any breach of the act. So the entity, government entity, which is seeking to engage in a contract must follow these procedures, and there is a backup measure from the procurement regulator, even if those procedures are followed or not followed, where it can receive complaints, investigate those complaints, and even reverse the award of a contract if it finds that there was any underhand dealings. In this way, transparency is achieved, the best person for the job is achieved, and it is hoped that government would, under those circumstances, receive best quality for its services. Therefore, if this is the intention of and the effect of the legislation, and one is now going to amend that legislation by seeking to take out a significant number of types of contract from it, then it opens us up to the same mischief which one is trying to avoid. It means that when a government department or a ministry or the Attorney General's department is seeking legal services, if they do not fall, if they are not governed by this regulatory regime, if they are not under the procurement regulator, then it is open to them to defeat the purpose of which this legislation was intended if they are now removed from it. So if the status quo, therefore, is that in 2015, when this act was assented to, it included contracts for all these types of services, accounting and auditing services, medical services, financial services, if it included all of these, and that status quo is now to be changed by a proposed amendment, then those advancing that proposed amendment must be able to justify that proposed amendment on the basis of explaining how could it be in the interests of the country to remove such services from a regulatory regime. What are the practical considerations? Because on the face of it, unless it can be justified, it appears to be something which can potentially negatively impact on this country, its perception, and open the possibilities for corruption and graft. And therefore, the onus now is to demonstrate, and a burden is placed on the government to explain this proposed amendment. And before I come to the question of justifying or explaining the reasons behind the proposed amendment, another question one has to ask oneself is, what is the alternative? What would be the check and balance if the procurement legislation procedures and the regulator no longer applies? What is to prevent a government entity or government functionary or department from awarding a contract to a friend? I have heard nothing by way of alternatives to this measure. Are we now going to rely on hope and faith that the correcting is going to be done if you have not provided an alternative? Well, my response to that is that hope and faith is not a strategy. It has not worked in the past, not having regard to the history of our country and the history of allegations of corruption from one administration to the other. It does not matter who is pulling the purse strings, and I am not concerned about that. Our perception remains the same, and it remains low under whichever administration. And if we remove this measure without any alternative in place to ensure any check and balance, it means that when we are all gone, this legislation remains, and the problem will continue in perpetuity. And we have to be concerned about the future of the nation, and not just ourselves who are in it today and dealing with it. So the first thing, there has been no explanation, there has been no alternative advanced. My second concern is that there has been no serious attempt to explain the proposed amendment. Because I've looked at the explanatory note with respect to Clause 5, and as I said earlier, and many speakers before me have said, Clause 5 seeks to amend Clause 7 in two ways. One is with respect to subsection 2, government-to-government arrangements, which I'm not principally concerned with at this stage. And the second one is by introducing the new subsection 5, which excludes all the services I have already listed from contract for such services from the regulatory regime. Well, it is interesting when one looks at the explanatory note provided with the bill.
Senator, you have 5 more minutes.
It only deals, that explanatory note only deals with the first aspect. It does not address the issues that are listed under the new proposed subsection 5. So there has been no explanation. The other point about explanation is that normally when legislation exists and we seek to place an amendment, the need for amendments arise from actual experience. When you put the legislation into effect, you discover things that were not catered for or were not contemplated. Sometimes, just as it is said, the proof of the pudding is in the eating. It is only when you operationalize legislation, then you see the difficulties and the things which you have not catered for, and they only now occur to you, so you come back and you make amendments. But this is not the case here, because this legislation has been assented to in January 2015, Mr. Vice President, but it has not been proclaimed fully. Only the aspect to establish the office of the regulator. So the government cannot say to us that these proposed amendments are based on deficiencies we have experienced in the operation of the legislation, because there has been no operation of the legislation so far. And what is curious as well, legal services, for instance, if I may look at some of the particular services, it is very ironic, Mr. Vice President, and I would have to go very speedily because I didn't realize my time is almost up. Legal services, it is very ironic that it should be included in the proposed subsection 5. And the reason why this is ironic is because it is in the field of legal services and the award of government briefs that has attracted public attention and significant adverse public attention under both regimes as to the briefing out of state legal work to attorneys. It seems that this is an area which calls for even greater scrutiny and to be brought under the procurement legislation and not to be excluded from it. Because we have heard of millions of dollars in briefs being given to attorneys. And in one instance in particular, an attorney general, it is public knowledge, an attorney general of one administration said, "Who do you expect me to give it to? Who do you expect me to award briefs and contracts to but my friends?" So if an attorney general can say that, it signals the need in this particular area of legal services for scrutiny more than anywhere else. And while one administration has criticized the other by saying, you spent $1 billion on legal services, but we have only spent tens of millions or hundreds of millions, I do not see that as a difference in principle between one administration to the other. It's simply a difference in degree. And all of these legal services were given without any kind of scrutiny or subject to any such legislation. Therefore, to include legal services in it is very ironic. When it comes to medical services, the attempt to justify medical services was very brief by the Honorable Minister of Finance. He said if somebody in here were to have a medical emergency and they would have to be rushed to a medical institution, there is no time for bidding, etc. But I view that as a somewhat narrow approach to the contemplation of what a contract for medical services would involve. I don't think a contract for medical services would be concerned with a sudden emergency of someone, but with the deficiencies in our public health institutions, radiology department, sufficient beds, diagnostic equipment, etc. There is nothing wrong with laying down in advance and bidding out to different medical institutions, private institutions, the possibility of contracts for provision of those services in a future type of situation. Mr. Vice President, the same applies to financial services. There's no emergency in that. You have a number of financial firms, and if a state enterprise needs to do an audit, there is no emergency why an audit has to be done the next day. It can be the subject of bidding to ensure that one gets value for one's money. And the last example I would give, Mr. Vice President, before you rightfully stop me, I heard another Thank you, Mr. Vice
Honorable
President.
Attorney General.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. And I thank all honorable members of this Senate for their contributions. Certainly, I wish to recognize that Senator Welch put on record, in fact, I think all the very germane questions in a very succinct way, and permit me to dive directly to answer these positions. I have asked my team. Last night I took the opportunity to settle a marked up Public Procurement Act as it has been amended from 2016, 2015, 2016, and also as is proposed to be amended today. I have asked to have circulated the context of the regulations as they relate to services. I have asked to be circulated a matrix of jurisdictions where precedents can be found. And I have also circulated a timeline as to challenge proceedings. And permit me to dive directly to the issues. I wish Senator Seepersad was here so that I could address her concerns face to face. Honorable Senator put forward some very important observations, but unfortunately some of what the Honorable Senator said was grounded in inaccuracy. For instance, the Honorable Senator Seepersad said that she took great offense to Section 13.1.0 being included in the legislation. 13.1.0 is the removal of the function of the public procurement regulator acting for and on behalf of the state. And the Honorable Senator cited that the public procurement regulator insisted on that. In fact, I think the Honorable Senator may not have known, but it's the exact opposite. The public procurement regulator wrote to the government and said, we do not want that provision because it is a conflict of the role and capacity of the public procurement regulator to be involved in that function. Senator Thompson-Ahye put forward a few stats that I'd just like to address quickly. The Office of the Attorney General, Ministry of Legal Affairs, did not spend $1 billion in legal fees. That was $1 billion in the Ministry of the Attorney General and Legal Affairs. And the previous government spent $4 billion in one ministry. The current ministry is comprised of 3 ministries. Yes, we did chop off two-thirds of the costs, but the legal fees actually spent in the previous period, 2010 to 2015, was approximately $538 million, and the legal fees spent by this administration was some $238 million in general fees, $138 million in the office of the DPP, and of the $230-odd million that we spent, we settled $137 million in arrears left by the last government. So let's get to Clause 5. Let's get to what this bill is about and what it's not about, and let's get on to why. Senator Welch made a very important point. The Honorable Senator said that this legislation Usually one has to have an experience of operationalization and then bring amendments. The public procurement legislation is now before us for amendment. Why? Why are we amending Clause 5, Section 7 to do two things? We're proposing to have government-to-government and international arrangements, etc., stand in priority to the Public Procurement Act. And secondly, we're seeking to exempt certain services. In October and November of this year, the Public Procurement Regulator gave the government the regulations in draft form for the first time. In those regulations, we saw the set out for public services, for consultancy services. And the Public Procurement Regulator also addressed us on the role and function of the government's view that there was a collision between the international obligations of the country and what the Act says. So let's deal with the latter one first. Let's deal with the first part of Clause 5, which is the amendment to Clause 7. Now, permit me to say this. We are proposing in this legislation an amendment, and you'll see it in the Act, it's marked up as I've circulated to Clause 7, to Section 7. We're saying that the Act applies to public bodies and private partnership arrangements, and to the extent that this Act conflicts with the obligations of the state arising under a treaty, which Trinidad and Tobago is a party within another state, an agreement entered into by the government of Trinidad and Tobago with an international financing institution, an agreement for technical or other cooperation, that the requirements of the treaty or agreement shall prevail. Are we in good company? And if not the Public Procurement Regulator, who will supervise the potential mischief here? Number one, in answer to Senator Seepersad, this is not at all excluding the examples that the Honourable Senator gave. The disposal of state land and Petrotrin land is caught under Part 6A at page 38 of the draft I've sent you out, the marked up Act. Disposal of state lands, including real property owned by state-controlled enterprises, is the subject of regulation. We are not excluding that. In the same way that we are removing 13.1.0 at the request of the Public Procurement Regulator. It is the regulator that asked for 13.1.0 to go. So this Act does not exclude all of the examples listed. This Act does not fit itself into the generalization of many aspects of fraud or scandal. The OAS Constructura contract was not a government-to-government contract or a state contract. The Piarco Airport inquiry concerning the award of contract for the building of that was not a state-to-state contract or an IFC contract. Lock Joint, if you take your way back, was not a state contract. The HDC contract that the Honourable Senator Seepersad referred to is not excluded from the Public Procurement Act. The Public Procurement Act covers all of that, because that, in the HDC example most recently, is a company-to-company contract, and those things are not excluded. We've come here today on the first ground to seek to exclude state-to-state contracts, IFC contracts, international financing. And why do we do that, and what is the supervision? Number one, they are all public documents. Number two, as Attorney General, the financing arrangements are registered in the Registry of Deeds as public documents. Senator Seepersad would be aware, because there's a department in the firm that you come from that does those contracts. The attorneys at J.D. Celia and Company do those agreements, and they are registered in the public registry. All of the terms are known. So we have to be careful to make sure that we are not confusing ourselves today on the basis of what some of the commentators in the public domain have said. This law that we are seeking to amend in the fashion that we're doing now does not exclude a single one of the examples given. Nothing. What's the check and balance? Where is the precedent? Honorable senators asked those very sensible questions. So let's look to the precedent. I've passed out a matrix, examples of exemptions to public procurement laws. We are on equal footing with the following jurisdictions. Jamaica, as referred to by Senator Deonarine, the Public Procurement Act number 1 of 2015. Guyana, the United Nations Commission on International Trade, UNCITRAL. Kenya, CARICOM model law that we have all signed on to, Public Procurement Caribbean Community Act 2017. Uganda, the World Trade Organization, signed on by the United States of America, the European Union, Australia, New Zealand, Singapore, the United Kingdom. I've gone into the OECD brief. I've lifted as well the references from the European Court of Justice. And I've also cited judgments and referred honorable senators there to demonstrate that in the matrix that we are suggesting, in removing the superiority of the Public Procurement Act to an international treaty or a matrix, we are giving examples of where they do it the same way we are proposing. And these are not small examples. Certainly, the European Union, World Trade Organization, UNCITRAL, Jamaica, CARICOM. These are not small examples. Question: can the mischief be managed otherwise? Answer: yes. What is the answer? The answer is in a plethora of examples. Madam President, what time is full time for me? The balances are to be found in the Constitution of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, the Appropriation Act, the Supplemental Appropriation Act. Chapter 8 of the Constitution, sections 112 to 119. The Standing Finance Committee, which goes through every single aspect that we have. The Joint Select Committees established in the Constitution. The Public Accounts Committee, the Public Enterprises Accounts Committee, sections 119. The Auditor General in section 116. Freedom of Information, Judicial Review, Ministry of Treasury, Rules of the Supreme Court, Practice Directions, Legal Profession, FIU. Let me point out, in answer to the example given by Senator Welch, the legal scandal, which is in the public domain, which is now before the courts on corruption matters, that was broken in opposition by the Honorable Dr. Keith Rowley, using exactly what I have just said. Standing orders, questions, Auditor General, and the accounts produced in the budget cycle. That's how that information came about. So let's go quickly to the other relevant point, the second part of the equation. Why services? In the matrix that I've referred honorable members to, passed out, I refer honorable members to the Belgium judgment and the European Court judgments, which specifically show the exclusion of legal services. And in particular, I want to reference honorable members further to the Australian Government Department of Finance, where we have the exclusion of legal services, specifically the engagement of an expert or neutral person, including engaging counsel or barristers, etc. We have the Directive 2014 of the European Union, 26 February 2014, where we also have the exclusion of legal services, and legal services should be excluded from the scope of this directive. We also have specific contracts being excluded out as well. We then go to statutory instruments, the European Union Award of Public Authority Contracts Regulations 2016. Again, legal services, forensic services excluded. Now, let's go quickly in this short time. Why exclude them? You see, Madam President, The crux of the rationale for exclusion is to be born in examples. The devil is in the details. And when we look to the regulations proposed by the Honorable Procurement Regulator, Part 7 says that you are to effectively, and I've put it before honorable members, use 4 methodologies for procurement for services. Cost and quality scores. We are looking at quality and cost-based selection, quality-based selection, fixed budget, least cost selection. And Senator Welch did a very important thing for us. He painted the issues, the Honorable Senator. What these regulations tell us is that the procurement regulator has said, which is why we didn't move the amendment willy-nilly or just so. The public procurement regulator has said, you have to effectively use a tendering process, open tender competition. Senator Welch properly put it out. You have to inform all of the people that you're going to do a tender. Let me use an example. There's a forensic audit into a major entity, by way of example. Massive corruption. Let's put out a tender. We're looking for legal services, or we're looking for accounting services, auditing services, forensic auditing services. You give the details of it. You invite persons to tender. In that tender, you're telling them, well, we're going for investigative tools, Norwich Pharmaceuticals.
Attorney General, you have 5 more minutes.
Norwich Pharmaceuticals. You're going for production orders. You're going for criminal law relief. You put all of that in the public domain. Then you serve it upon the persons that are going to do this. You do a 2-envelope system. You rank the quality of the entity who's procuring. And then you go for the least cost. And then you apply that and you choose one person. And then you tell everybody else that you didn't choose them. Enter the dragon. I've circulated a timeline for application for review under the 12 steps involved in Act number 5 of 2016. Part 5 of this Public Procurement Act is why we are pausing this today. Part 5 says, when you give that procurement award and you tell the other people who did not qualify now have the challenge proceedings available. The challenge proceedings are 12 steps long that take you at the Office of the Procurement Regulator to 128 days of waiting. Suspension, award. Senator Welch was right. In the period of review, the Procurement Regulator obtains all the confidential information, which account you're going to search, the forensic details of the audit, and after the 128 days, Madam President, you then get to the High Court. 1 to 3 years. Court of Appeal, 3 to 6 years. Privy Council, 6 to 9 years. Am I being a dramatist? Look at the exercise in judicial review and how it has affected major investigations of a criminal nature. We are 22 years after the building of the Piarco Airport, and we are yet to get to the High Court. We're still in the Magistrates' Court. We're 12 years after the collapse of CLICO, when it first came about. We are yet to get even into the court, Madam President. And when you look at the challenge review mechanisms, and you look to the procurement regulators' provisions, we have to bear in mind that the golden rule in consultancy services is that you have to be wary of an assiduous inquirer, because an assiduous inquirer can use the technique of procurement to find out the very thing that you want to do. How do we justify a forensic audit being public? Litigation which is ex parte, which you're going to seize assets on, becoming public. Allowing people the opportunity to conspire to interrupt the law by bringing frivolous proceedings which have to go through the process. 128 days and then years. When does the procurement end? So, Madam President, the recommendation of the government brought in light of the draft regulations, the international precedent, the fact that there are supervisory elements in place in a dramatically different environment. We are now in the context where we are proposing operationalization on an electronic platform. We have the civil proceedings rules amended, the criminal proceedings rules amended, the contentious and non-contentious fees amended, the Auditor General in our accounts, whistleblowing testimony. Madam Speaker, Madam President, we are not in 2020 in the same dynamic that we were in 2015. Madam President, it's for this reason that I, as a senator, abstained in 2015, along with Senator Prescott and others, on the same reasons, government to government, and legal fees by way of example, or for professional services by way of example, because it did not make sense to say that you will apply public procurement and give people the information that you are coming for them. That is to throw the entire exercise out. And how will we get justice in ex parte proceedings, criminal investigations, if we tell the whole world what we're going to do? Madam President, it is no secret that the legal profession would have, by way of example, the opportunity to bid in these particulars and then ask for your documents, and then take them to the regulator, and then take them to the court. And what are we to do? Wait for 6 years? Madam President, as time has run, I propose to answer submissions in the context of the committee stage, and I thank you for this opportunity.
Senator John.
Thank you, Madam President. Sorry for being a little late in getting to the booth, but I suppose I was fascinated by the Honorable Attorney General's presentation. Thank you for affording me this opportunity to join this debate. Madam President, the Public Procurement and Disposal of Public Property Act is intended to meet our current needs. And in its preamble, the intention is to provide for public procurement and for the retention and disposal of public property in accordance with the principles of good governance. Now, the Honorable Attorney General, in the part of his presentation that I quote, I think it would have been better for the regulations to have been proclaimed, this entire act to have been operationalized, and let us test drive it. I mean, if it is working, it's working. And if it is not working, then you tweak it, with respect to some of the points being made by the Honorable Attorney General. Now, essentially, the objective of the bill is to ensure that those who are entrusted with the public good will do good by the public. That essentially is what it is. It's an instrument, a tool of oversight, a tool of transparency, and a tool to soothe the general public that you are getting this thing called value for money. For the purpose of my contribution, I briefly quote the amendments before this Honorable House, which I intended to do three things really, I think. Clause 6, Section 13(o), I think, completely remove the procurement office from disposing, selling property owned by the state. This means that the government will be doing its own bidding. Now, then, if it is one removes this clause, what is the point? Why are we then having this public procurement and disposal of public property? I think I heard some speakers before me speak about a parallel system. It then makes no sense. It's better we continue to scramble around in what is happening. But there is, from time immemorial, it was recognized that there was need for collaboration and for harmonization of this thing called public procurement. Now in Clause 5, Section 7(2), the one that is causing a lot of excitement, it's to completely remove from scrutiny government-to-government transactions and public-private partnerships. And the Honorable Minister of Finance spoke about that, and he referenced the very competitive rates which we were able to negotiate on behalf of the people of Trinidad and Tobago relative to the Children's Hospital and one or two other projects. Now, that is all well and good, and it is good to have the commendation. But I don't see what is so mysterious in a public-private partnership. I mean, I've seen one or two of those things, that one has to hide it and sequester it, that it cannot have the oversight of the regulator. There is nothing that is nefarious in it. You know, this thing goes all around. It goes to the Office of the Attorney General, it goes to the Cabinet, I think it goes to the Soldier, it goes to the Ministry of Finance, etc. So why can't it be for people to get this extra comfort that it is indeed transparent? I don't know, I'm hearing about secrecy and governments will not want to transact, but the entire transaction, as it were, is handled by public servants. It's not handled in some little dark room somewhere. So I don't understand. If it is the work is good and everybody follows the rules and the process, I see no reason why this cannot be also overseen by the regulator. And clause 5 in the new section 7, 5, and 6 seek to remove from scrutiny again, not just from the regulator, but of Parliament, and by extension the people of the country, relative to legal, some of these consultancy-like services. Well, the example raised by the Attorney General, this is not the normal business of an accounting firm. One will come in, normally it's to audit. And when you come in, why cannot go out for tender? Because this happens in just about every organization across the country, because the Auditor General many times does not have the resources, so then you seek the permission of your line, the line ministry, and I can't remember whether we used to have to go to the Cabinet for that. But basically, you go out to tender. That's the normal thing to do. You go out to tender, and then a firm is selected for audit services or whatever services you want. If it is you want a particular kind of service, as was referenced by the Honorable Attorney General, then I suppose once you have laid the regulations can't come here as a prop. What is happening? The regulations came as a prop just now, but regulations should be come and properly laid in the Parliament and debated. You know, this is not a Hollywood production. You know, suddenly the regulations reach as a prop. Bring the regulations and properly lay them in the Parliament, and then you operationalize this thing that people have been waiting for with bated breath. And once you operationalize it, then you know you can't know something will work unless you work it, you know. It's only when it starts to work, you start to drive a car, or when this honorable house was refurbished, only when the rain fell, you will know whether there are leaks or what have you. I don't get excited about the leaks and so on because, you know, you have all kinds of clauses in the contract to treat with that. But that's the only time when you have the defect liability period. So effectively, you have a defect liability period, and maybe everybody should be aware of that. We are now test driving it to see, and there will be kinks in it. And then you work it. Then you could probably come back and make a good, strong case for amendments, because this thing is not working. Everything is being slowed down. Things are leaking all over the place, etc. Maybe in other, you know, we are talking about some jurisdiction, and when we mention mature jurisdiction like Canada and Singapore and so on, a lot of their systems work, and I think sometimes we have not made enough of an effort to ensure that things work. What will come with this procurement legislation being operationalized is that every state agency, every ministry will have to comply with a set of rules that are harmonized, you know, and these rules, I mean, lack of adherence to these rules will be met by punitive measures, and maybe that is probably a good incentive. But I cannot see why we are going to say, let's overlook these things or pull them out before we have even operationalized the legislation and the whole activity. And what we have, Madam President, is we have a country that has come together asking that this procurement regulators office be operationalized. I'm not saying that people, I mean, by and large, like to argue about everything, but here they are, all agreeing that let us get this thing moving, you know. And I think this is a moment that the government has for something that they would have said in their manifesto of 2015. And I quote here, the UNC government has spent 5 years avoiding the implementation of a modern, transparent, fair, and equitable public procurement system. In its dying days, merely as a public relation exercise, it has partially proclaimed certain sections of the Public Procurement and Disposal of Property Act, which are just symbolic in nature and of no real effect. All right, these are nice words. So still quoting from the manifesto, the PNM will waste no time addressing this very important issue. But 5 years has gone. We will move, we will move swiftly to make the necessary improvement to the Public Procurement Act in order to remove loopholes, limitations, and weaknesses that currently exist in the legislation, etc., etc. Madam President, this is 5 years plus later. You know, in January of 2020 of this year, the editorial of the Express actually called it an assault because instead of coming with the regulations that people have been waiting on, they came again with some bit of tweaking. And the editorial was assault on the Procurement Act. They said this amendment allowed the government to retain the status quo of its modus operandi. So, you know, we are not sure that the government is serious about implementing this piece of legislation because, you see, under this, what is happening now, the government enjoys sole authority on the procurement for government-to-government arrangement and for public-private partnerships. There is no mystery in these things. That you can't have it once one is doing the right thing, that everybody cannot see what is happening. These things pass all through the public service. So you see, again in 2020, the editorial continued, the public is beginning to get an insight into why the government has been dragging its feet on the Public Procurement and Disposal of Property Act. And that is why today the public has grown tired and weary and fed up and sick, and they have said, we are not going to put up with this anymore. You must come with the regulations and operationalize this piece of legislation. So, Madam President, the joint chambers and some of my colleagues before had spoken about these groups, these civil society groups, who have all band together and in very public releases, something that we have not seen. And now I think the government should meet the moment. This is a moment for the government. You know, they have said that they have supported openly. And again, let me just make the point. You never see public servants really coming up and saying, we are not in agreement with the government. Generally, people just comply. This public servant is saying, no, you know, let us not water down this bill based on what I've seen, based on the investments that have been made. So, because the civil society is saying, they said we have had, because after thorough consultations from 2018 to present with various sectors, I mean, widespread consultations, 1,400 suppliers, contractors, has resulted in stakeholders reiterating that there should be no amendment to Section 7. Madam President, the persons who comprise the organization's reference, they are saying we want to be regulated now. These are the people who will fall under the scrutiny. These are the people, they are the ones to be regulated. They are the ones who will be hamstrung if it comes to that. And they're saying, we want to be regulated. We don't want the taint of people questioning our business model. We don't want that because, you know, every time someone sees a contractor or what have you, they cast aspersion. And people are saying, look, I work hard for my money and I want it to be free of any taint and any scandal. So I welcome that scrutiny. So they are begging the government, right? The TNT chamber says it stands firm on the need for zero tolerance on any form of corruption. I think this is a real moment that the private sector is telling the government, let's do this. It's the other way around. And the government is resisting. So I think we are really, Madam President, at a moment. And we cannot lose this time because it may never come again. You know, as I was mentioned before, you know, we argue about so many things. And there are very few grounds for consensus. And now everybody's saying, after 5 years, what is needed now? What was needed 5 years ago are the regulations. Madam President, the Public Procurement and Disposal of Public Procurement Bill, Public Property Bill, was supposed to be the first step to responsible, prudent, and disciplined governance. These amendments before us fundamentally alters the legislation, which was intended to really bring all public procurement under the scrutiny of the regulator. And I again reiterate, we cannot amend until we have test-driven this thing. We have to test-drive it. And it's only then we will see everything, whether what works. You know, we can't just decide to pick and choose what we are not comfortable with without actually working with the instrument. You know, the government was voted into office on the premise that they were serious about addressing the issues before us. They were also supposed to treat with freedom of information, campaign finance reform, whistleblower protection. And you know, every time we come to this particular junction, we'll hear the same old chorus all over again, but it just never happens. You know, let us start with this bill and operationalize the bill. And we'll see that it is not so hard after all. We are talking about what is in other jurisdictions. Let us make it happen here, right? Because, you see, we are looking on and people are seeing different things, and the government is saying, what you're seeing is not what you're seeing. They're saying, who are you going to believe? Me or your lying eyes? Or the equivalent of that? Because somehow, somewhere, we are not moving forward. We are being promised that the regulations are going to come, that something is going to happen after this. And it's really, they just kick that can down the road over and over. And all of these editorials, everybody, I mean, they're all talking now because, again, I want to quote the Express of the 4th of December a few days ago. They say, having left the Procurement Act language on the back burner for 5 years, the government has now brought it forward in an amended form that completely defeats the purpose of the very legislation for which it voted 6 years ago. We should not have been here today debating this, you know, because everybody's saying the same thing. Everybody, it's very transparent to the wider society that what is happening here weakens the independent office of the procurement regulator by removing major financial transactions from its oversight and putting it in the hands of a politician in the person of the Minister of Finance. The Minister of Finance, colleague minister, was talking about the inconvenience of having, you know, this...
Senator John, you
yes.
have 5 more minutes.
Thank you, Honourable President. Of having the regulator imposed on the function. But sometimes we probably need to be inconvenienced to get to where we want to get to. What we have going for us today is that there is widespread consensus that now is the time. Not tomorrow. Now is the time. That is what we have. I mean, we'll never have that again. You will get the vote of the opposition. If it is that one really comes with the full regulation ready to be proclaimed, right? So, Madam President, just as the public is demanding the immediate operationalizing of the Office of the Procurement Regulator, we too are demanding that on the opposition side. You see, because in the recently completed budget debate, it is clear that the government, well, they have put on the agenda a very aggressive 2020-2021 agenda, which will see significant disposals of public assets. And the government is in part demanding that the population trust them. But what is happening now, based on all of the buzz about this, the population is of the opinion, putting the government to do this is like putting cat to watch butter. And they are intolerant of that. They are intolerant of that. The people are not going, they're not going to put up with that. So now is the time when we have, we have children who cannot get devices for school. You know, we have illegal immigration which brings thousands to our shore that we can't even manage anymore. This is time for selfless leadership, for people-centered reasoning. You know, if it is we cannot get that, I conclude that this government is only about politics and power. And it has never been about the people. Never about doing that right thing they have spoken about in the last campaign. Not about integrity. The talk was just to create a smoke screen. Madam President, in wrapping up, well, I'll allow my colleague to talk about the some remarks we just got. So the Honourable Minister, I think I want to employ them that now is a pivotal moment in our history, and they need to listen to the voices of the people, raise an objection to the amendments. This is not a time for hardball politics or to flex, or to rush this bill through by a simple majority just because you can. This is a time to be measured, to think, and to act in the interests of the people. This moment demands nothing less. I thank you, Madam President.
Senator Deyalsingh.
Madam President, thank you for allowing me to partake in this discussion. And I must say, Madam President, this bill has been a very controversial bill. We have seen comments far and wide. It seems like the country has woken up to this public debate on this piece of legislation. And I applaud that because we like to see the involvement of our population in our legislative process. And I heard the comments from the civil societies, from the groups who really oppose this piece of legislation. And I heard the opposition out there to this bill, to the changes that the Attorney General would have wanted, that the government actually had put on the table to change, the changes that were suggested. And then when I looked at the civil society and what they do, I realized, look, they are well-intended. But strange enough, remember, they don't have the intricacies of the run-ins of the government. They don't have the idea of what the government is facing in these COVID times, how it's going to raise finances. They wouldn't know that, the challenges that we may have, and even to get in development further, we need development. And the government has, certainly the Minister of Finance has made his disclosure where he actually sent out a release, given ideas that different countries would have had the procurement, government-to-government procurement out, not under the legislative aspect. So therefore, what I'm saying, yes, the government would need their leeway, they would need their space to know how to react, how to form this in the interest of the country. So therefore, at this stage, I have to look now, when I looked at this, I'm trying to figure, we have a piece of legislation that could really revolutionize corruption globally. We also have the government, which is well-intentioned because they have been elected to run the country, trying to say they need this piece of legislation. But then, so I'm caught between a rock and a hard place. What do we do? What is the best? What serves us the best in this piece of legislation? So I want to go into the history of this bill a little, madam. When this bill was first suggested, I think in 2015, the civil societies had to pull teeth from the then government to put in these pieces of legislation. It wasn't there in the original draft, so they actually had to, negotiate how to get this in. And in fact, it came in. So that is something we have to applaud, that the government of the day did listen to civil society and did, in fact, put in these pieces. But it took a while, for everything to come on board because we saw the time pass, pieces that the legislation were given. And you see, but even that, you had other pieces like PIP regulations were on board, but somehow the PIP regulation did not have any sort of dent in somehow curbing the allegations of corruption and corrupt activities. And the government side did, in fact, spend time listing out certain alleged corrupt activities that they may have thought would have occurred. So you're looking at the treatment plant, among other things. But the whole idea is this piece of legislation was given some teeth by the last administration. And I see here now that if we intend to water it down, we might be sending a message, a wrong message out there. Because you see, Trinidad and Tobago, the history of Trinidad and Tobago, madam, was, in a sense, when you looked at the corruption index, we had oil booms, but we had a lot of allegations of corruption there. But I must now declare I'm a bit biased in this whole debate. Because you see, where I grew up at a period of time in Federation Park, 4 St. Lucia Avenue, Federation Park. My father, Lennox Deyalsingh, was there, and we had another Lennox living right next door, Lennox Bala. And afternoons, it was a nice society. In the afternoons, judges, members of parliament, diplomats used to meet. They used to have discussions, and I used to be there listening. And that Bala report actually came after the Riley report. And the Riley had given a report looking at corrupt practices in the giving out of government contracts. So I actually grew up in the library with this Bala report sitting there in my father's library. So therefore, I am a bit biased. I would want to see that listening to the discussions. I heard the greatness of our first Prime Minister, Eric Williams, his intellectual capacity, bringing us to independence, but I also heard corruption. I also saw the Riley report, and I also saw, the Bala report was there. So therefore, we have to understand that, when the introduction when moves were made in 1979 to exclude state enterprises and government-to-government arrangements from what they claimed then, the heavy hand of bureaucracy, you found that the Central Tenders Board Act was amended in 1979 to do that. So the same logic, let's fast-track things. It's good for the people. It's good for the social means to develop the country. But if you have that list of corruption, it is mind-boggling. You have water treatment plant being alleged with corruption. Government companies come in here and contracts broken, and they just left, and other companies came. You had ferries were actually bought by a French company. It's just, this ferry thing is not a new thing. It's since then. So you have history repeating itself. You have the same allegations of corruption, the same caution that was given about these government-to-government contracts was also vented then. And it's not to say it is opposition saying this. This was in figures that were given about our corruption index then. And just as how the government now intends to pass very good legislation to follow the money factor and all these things, I'm thinking we have to follow government's money too, this expenditure, because that is really our money. So government needs to really account to us how it is spent. We need to follow government's money and see what is in our best interest, because history has shown us successive governments did not do things in our best interest, in the interest of the people, in the interest of our generation, my children. Because you see, when we borrow money, we have to pay it back. And even though people claim about we could make a government-to-government arrangements with China, there are a lot of instances globally where China took over ports in Sri Lanka, and globally when they spread their hands there. So government-to-government arrangements, people have to be very cautious what's on the table. And we, as the population, I think we deserve a right to know. So then it was really due to this expose that was brought about was really when the Prime Minister then, George Chambers, asked Lennox Bala to produce this report. And this report, I think, is the whole reason why I'm looking at what happened then, So you see, we have to say that if we didn't learn from our mistakes, what are we going to do? Now, there was a minister actually then, since the 1979, and the minister then actually made reference to the fact that, the government would perform better. The government would have better contract for the people, for the interests of the people, develop the society. And we are hearing the same talk now. So if we are hearing the same talk now, we have to say, could we put or implement anything in its place to protect the people from not repeating the same mistake? And as I go there, madam, I would like to say that this piece of legislation here, to me, we need to say that, yes, government needs that latitude to perform, to borrow out, but I think it can also be done in a matter where the procurement officer and office could look at it. There's nothing wrong with that. We shouldn't be usurping powers that were given to him. You see, because any altered law will betray the heart and soul of the act that came. It'll set us back the course of transparency by decades. Madam President, I am so happy when this act came because I'm thinking, well, you know, now we could really show the world that we are serious about corruption. You see, part of the argument given on the other side, from the government side, was you know, it's not in other pieces of legislation, so why don't we follow? But Trinidad had a very high corruption, you know, perception that existed. I lived in Barbados and Jamaica for years, and I had to be defending Trinidad's position when they were telling me, oh, you people, they have money to burn, pass through like a dose of salt. So this piece of legislation, if we pass it, even if it doesn't exist anywhere else, we will be showing globally that we are interested in showing the world we could put a piece of legislation that others could follow. And this is what I'm thinking about. You see, we have to get some way that we can put pieces of legislation out there that the world will look at us and say, well, Trinidad had that perception, but now they are doing something. They are setting the world, setting the standards now for proper procurement legislation. As I look, Madam President, I want to say that the whole idea of us now being a benchmark is something I would like to see develop in this piece of legislation. Now, the other the other criticism that, you know, certain persons on the other side and the government side may have made is that, you know, this piece of legislation would retard certain things. That this piece of legislation, you know, would, you know, they mentioned 3 C's, that it harms competition, that it supports collusion, and it undermines the commercial confidentiality. This is what we are getting from people who are for the present legislation in its state, that it will really retard that. But I want to quote, Madam President, from Open Contractors Partnership, an NGO, who has an online research site. It's an article by Gavin Heyman, busted the many myths of why government control should not be published. And in that list, they looked at countries, they looked at a lot of countries, they look at contracts, and they found, really speaking, it is really a myth that you could have contracts that it would really, if you have this sort of scrutiny on the contracts, because they said they quiz experts and reviewed research on public contracting, and we found surprisingly little evidence that backed up the harm supposedly caused by publishing contracts. And we found quite a lot of evidence that does not support them. So they looked at different countries. They actually, the consensus seemed to be intelligently, internationally making public contracting information open by design led to significantly improve outcomes in those countries where it has been established. So an academic study of 3.5 billion procurement records across Europe showed that, you know, they saved between 3.6 to 6.3 billion per year. We need to save money. And if they are saying we could save money, I'm saying, hey, COVID time, let's go with it. And so this is one of the reasons I would have supported this legislation in the previous form it was, where we have open contracts, open, with a greater transparency. And even the off report, which I looked at the off report, and you know, section 42 of the off report, part 42, the 42nd and the 43rd recommendations of the off report stated quite clearly, the government policy on the use of foreign contractors and consultants for public construction projects should be transparent and open to review. Madam President, our present Prime Minister was the one who raised the corruption that occurred in the then Prime Minister's Manning's government. He raised that, and I admire him for coming out, standing alone like the Lone Ranger, talking about corruption, talking about what happened and collusion and what went on in that situation. And so, at this stage, he can go a stage further by showing us that he's going to put some teeth in some legislation, that people could look at him as a change, as an icon who stood up for corruption that occurred in his own administration and corruption that occurred in previous administrations. And I'm thinking this could be something where, greater thought has to become. There's a report also, something called the ASEAN Post-Term Report, where they looked at Chinese contracts. You see, we love this arrangement, the Chinese arrangement. And in that report, it actually showed that, that there are a lot of corruption and inflated costs, and also kickbacks when they are involved in these contracts. So we have to be very, very careful. Madam, as I look now, I would like to say that I'd like to mention that the fact that, every $2 out of $3 earned, it has shown, I think it was the Transparency International, somebody had said that, has been lost to either stolen or wasted. We cannot waste in this environment. There are too many people out there. Remember, one of our own colleagues here had no CAT scan available in Port of Spain Hospital when they went. Money saved from there could have probably saved her life. So I'm just saying, we need. And you see, we need to save that money in any how we could. So therefore, I keep hearing political talk that when the previous Prime Minister went, she went on a shopping spree, I want that. Then the other side was saying that the Prime Minister went with the Minister of National Security, and they bought some boats without any competent marine experts. So when we keep hearing these things, we have to put an end to it. And this legislation could put an end to it. So we wouldn't be having this talk from side to side.
You have 5 more minutes.
Yeah, thank you. So this would put, because we are fed up hearing this one steal, that one steal, this legislation could put it in the hands of the procurement office. So we don't have to go through this. The country doesn't have to go through this. So therefore, the whole idea, madam, is that when I want to look at the other part of the bill where suggested, where the hiring out of services for legal services, Madam President, I remember when this government came in power, they criticized the past government and they listed a few attorneys. They list, it's public knowledge. They said Dean, Logan, David Dean, a few attorneys they listed there were getting all the state contracts, Wade Sturge and all these things, a previous senator. So there was a clique of attorneys getting the contracts. And then when the attorneys on the other side now, they had a press release and they rebutted that. And they said, no, there's a clique of P&M attorneys. They included Michael Quamenas, Stuart Young, Karen Garcia, Colin Kangaloo, Reginald Amor, and so they listed. So it comes like a tit for tat. So therefore, they even mentioned that when they had asked the then AG at whatever year that was, Bridget Anisette George, to now disclose legal fees at that administration, she said no, it is a breach of privacy of lawyers involved. We cannot allow this to occur. These attorneys may be attorneys who might be doing their act, they might be, doing their job to the best of their abilities. But if we're going to have all of this kuchu in this, put it in the hands of the procurement legislator. Let him look at the attorneys, get the 4 best that are best constitutional lawyer, put it in some computer system and churn out a name and give it. Because you see, if you're saying attorneys get a job and they are not going to do their best, you're now implying improper motives for those attorneys. They are not acting in a professional manner. So the procurement legislator could do the background checks, do the cost factor, and let him put, just as how we choose judges to hear cases, put the names in and pull out a name and say, hey, government, this is our best bet. But it's not just lawyers. I remember an article where Anika Gums in the Express, in the Guardian, stated that it was on Saturday, June the 2nd, 2012, Fuad Furious, where the then Minister of Health said that doctors are involved in medical associates for exorbitant fees. He said even cardiology, he don't have to imagine why is a patient, 15 patients costing 1.6 billion. And the Anti-Corruption Investigation Bureau is now conducting inquiries. So even again, that noble profession, a government could give out contracts to persons who they know working in a particular institution. We have to stop that. Give it to the procurement legislature officer, so he now and his team would now decide which hospital to hire out to. And it made reference that somebody fall ill here, they have to now go and look and search. If somebody fell ill here, we should go to the public institution. The Minister of Health, he has the best hospitals run. So it is really an insult to say that we have to go looking for all sort of cardiology and this and that while we have our health services that the ordinary citizens have to go to. So take that money and improve the normal health services. So if we fall ill, we go to the Spain hospital and get CAT scans or whatever. So as I like to say, Madam President, I am saying as I close that, we have to say that, we have to come better with this. I'm thinking government agencies, should also be involved, and even our Minister Allyson West, she has that unit which could actually give us very good, e-contracts. All contracts be published out there. Let people see it. Let people see who are the dealers. Let people make, because they have there's something called the e-procurement system, open contracted data, and our Allyson West could do that for us. And also, what I'm saying, there should be no secrets in procurement information. One thing I have to say though, national security procurements, we may have somehow to have certain things that if the government is going to buy certain things, that's the only thing I'm thinking we'll have to work out something that if you're going to buy sensitive things, it shouldn't be out in the public domain, but we have to have a way where it goes through the procurement legislator, because remember, the government has to say we have a refusal notice, as the UK has, and why we should not be showing this tender at this moment, but it should be in time being come to pass. So, Madam President, I say, if this present form, this bill, if it comes here, I think it's really a mockery to the original bill, and I'm hoping the government rethinks its position
Senator
and somehow
Deyalsingh,
listen
your
to the
time is
people.
up.
Thank you.
Senator Richards. Senator Richards is waiting to begin his presentation. May I just remind you, if the only reason you will go into the speaking booth is if you wish to take your mask off. You can remain at your desk and speak from it with your mask on, but there's no need to go into the booth and speak with your mask on, okay? So I just wanted to point that out to you, and a little standing orders 101. May I just refer members to Standing Order 46.5. 46.5 sets out that ministers shall be referred to by the title of their appointment. So it's not Minister Allyson West. It will be the Minister of Public Administration and Digital. That's how you do it, okay? Senator Richards.
Thank you, Madam President, for recognizing me and allowing me the opportunity to make a contribution to this, the Public Procurement and Disposal of Public Property Amendment Bill 2020. I start by, reminiscing on the opening prayer that you present at the start of every sitting, without fear nor favor, setting aside personal prejudices in the interest of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. We start every session of the Senate with this prayer, asking ourselves to act with principle in the interest of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. This assumes that we are one people and we have one mindset, but we are really not one people. There are expectations from members of the government and opposition benches, but today, a lot of spotlight has been placed on 9 of us who will be individually judged, assessed, accused, praised, or vilified, no matter how we interpret the arguments presented, no matter how we vote. Because we are not one people in Trinidad and Tobago. We're extremely divided. I hope this is not parliamentary language, but cursed if you do, cursed if you don't. I won't use the other phrase. It is to quote a colleague, the theater of the absurd, so absurd that in presenting today, I even have to consider the implications of the color of the tie I wear. Because if I choose to wear a red tie, I'm perceived one way. If I choose to wear a yellow tie, I'm perceived another way. And that is because the scrutiny is because so much is at stake. But this is not now, nor ever has been a popularity contest. And the issues being debated today in the context of procurement in Trinidad and Tobago and corruption are not black or white, but in many areas are very gray. This, to me, is one of the most important debates and moments in our country's history. And it's extremely important to me because it's about accountability, transparency, good governance, checks and balances, and balance, and constitutional responsibility, as I said before, in the interest of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. An old statement comes to mind: ask not what your country can do for you, but what you can do for your country. We have countless decades-long examples of overt and covert corruption at the highest levels in Trinidad and Tobago. We've all, regardless of creed, color, age, religion, complained and lamented about how and why it has for decades, dating back to 60s, 70s, our very independence, and possibly quite before that, not been able to get a handle on the levels of corruption plaguing our country, no matter who is in power, no matter who holds the purse strings. Sometimes it really seems, Madam President, that corruption is now or has become part of our very DNA, the fabric of who we are as a country. We also don't seem to make the connection between corruption, lawlessness, cruelty, violent, predatory behaviors of the persons who brutally killed Ashanti Riley, 18 years old, and 47 other women, and over 7,000 other girls and women killed, raped, assaulted in the past 20 years in this country. Because we seem to think there's a disconnect between lawlessness at one level and lawlessness at another level, but they're all connected. You see, there's a seeming culture of lawlessness and impunity in Trinidad and Tobago that is so interconnected that it should make us all very uncomfortable. And the population likes to talk about corrupt politicians and public officials for decades, and they have the right to. And I dare any of us to count on both hands how many of them have been brought to justice. What is the message being telegraphed? Do what you want, steal, embezzle, rape, corrupt, without any risk or very low risk of being identified, caught, questioned, or brought to justice. And in the case of corruption, that itself has become so politicized that you can't win on either side of the political divide. No matter what I say or how I vote today, I'll be on the receiving ends of threats, insults, innuendo, supposition, ridicule, derision, and in some instances, praise. But as I explained to a colleague this weekend, this is not a popularity contest. It's not about making the popular decision or making a statement that's designed to make people comfortable. We need to get uncomfortable in Trinidad and Tobago. Not just for a week of what can be described as superficial outrage. And I say superficial not to denigrate people's real emotional outrage about girls and women being assaulted, raped, and murdered. But superficial because very little, if anything, tangible has been done to stop heinous crimes and corruption. So today we're debating a bill which was passed as Bill number 1 in 2015, which seeks in large measure to end decades of unabated state-sponsored corruption, trying to deal with corruption in the procurement of goods and services and add layers of accountability, transparency, and good governance. Unfortunately, the procurement of goods and services from the state sector has become nothing short of a business model for some party financiers, friends, families, associates, and well-wishers in Trinidad and Tobago. And it's a very lucrative business model. Trinidad and Tobago has quite simply become the republic of kickback, political patronage, look the other way and hope it all goes away. One least I forget, and last and possibly most important, we thief, but you thief more, so we less corrupt than you. But my friends and colleagues, it's all corruption. From $5 to $5 billion, it's all corruption. And who loses in the end? The people of Trinidad and Tobago. We could call all the names: Ohala Run, Hart, Tesoro, Gas Station, Rice, Bridges, Highway, Ores Constructura, Piaco Airport, Brian Lara Stadium, Tobago Hospital, and the list goes on and on. When will it end? Sometimes I believe it's never, because we don't seem to have the will to stop it. There are very contentious provisions in these proposed amendments. Many of my colleagues will have gone through the several stakeholder groups that have voiced their opinions about it, and I will tell you, in the just under 7 years I've had the honor to serve in this honorable house, I have never been so lobbied from both sides. Calls, emails, droplets in your mailbox, hardcore lobbying to advocate on behalf of X or Y. Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth, in one of her weekly meetings with then late Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher, remarked, "We are heavily concerned with the economy, our economic and fiscal position, and the possibility of recession. But what about our moral balance sheet? Who is concerned about our moral bankruptcy?" Well, the same question can be asked of Trinidad and Tobago. Are we becoming morally bankrupt? Who's worried about that? And what, if anything, are we willing to do about it? The debate has engaged the attention of the public like few bills before. Stakeholders have received, as I said before, over 15 submissions on both sides of the argument. The Honourable Prime Minister, in the other place, spoke about the preservation of the ability of government to carry out its constitutionally bestowed duty to the people of Trinidad and Tobago in being able to negotiate unencumbered in terms of the government-to-government arrangements. In many ways, some of the points I agree with. However, my agreement is not without concerns. And I quote one of the frequently purported arguments about, and this is Section 7 of the bill, Clause 5, the Act shall not apply to the following services provided to public bodies or state-controlled enterprises in terms of legal services, financial services, accounting and auditing services, medical services, or any such service, or such services, as the minister may order or determine. That's a kind of open statement that raises several thousand red flags in my mind. And the argument about whether or not certain services should be subject to the lowest bidder. Now, I searched this document from end to end, and I saw no reference of lowest bidder. I saw references to competitive process. And competitive process, or competitive bidding, is a common procurement practice that involves multiple vendors or service providers to submit offers for any particular material or service. It allows for transparency and equality of treatment, the ability to demonstrate that the outcomes represent best value, not cheapest. So I don't know where this argument about cheapest service has arisen from or came from. Best value does not necessarily mean cheapest service. And we need to debunk that proposition once and for all. Nobody's looking for the cheapest service. As they say, cheap thing, no good. But we are demanding best value in terms of spend of for the people of Trinidad and Tobago. And there must be established mechanisms, especially given the levels of sometimes secrecy we see covering government-to-government agreement. And I believe the government has been duly elected to decide upon and carry out its development agenda for the country, and as unencumbered as possible, but under the principles of good governance, transparency, and accountability. And I agree also that the government should not be the subject of frivolous, superfluous challenges that may be political in nature from time to very often, quite frankly, because someone finds a loophole in an established or a past law that gives them the opportunity to thwart government's agenda, development agenda. But that also is not a carte blanche agreement that there must be no accountability or transparency in these agreements. The Honourable Minister of Finance outlined several government-to-government agreements in his presentation, including the Hoover Hospital, the Aquatic Centre, the Cycling Centre, agreements with China Exim Bank, Cape-class vessels, ferries from Australia, the Stanley Grande Hospital, and many of these, if not all, may be quite above board. But we are making law not for who necessarily is in power, but who may come to power and who may have quite malfeasant intentions where our public purse is concerned. And very often, if we leave these loopholes without some sort of caveat or overlying protections, we may find ourselves at the hands of unscrupulous persons in the future, medium to long-term future, that will continue or will initiate the continued rape of our treasury. And the people of Trinidad and Tobago, quite frankly, have been through enough of that. When will it end? I believe that these arrangements should only be subject to this kind of challenge if the challenger can, through some established mechanism, possibly the Office of Procurement Regulator, provide credible evidence supporting claims of impropriety. And these claims can or should only stop an arrangement after some sort of independent tribunal, possibly convened by the regulator. And I think there are some provisions along these lines already in the original act, to make a determination that the evidence presented meets some sort of established benchmark to be subject to some other higher action. In the absence of that, it should not be able to stop the arrangement between government to government. But again, there is actually a layer built in there with my suggestion of some sort of oversight and not a carte blanche authority to do whatever one wants. And there must also be the burden of proof on the challenger through this tribunal, the absence of which the arrangement continues, so that the government is not subject every week or month to spurious challenges that seek to thwart their progress or their perceived progress. Another serious, I think, lacuna being created in the legislation, again, is in the same section 7, clause 5, and I'm wondering why it is that some sort of statement can't be made or the guidelines can't be specifically outlined in terms of legal services, financial services, accounting and auditing services, medical services. We can put, and I will quote from a document with the Canadian policies and guidelines and reference documents, policies on contracting for legal services and legal agent appointment from the Government of Canada in terms of areas 5.4, which speaks reference to a Minister of Justice and Attorney General of Canada. And where there is sufficient recurring demand, the Department of Justice pre-qualifies basis registered law firms, law practitioners who meet specific requirements, and as the need arises, the Department of Justice in Canada selects from a pre-qualified list of the most appropriate law firms or practitioners to be recommended to the appointments. There's a degree of oversight built in there. And there are narrow cases that are of such importance and sensitivity.
Senator Richards, you have 5 more minutes.
Thank you, Madam President. Time-wise and otherwise, that the minister, as specified in his or her guidelines prior to that, or as the law moves forward, those caveats are outlined and specified, so the minister has that leeway in those cases of emergency. And I fully understand the issue of medical services, in some instances legal services, in some instances auditing services, as the need arises for the government to be able to do their own due diligence and champion their own accountability and transparency practices. So what I'm suggesting is not that this is an easy black or white fix, but it is certainly one of the areas that we just cannot decide that we are going to create loopholes that may be exploited by persons in the future. We have to put in the law, and there's nothing stopping us from doing so, guidelines that will curtail or encompass the intentions of Section 7, Clause 5, Area 5, in terms of these pre-assigned areas. And that doesn't, to me, limit the government from engaging in those sorts of procurement of those sorts of services in the interest of emergency circumstances or circumstances that may arise in some instances in terms of national security. To end, Madam President, I asked you if I could sing earlier and you told me no, so I'll recognize early. You know, one of the more prominent calypsos I think ever written comes to mind, and that's Progress by King Austin. And I'll just make a quote before that. A country that does not acknowledge and recognize its history is doomed to repeat the failures of the past. This procurement law, Act of 2015, is very important for Trinidad and Tobago moving forward. Extremely important. This is one of the most important debates we can have in this country if we want to see a different country moving forward. But that's the question. Do we want the same country or do we want a different country? Do we want to continue arguing and complaining about the same things? And in the words of King Austin, you know, right in context, and I'm quoting from the middle of the song, what shall be next? I've already seen this world has become divided by race, color, creed, and class. And some of the things the scriptures predict have truthfully come to pass. Soil that wouldn't bear, children making children to be part of this growing mass. And I ask, if this is progress, how long will it last? Madam President, I thank you.
Minister of Energy and Energy Industries.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Madam President, it's an honor once again to join a debate in this honorable chamber on the Public Procurement and Disposal of Public Property Act. Madam President, it is going into 6 years now that I have been appointed leader of government business in the Senate. We have debated 6 budgets. And I know for a fact, during a budget debate, every independent speaks. But on very rare occasions, on other bills, all 9 independents are carded to speak. I take that to mean that this bill, or this act, has struck a nerve. As you all will know, especially the independent senators, it has always been my view that my job here and the government's bench here is not necessarily to trade punches with the opposition. But we are here to attempt and hopefully to convince the independent bench that the legislation that we bring is balanced, is measured, is good law, and is supportable. That is what we are here to do. And during the course of the debate, we will attempt to so do in the best way we can. And if at the end of the day, there are still lingering concerns, we are willing to listen, to adapt as is necessary, and to take this entire process forward. Madam President, public procurement is a sensitive matter. It calls for accountability, for transparency, value for money, for equity. These phrases have all become cliches. People use them ad hocly, not taking into consideration the gravity of its meaning. Many senators today have brought up the issue of corruption. The Trinidad and Tobago ranking in the Global Corruption Index, high or low, depending on what angle you see it from, whether it's from a bird's eye or a worm's eye. But let me make a fundamental statement. Corruption occurs because there are corrupt and corruptible people holding a position of trust in this country. That's a fundamental thing, you know. Corruption exists if it does at all. And everybody knows it does. It has existed for decades. because they are corruptible individuals. In my opinion, too many. The other aspect that contributes to corruption is that the system could be corruptible, and the system doesn't provide sufficient control and oversight. And this is what the procurement legislation is doing in its entirety. The government has all the intention to proclaim the bill in its entirety. We have already made, and we will soon publish the regulations. The government is not afraid and is not trying to stymie the procurement legislation. Today's debate is just we are putting forward two key amendments, which we think we have justification for. We are not fundamentally altering the legislation, as Senator John indicated. We are not gutting the legislation, as was purported by Senator Lyder. Far from it. 90% of the legislation remains intact. All we are asking this Honorable House to contemplate is to support us in two key amendments, which the Minister of Finance has explained in some detail based on the time constraint, with the AG has explained taking into consideration the time constraint, where the Minister of Public Administration has done so. And I will attempt to do it to some extent also. We are saying that the overriding procurement policy requirement is that all public procurement must be based on value for money and should be achieved through competition, except where there are compelling reasons to the contrary, because of policy dictates, international agreements, and legal requirements. The ultimate goal of public procurement is to award timely and cost-effective contracts to qualified contractors, suppliers, and service providers for the provision of goods, works, and services to support national and local government and public service operations in accordance with principles and procedures established by public procurement rules. The current Public Procurement and Disposal of Public Property Act, to a large extent, is designed to achieve these stated goals of accountability, transparency, value for money, equity, and local industry development. However, there are a number of provisions which are not in line with internationally agreed obligations of government and its policy objective with respect to economic development. And hence, these are the two key amendments that we are proposing. This has been dealt with extensively. The amendment, Clause 5, amendment to Section 7, subsection 2, which deals with government-to-government arrangement and international lending agency. Madam President, Trinidad and Tobago is a member of a number of multilateral organizations, such as the World Bank, the Inter-American Development Bank. Both of these organizations finance development and other projects of their members. Trinidad and Tobago is a recipient of financing for projects, goods, and services from both organizations. The World Bank is required by its Articles of Agreement to, and I quote, make arrangements to ensure that the proceeds of any loan are used only for the purposes from which the loan was granted, with due attention to considerations of economy and efficiency without regard to political or other non-economic influences or consideration. This is the lending agency. They have their own checks and balances. The utilization of financing must adhere to the bank's core procurement principles: value for money, economy, integrity, fit for purpose, efficiency, transparency, and fairness. Similarly, Madam President, the procurement policy of the Inter-American Development Bank reflects the interests of the IDB and its member countries to grant transparency, competition, equality of opportunities, and the principles of economy, efficiency, and integrity in the procurement of IDB-financed operations. The IDB provides funding to its borrowing member countries with a broad range of loans and development programs. These operations involve procurement processes for goods, works, and services provided by firms and individuals. IDB procurement policies are to be observed where a country's system has not yet been accepted for use in the bank's operations. The implementation of the provisions of the Act will be cause for consideration by the IDB in the utilization of this country's procurement procedures. We need the funding of these organizations. It is fundamental to the process of development in the coming years. You all know what COVID has done to this country. This is not a sidestep transparency. The transparency process is already built into these international agencies. Trinidad and Tobago also has bilateral investment agreements with regions such as the European Union and with major developed countries such as China, which give the countries access to financing at soft and very competitive terms. The Minister of Finance explained that. Senator John indicated that with the Couva Children's Hospital. However, financing is accompanied by terms and conditions which include the use of services and or procurement of goods available in the lender country or lender region. It's a conditionality. It doesn't mean that you're bringing the lender country's contractors la blanche, you know. There'll be significant local content. So you have to meet these agencies halfway. You cannot stand alone in the world, you know. Trinidad is an island, but it's not an island unto itself. And we have to understand that it's a global village, and we have to play in the international arena. Why can't we understand that as a nation? It has nothing to do with government want to thief money. It has nothing to do that the government doesn't want oversight. It has to do with charting the development process with established institutions. I hear some wild and crazy statements from the opposition senators. Senator Mark indicating that for some reason with the IDB and the World Bank and the EU, Trinidad will become a narco state. Well, what type of imagination does this gentleman have? Senator Lyder somehow linked CAF, which is the Andean Development Bank, with some illegal regime in Venezuela. Madam President, CAF have a series of full members, including Chile and Argentina, Ecuador, Paraguay, Uruguay, Colombia, Peru, Panama, including Venezuela and Trinidad and Tobago. It is Winston Ducaran, then Minister of Finance, who joined CAF. And today we are reaping some of the benefits of that decision. And we are getting concessionary loans from CAF, procured at a much faster pace than any other international agency. And they are willing to provide all sorts of technical assistance to us. Latin America is our neighbor. We are part of Latin America. So these amendments has no ulterior motives in them. These amendments are seeking the national interests of Trinidad and Tobago. So I understand the concerns. I understand the whole optics of attempting
Hold
to
on,
show.
Minister. Senator Mark, please. If you want to speak to someone across the aisle, do it outside the chamber.
optics of saying that by removing something outside of the purview of the procurement regulator, as if it is some sinister motive to undermine the legislation. We are calling for 2 amendments, and there's justifiable cause to so do. I move on to the other one. Specialized services. Several speakers before me has attempted to justify legal, financial, accounting, medical services. But Madam President, I want to share with this House, as I've shared on several occasions, the whole issue of specialized services and how if a government does not have the flexibility to so do, how it can hurt you. The importance of flexibility to public institutions can be gauged from the government's negotiations with the government-empowered energy team and the international oil majors and gas majors operating in Trinidad. Senator Mark likes to speak about the $6 billion we lost to transfer pricing. And let me just remind him that we lost it during the period 2011 to 2014. When the Keith Rowley administration came into office, we went to the Hyatt in a spotlight for energy and say, this has to stop. But we couldn't meet the energy majors in their boardrooms in the international capital, whether it's in The Hague, in Houston, or in London.
Minister, you have 5 more minutes.
Unprepared. What did we do? We recruited internationally acclaimed consultant to drive the government process. Myself and Minister Young headed that team. And we negotiated with the help of 2 companies, I'll call them by name here, U.S. attorneys, White and Case LLC, at the time procured by the Ministry of Finance. Probably the world's best energy law firm. We recruited Poten and Partners, one of the world's top energy consultants. For the first time, this country went into negotiations with these majors, armed and well prepared. And what was the result of that? We were able to recover for this country, not all, but foregone revenue in excess of $3.5 billion TT dollars. And it is still coming in. We now have recruited a company called Gas Strategies that is advising the Ministry of Energy and the Empowered Negotiation Team on the restructuring of Atlantic LNG. That team is headed by former Minister of Finance and ORTT, Mr. Wendell Motley. And we are getting good advice because for the first time, we are meeting these international energy companies man to man. And I think Trinidad should be proud of that. We didn't bypass any procurement regulator for sinister motives. We bypassed it in having the flexibility to so do, so that we can seek the interests of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. And the Prime Minister has always said, and he has always told the energy companies, chairmen and CEOs, that you have shareholders. I have shareholders too. And while you protect your shareholders' interests, I have to protect my shareholders' interests. So, Madam President, I hope and I possibly pray that I have been convincing enough to deal with the 2 key issues that we are asking for the amendment today. I want to urge, in particular, the independent bench to think it through properly. If you continue to have challenges or issues, let us discuss it at the committee stage. Madam President, I thank you.
Senator Lutchmedial.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you for the opportunity to join in this debate. Madam President, I cannot say that I'm happy to be here today because I strongly believe that the bill that we are debating here today should not have been brought to this Parliament. And I will give my explanation on three different aspects. First, the constitutionality aspect. Secondly, what the impact of these amendments would be on the Office of the Procurement Regulator and how that impact is actually against the public interest of Trinidad and Tobago. And finally, I would like to speak a little bit about the alternatives that would be open to us to deal with some of the concerns that have been raised. Madam President, I am of the view that this bill being brought as a simple majority bill is an error in law, as the government is proposing, what they are proposing to do is to create a separate process and procedure for suppliers and contractors where the state enters into contracts with international financial institutions or with foreign governments. These contractors have none of the obligations under the current law that we are waiting to have proclaimed, and in that they are also under the law, and any decision made by a procuring entity in relation to those types of arrangements are not subject to the challenge proceedings contained in Part 5 of the Act. The scrutiny of the Office of the Procurement Regulator to ensure fairness, transparency, and accountability will apply to some and not to others. Madam President, this can potentially violate your Section 4D rights to the quality of treatment by a public authority. The amendment essentially is forcing a public authority to treat persons differently, depending on where the financing is coming from for a particular project. It is forcing certain contractors or persons who wish to participate in the procurement process to open themselves up to have to a certain level of scrutiny and challenge, but others will be exempted. So, Madam President, it is my respectful view that this bill, if these amendments were to be brought, it ought to have been brought as special majority legislation. Now, I know that the Attorney General will say that Surat and Barry Francis and all of those things apply, and that I've heard the Minister of Finance here today refer to the majority decision in the Barry Francis judgment, and that the bill would be proportional and it would pursue a legitimate aim. I know that he was responding to the similar concerns that was raised in the other House. But, Madam President, there was a very strong minority decision in Barry Francis' case by the Honorable Chief Justice and Justice of Appeal Jamada, and I dare say judicial sentiment, for those of us who are following the trends in the case law, is definitely leaning in the direction of that very strong minority judgment. And in a nutshell, what it really says is that once your entrenched rights are being interfered with, Section 13 of the Constitution is triggered. Again, the Minister of Finance quoted from the Jason Jones judgment, where Justice Rambharat, he was referring to the Barry Francis, the majority decision by Justice of Appeal Barrow, and he spoke, and Justice of Appeal Barrow said, consequently, it is not every restriction of a fundamental right which may require a Section 13 majority. And Justice Rambharat went on to say, this last sentence was the subject of disagreement by Jamada in Inshan Ishmael and Chief Justice Archie and Jamada J.A. in Francis. They hold the view shared by this court, and this is a more recent judgment. They hold the view shared by this court and are reasoned extensively by them in their separate judgments in light of the constitutional history of our republic that breaches of the rights set out in Sections 4 and 5 of the Constitution must be properly enacted by way of a Section 13 majority, and not by a simple majority, as was discussed and approved in Surat. To me, this makes eminent sense, since the provisions of the Constitution are clear and the rights set out therein are not to be trifled with in any simple manner, but after deliberate consideration and debate under a Section 13 majority discussion. Of course, he went on to say then that nevertheless, thankfully, that issue does not fall to be resolved in this case. So, Madam President, Surat is still good law because it is a Privy Council decision, and Barry Francis was the Court of Appeal here, and it was a minority view. But I wish to state up front that my colleagues, some of my other colleagues have raised it. I think Senator John raised it, and I also do not agree that this bill should be passed through this Parliament as a simple majority piece of legislation. The Parent Act was passed as special majority, and I am of the view that the amendments that interfere with the rights to the fairness and equality of treatment by a public authority, in this case, the public authority may be the state on the whole or could also be the actual office of the procurement regulator, who is now required to treat with different people and different participants in the procurement process differently. And that in itself, I believe, offends against Section 40 of the Constitution, and therefore this ought to have been special majority legislation. Now, Madam President, I want to move very quickly into what I see as the decimating of the office of the procurement regulator. And it is quite simply that the Honourable Minister of Energy doesn't like the use of the word, but I'm using it again, chopping, butchering, and gutting a very good piece of legislation. And it is on the basis that parts of it are unworkable when we have not yet had the opportunity to see it work. It has not been tried or tested. Madam President, in 2015, and I heard it before as well, I guess great minds think alike because we are all on the same page. Since 2015, the government has been saying through its manifesto that there was no modern, equitable, or transparent public procurement system in force after 5 years, referring to the partnership government. Even though the partnership government heeded the call that was made by all of the persons who are now heeding the call, who are now leading the charge against the government to abandon these amendments. The Joint Consultative Council, Madam President, the media has joined the call. The Office of the Procurement Regulator, how rare it is to see someone who is appointed as essentially a public servant come out and say publicly that they do not support a legislative measure. And it goes to the independence of that office, and it goes to how serious of a matter this is, that someone in that position has to say, listen, I do not want this. This is not good for my mandate and what I have to do. You are creating avenues and corridors where corruption will continue to exist. Madam President, you cannot stand on platforms and in Parliament and speak over and over and over about corruption and name the corruption and who more corrupt. And again, and I totally agree with Senator Richards from the independent bench, and I've heard many of the independent senators, and I commend them for saying that the country is tired of hearing who thief more, who thief first, who spend more, and who was able to save more, and what we spend it on, and it takes us nowhere. The OFF report, which preceded the serious, I would say, public campaign calling for procurement regulation in this country, basically said that we have a culture of corruption in this country. And it went through several of the state enterprises and talked about instances of corruption, poor tendering processes. It had 91 recommendations to treat with these issues. And what are some of those recommendations? They were categorized under 4 different headings: for the attainment of value for money, for the delivery of projects with a high standard of workmanship, for the attainment of free and fair competition, and for the maintenance of integrity and transparency. And all of those objectives that are recommended are captured by this act. And Madam President, it is a sad day when we are here we as the opposition and maybe others are trying to say, do not take away those things from this legislation. Not now, not when you have absolutely no evidence. You have brought no evidence before us here to say that the thing cannot work. You have not even brought the regulations. The Attorney General comes today and gives us, whilst we are literally on our legs, some of us, give us part of the regulations about the selection of consultants to say that this justifies why they need to exempt people. Madam President, how disingenuous of our government to say for 5 years the regulations are coming, the regulations are coming, the regulations are coming. Every budget speech, I'm not going to waste time to quote everyone, but I've checked them. 5 budget speeches. The Office of the Procurement Regulator was being operationalized. Everything is on train. The regulations are being drafted. It's coming. And instead of bringing the regulations to Parliament as they have promised to do, as they are required to do, for us to see it, and then we could have a discussion about whether something may not work or it cannot be done or there's a conflict. They bring this legislation now, this act, to take away the teeth of the procurement regulator. So, Madam President, the government would have the population believe that this thing cannot work and that they cannot procure essential services unless they pass these amendments, and that they cannot access international financing unless they pass these amendments. And I am saying today that I hope, and I sincerely hope, that everyone is guided by their commitment and their duty to act in the public interest and do not support these amendments. In the piloting of this bill, the minister refers to having to comply with requirements of law that would not allow them to act quickly and access financing to for various things. He names medical services and procurement of equipment and so on, high-tech equipment. Madam President, they could buy how many boats they want, but they have to be accountable and transparent in what they do. No one is telling the government who they must buy from. That is up to the procuring agency under the law. They go out there. The Procurement Act has essentially decentralized the entire process that existed before the Central Tenders Board. And for 9 years, I sat in a public service position where everything you had to buy that was over a certain amount and you had to go through CTB, you would see everybody cringe because of the fact that it was so bureaucratic and everybody wanted, to buy things quickly, and you want to act quickly and you don't want to have to wait and go through all these procedures. But there were ways that things could have been done in emergency situations. There were ways that where you did not have several people that you could get bids from. So nobody in this law has outlawed sole select tendering. I assume when we see the regulations, we would see provisions for sole select tenders. It is done now. I know one example that all of us would know of, the red books that we get and the supplements that are published every so often. That is done through Central Tenders Board via sole select tendering. So for the government to say that there are certain things that they would not be able to do and that these challenges would come forward, Madam President, almost everything that they are complaining about, that they need to pass these regulations for, there's a workable solution and a way to get around it. Now, government-to-government arrangements, it sounds very nice and it sounds very clean and proper and even very diplomatic, as though, every government in the world is so squeaky clean. Now, I'm not here to cast aspersions on anyone, and I'm not saying that anybody is corrupt. I'm not going to say that unless I have evidence of it. But the fact of the matter is we are not legislating for today. We are not legislating for tomorrow. A piece of legislation must apply to whoever holds office. And it is not only the members of the cabinet we are talking about, and we're not only talking about members in this house, we're talking about any person that sits in the position of the procuring agency in one of those procurement units that would be set up in every single public authority and who is engaged in the process of procurement has the potential to abuse one of these exceptions that are being created right now. And we do not want to create those avenues unnecessarily. And I again say, without actually having seen the legislation being operationalized and in effect and working, I do not see it as being necessary to create exceptions at this point in time. Madam President, we all know that around the world there are certain governments that do not uphold the same democratic principles that we do here. And therefore, we must say that we must insist that accountability and fairness remains the foundation of our legislation, because we know all too well what can happen. There are countries that we may be doing business with that are far lower than ourselves on the Corruption Perception Index. Madam President, I heard the Minister of Energy, some time ago in this house says he doesn't know what we have against Venezuela. Well, but Madam President, when you're dealing with countries sometimes that have leaders that aren't recognized by some of the largest powers in the world, you have to ask yourself if you want to create avenues to engage in procurement practices with governments like those. So all of those things, if you take it away from this piece of legislation, there would be no oversight of those types of arrangements. And we have to be very careful in how we proceed. Now, we do not need to look that far back to remember that there was a time when Shanghai Construction Group was building a $30 million valued church somewhere in the heights of Guanapo. It was shut down. A report was made to the police, and the police came out and said they could not even ascertain who was the owner of the property. Madam President, these are the things that we have lived through in our lifetime. that the population has lived through in its lifetime. Up to now, nobody could say where the money came from.
Senator Lutchmedial, you have 5 more minutes.
Yes, and it is very important for us to remember that some of these things that would have occurred. I am very glad that Senator Deyalsingh raised the Bala report. I was so intrigued when I raised the Bala report that when I read it, dealt specifically with government-to-government arrangements. Madam President, the Bala report predates my existence. It is dated 1982. So since 1982, we have been talking about the need to examine government-to-government arrangements and procurements and how we deal with it. And the recommendations of the Bala report deal with a system for open and competitive bidding, pre-qualification, preference given as much as possible to local consultants and all of this. So, Madam President, we have spent so much time dealing with these things, and it is now manifestly unfair, it is unjust, and it would not be in the best interest of the population to come out now and gut this piece of legislation before it has a chance to make any impact and before any tangible evidence is put forward. I keep hearing people saying that we would be conflicting with our international obligations. I haven't heard of any conflicts as yet. I haven't actually seen any obligation that we are under from any international financial institution that conflicts with the principles enshrined in this piece of legislation. Madam President, as Senator John says, we are not a people that are easily united. I could count it's Carnival and probably major sporting events when we win something that this country comes together. And for the first time in a very long time, I think everyone has come together in this country, the media, civil society, the opposition, and now even the Law Association. I have just gotten the copy of a letter that was sent and commentary sent by the Law Association today. And I will not be able to read the entire thing, but it refers to a case, another judgment by Justice Jamada that speaks about constitutionality and the principles enshrined in our Constitution, similar to that of Belize. And it ends by saying, in our view, the removal of oversight, scrutiny, accountability, and administrative fairness in the procurement processes in relation to the treaties and agreements referred to in Section 7.1 amounts to constitutional impropriety, degrading public trust and confidence. Madam President, we cannot stand here today and support amendments that would degrade public trust and confidence in something as important as procurement legislation. Madam President, very quickly, and I think we would have the opportunity to deal with this later on the committee stage, I wish to say Section 30 of the Act, the Parent Act, gives the procuring entity the power to draft special guidelines. And I am of the firm view that some of the guidelines that can be developed under Section 30, both by the regulator and by the entity working together, can treat with the one-off situations that may arise, where you have emergency situations and so on. Madam President, it is a fallacy that is being peddled that we would have to accept the lowest offer. I'm happy that the government seems to think that opposition-affiliated attorneys are so reasonable that we would be the lowest price. But no regulator, and the procurement regulator is not going to force you to walk across the aisle and hand me a brief to take to anybody. And that type of conversation, Madam President, that level of discussion takes us no further in this argument. Madam President, there are systems all over the world that deal with the procurement of legal services, and no one exempts themselves from oversight and accountability. And I dare say that these things are just meant to be distractions. They are not productive. And if the government, as the Minister of Energy has just said, is open to having productive discussion, we would also be open to that. But we cannot support these amendments in their present form. With those views, I thank you, Madam President.
Senator Teemal.
Thank you, Madam President, for the opportunity to contribute to the debate on the bill before us. Madam President, it is indeed a pity, and if we extend a form of tragedy, that this debate is being conducted without the benefit of the regulations of the Office of Procurement Regulation. I consider this to be a severe disadvantage, because without this, the impression that one would get from some of the contributions is that the Office of the Procurement Regulation is constrained to only implement conventional procurement in the style of the Central Tenders Board, in that there must only be competitive bidding. The award must be given to the lowest bidder, and no other procurement process would be allowed. There are no provisions for sole selective tendering, no provisions for procurement of services in cases of emergency and national disasters. Regulations would not allow for any flexibility. And the Office of Procurement Regulation would not be accurate with international best practices with regards to government-to-government contracts and public-private partnerships. And they would be unable to align the office with procurement regulations with international best practice. Madam President, an examination of the Parent Act does not seem to lend support to a lot of these assumptions that I have mentioned. Madam President, the background as well to this debate today is that should this bill be passed today and governments change in the future, which is inevitable, it is highly questionable that the future changed governments would really want to make any changes to what is approved today, because there is no guarantee. In other words, we as a nation would have to contend with this amended bill for a very, very long time. Also, Madam President, this debate is not about whether we should not invest in government-to-government contracts or PPP contracts, but it is about the procurement process for these and other contracts that is here before us in the proposed amendments to this bill. Madam President, government-to-government contracts have been utilized by several governments of Trinidad and Tobago since the 1970s to present. And of course, to mention a few, we could go back to the days of Sodetec and the Mount Hope Medical Sciences Complex, the Secondary Roads Company, TT Post, and more recently, the Point Fortin Hospital and the Couva Medical Facility. And that's just to name a few. In appropriate cases, there has been value and benefits to the country, as the Honorable Minister of Finance, in his media release dated December the 7th, actually, mentioned. And some benefits, of course, specialized expertise, experience, technology, and concessional loan for financing from other sovereign governments. And there's no doubt that in order to fulfill our obligations and to advance our development as a nation, that concessional loan financing and attractive loan financing from other sovereign governments is a necessity, particularly considering the difficult economic circumstances that the country finds itself in. So this is in fact true. There are benefits to be derived, but it must be acknowledged also that there are many issues relating to alleged corruption, dubious benefits, lack of transparency, and what I refer to as reverse transfer of technology, inefficiencies, wastage. And it is these prolific issues that have served as the genesis and the push by many local bodies for the establishment of the public procurement regulations that was passed. Mr. Vice President, I think if a thorough exercise is done, it is highly doubtful whether the benefits of government-to-government contracts based on our Trinidad and Tobago experience would outweigh the many negatives that these projects have brought to us. Mr. Vice President, government-to-government and PPP contracts collectively account for millions and billions of dollars over extended periods of time, spanning several years. In fact, these contracts serve as the spawning grounds for what we will refer to as mega projects. And as a result of the size and the sustained period of revenue generation for entities, they are often they are very prized contracts in the industry. And these projects present complex procurement challenges for any entity and any government. And we have struggled over the many years to find the right formula for these projects. And if we look back, what are the procurement mechanisms that we have utilized in the past through successful governments? And I think we can identify clearly that one of the approaches is to use several procuring agents, entities, such as NIPDEC, NEC, UDICOT, HDC, WASA, etc. And I ask the question is whether these entities had the expertise at any point in time, or the institutional capacity to deal with complex procurement processes that government-to-government and PPP contracts demand. And I ask this in the context of the outcomes of many of these projects. Mr. Vice President, as a result, the nation has not benefited by spreading the procurement process through several of these entities over prolonged periods of time in the past and the current present. The nation has not benefited from a cumulative experience in the procurement process housed within a single procurement regulatory agency that could inform and guide the procurement process well into the future. And I think this was a clear intention for the formation of the Office of Procurement Regulation, so that we can collectively build experience, we can collectively build institution, equip that institution with the necessary expertise and competence and resources that can serve the nation well into the future by having this residual, this house of wisdom, procurement wisdom and experience that we can bring to bear on all procurement within the country. Mr. Vice President, the Honorable Minister of Finance focused on international best practice with regards to, again, government-to-government and public, or what he referred to as public-to-public contracts, with particular emphasis on the European Union and the UK. Now, I would like the Minister of Finance, in his wrap-up, to just clarify for me, particularly for the European Union, that the contracts that we refer to as public-to-public contracts are by contracting authorities within a union, within a state, and if they are not necessarily government-to-government contracts in the context of a sovereign state to a sovereign state. And also, in addition to the European Union public-to-public contract, exemptions, from what I understand, from what I've researched, Mr. Vice President, exemptions are not automatic. They not automatically fall outside the realm of procurement regulations, public procurement regulations, but there are conditions for exemptions. And it goes into classifications of vertical procurement, horizontal procurement, and detailed outlines of criteria to be met in order to qualify for an exemption as a public-to-public contract. Mr. Vice President, thus far the government has not indicated clearly or succinctly what procedures that they intend to put in place to ensure transparency, accountability, and value for money for the items of procurement that they intend to remove by these proposed amendments. And I ask the question, if the government is looking to continue to use procuring entities such as UDICOT, NIPDEC, and others, particularly for the PPP contracts that are being removed from the Office of Procurement Regulation. If they are, the question of institutional capacity and institutional competence becomes extremely relevant in achieving the procurement objectives allowed for in the Parent Act with regards to transparency, accountability, integrity, and value for money. Mr. Vice President, when we look at the Auditor General reports for these state enterprises and agencies, the many reports over the years, the Auditor General focuses on just a financial audit of these agencies. And there are no provisions within the audit for public audit of the procurement process utilized by these state enterprises and the agencies. And of course, I could be quite wrong, and if so, I'd like to be corrected on it. But the audit by the Auditor General focuses really on the financial aspects, the fiscal aspects of these enterprises. And removing the PPP contracts from the Office of Procurement Legislation would deny public procurement audits taking into account the procurement objectives. So we are still going to have a slew of contracts that fall outside of a public procurement audit process. Mr. Vice President, as far as PPP contracts are concerned, there are several manuals, guidelines, and toolkits established by the OECD, the IDB, the ADB, the Asian Development Bank, and other international lending agencies and multilateral agencies. Mr. Vice President, there is also the Caribbean PPP Toolkit, a joint initiative of the Caribbean Development Bank, the World Bank, the IDB, and other entities. These guidelines incorporate key aspects of conventional procurement, such as competitive bidding, but very importantly, that we should note, it is within sufficient flexible framework to allow for expedition of the procurement process with full participation by the private sector and best global procurement practice. Mr. Vice President, best global practice even now includes sustainability in the procurement cycle. This suggests that government's fiscal policy should ensure that projects are affordable and the overall investment envelope is sustainable. So we have, Mr. Vice President, some serious catching up to do, because whilst the procurement regulation outlines certain pillars and stops with value for money, sustainability in terms of global best practice and within the procurement cycle is now a factor. So we have some serious catching up to do to fulfill all aspects of best practice in the procurement cycle. And I am strongly suggesting we seek to operationalize this act expeditiously. Mr. Vice President, I would just like to close with just a little personal anecdote.
Senator, you have 4 more minutes.
How much more, sorry?
4 more minutes.
Thank you. And as a graduate engineer coming out of the University of the West Indies in the very late 70s, early 80s, I had the opportunity to work for 6 straight years on a government-to-government contract. And this is with Soditeg and the Mount Hope Medical Sciences Complex. So I cut my teeth on a government-to-government contract. And we were at the latter stage of that entire process. It was just the construction phase and the commissioning phase, but it was indeed quite an experience. And even at those stages of that government-to-government arrangement, we had to fight tooth and nail to extract and to ensure at least the quality of what was being built was up to specifications and standards. So, Vice President, but what was uppermost in our minds at that time was the question of whether we were getting value for money. And which is why I think, based on the experiences of others in government-to-government contracts and the whole issue of value for money, it is why value for money is one of the pillars of the Regulation Act that we are seeking to amend today. So, in concluding, Mr. Vice President, I appreciate the challenges that the government is facing. These are indeed extremely difficult times. And I think no one wants to deny any government the opportunity to invest, to have investments in which attractive loans are available through certain contractual arrangements. But at the same time, based on history, based on how we arrived at this Procurement Act, and based on the concerns expressed by so many entities in the country, based on all of these factors, this attempt to remove government-to-government contracts and PPP, I think, has to be revisited and relooked at. I thank you, Mr. Vice President.
Minister of Foreign and CARICOM Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Today we are amending the Public Procurement Act, Mr. Vice President, and I'm honored to make a brief intervention into this very important and so far very interesting debate. And Mr. Vice President, I've noted very carefully some valuable points that have been made by several senators that have participated thus far in the debate. And as reflected by the Honorable Minister of Energy and Energy Industries, the government is listening carefully, as we always do, and we will continue to take decisions in the best interest of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. Mr. Vice President, this debate is not taking place in a vacuum, and I would want to reflect a little bit on the backdrop against which we are proceeding with these matters. This debate takes place against a backdrop of an active pandemic that thus far has infected over 67 million people on this planet and killed over 1.5 million. And 188 countries have reported being affected, including, of course, Trinidad and Tobago, and including a number of countries with whom we have formed partnerships, with whom we do business, and on whom we lean for a range of opportunities. And that's a very important point that I'd want to reflect on further, Mr. Vice President. The global economy has shrunk considerably, and we have seen the biggest decline worldwide since the Great Depression of the 1930s. And this decline has affected all economies, and there are long-term implications for state-to-state partnerships, for the provision of foreign assistance to small island developing countries like Trinidad and Tobago. There are long-term implications for technical cooperation and the access of Trinidad and Tobago to the provision of technical cooperation. There are long-term implications for participation in international borrowing, in lending in some instances, in global trade, and for access to Trinidad and by Trinidad and Tobago to funding mechanisms on the international market. I repeat, Mr. Vice President, this debate on this procurement bill is not taking place in a vacuum, and it is in a very competitive global landscape. It is against that backdrop, Mr. Vice President, that Section 7 of the Public Procurement Act as it stands, as it currently stands, does require our consideration and amendment if we are serious about national development. And everyone in this country knows that the government of Trinidad and Tobago is very serious about national development. It is in this highly competitive global environment that we must not disadvantage ourselves in seeking partnerships for the construction of hospitals, for the provision of sporting facilities for our people, for the hosting of international events, for the provision of ferries or other infrastructure, even for the acquisition of military and security equipment where necessary. Mr. Vice President, let's even consider the prospect of World Bank projects. I was the technical director of the National AIDS Coordinating Committee some years ago in the office of the Prime Minister. There's another senator present who was a member of the National AIDS Coordinating Committee, an independent senator. And those who were paying attention would recognize that the procurement regime that we were required to follow under that very important World Bank loan was not anything related to the laws of Trinidad and Tobago. We had to follow the World Bank's rules. We also attracted a European Union grant, significant resources for the safety and protection and development of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. And guess whose rules we were required to follow as a prerequisite? The European Union rules. So we're coming here today not in an effort to circumvent scrutiny or to create avenues for any nefarious activities, but with some very specific and targeted amendments to ensure that the law, the act, when proclaimed and implemented, will not be inimical to the development of the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. I think that is a point that must not be missed in this particular debate. So, Mr. Vice President, we need to pay careful attention to these matters. Some things, Senator Jearlean John, some things do not need to be test-driven to know that they will not work. Some things do not require a test drive for intelligent and resourceful people to understand that they will not work as they currently stand. You cannot take the vehicle onto the busy global highway if it is designed not to function in your best interest. So, Madam President, seriously, I want to ask members of the opposition, I don't want to focus too much on the opposition because we know what they're about and we know why they are where they are. But which government-to-government arrangement? We've had a long series of these in the past, many of which have been to the benefit of the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. Which of those arrangements that all our citizens have benefited from in the past would have occurred if subsumed under our local tendering rules for procurement of goods, works, and services? Which of those arrangements would have succeeded and would have occurred if subsumed under those rules? And the Minister of Finance could answer that question very easily. Which of those? So what we are talking about here is this is not an academic debate. As one of the independents quite rightly and correctly reflected, you have a government who is interested and seeking the development of citizens, who is in possession of information, perspective, analysis, and responsibility to make decisions that have significant implications on the future of the country. You have that a backdrop, a context of very scarce resources, of very high competition for opportunities. And what are we seeking to do? And we are telling the population, we are telling the independent thinkers that are present, we are speaking to those independent thinkers that are present, and we are telling you that there are circumstances in the Act as it currently stands that will constrain any government, not just the PNM government, any government from making some of the progress that would be essential in the years to come. And I hope those independent thinkers are taking careful note. Again, Senator John, we do not need to test drive something if we know it is not going to work properly. Madam President, I said we're not really speaking to the opposition today, but they do bring some expertise into this particular debate. I'm not referring to the senators present, but certainly the party that sits opposite are regarded by many citizens as the corruption experts of Trinidad and Tobago. And they've proven that both in government and even while in opposition, they found a way in some circumstances. Now, it is possible, I'm not presuming any negative intent, but it is possible that some of them would be happy if we either remain with no proclamation of a Procurement Act. It is possible that some would be happy if we remain in that circumstance, and it is possible that some would be happy if we end up with an act that would disadvantage Trinidad and Tobago in competition for technical cooperation, for financing on the international market, with respect to the potential for state-to-state partnerships. And then, if key projects are missed out on, or if these key projects go elsewhere, guess what would happen, Madam President? These same members, these same hypothetical members, would then be accusing the government of a lack of progress in developing the society and the citizens of Trinidad and Tobago. I am saying we should not have to choose between those particular realities, Madam President. I noted the Senator Lutchmedial said that the government was chopping and decimating good legislation. Chopping and decimating and gutting, I think it was another word that was folded in there: chopping, decimating, and gutting good legislation. And that is a microcosm of the very dramatic language that colleagues on the other side seem to have imported into this particular debate. Highly dramatic language, loaded with hyperbole and emotion, designed, in my view, to mislead the well-thinking citizens of this country. So we are chopping, decimating, and gutting good legislation. But I want to ask the senator, if the legislation was so good and proper, why was it brought right at the very end of the UNC administration, just when they were demitting office, if they thought it was so functional and so good as it stands? And I think there's some reality behind that particular rhetorical question. So, Madam President, I'm speaking to the general public and the independent thinkers who know that the loudest voice is not always the best informed. They know that the loudest voice and the loudest proclamations are not necessarily those that are best informed in this particular society. I also want to state, Madam President, very clearly that not everyone who questions the bill has ill intent. And I want to repeat that again. Not everyone who questions the bill has bad intentions. And we have to understand that and incorporate that into our discourse as well. Some have very good intentions, and that's why it is very important to listen to the reflections, particularly of the independent thinkers. But others do not mind if our society misses out on some key development opportunities. We also need to take that into consideration. And there may be those out there, Madam President, that feel that their businesses would benefit in some way if Australia or China or Austria or any of our potential state partners are tempted to look elsewhere where these restrictive provisions are not in place with respect to government-to-government arrangements. There are those who may feel that their businesses would benefit. I don't think they are in the majority. And if state-to-state arrangements, Madam President, are decreased or constrained or in some ways eliminated, some interests may feel that they would potentially benefit. We need to put that squarely on the table as well. Madam President, it is my view that we would be missing the point if we were to do like some members opposite and rewrite reality and construe this, the desire to finally proclaim a workable act that would not disadvantage the people of Trinidad and Tobago, to construe that as an attempt to gut the bill, gut the act. And it is not being gutted, Madam President. It is not being gutted at all. And on its implementation, an extremely wide suite of public procurement activities will be governed and regulated by the procurement regulator of Trinidad and Tobago and his team. And if you listen to debates, you may get the impression that somehow it's been denatured some magically by these very simple clauses, and that certainly is not the case. Madam President, let no one try to fool the population or fool the independent thinkers among us that exceptions in public procurement law are some kind of bizarre exception, that the exceptions are some kind of bizarre exception. They are the norm internationally because they are necessary in today's world. We've already had a number of examples in the debate thus far from the government side. And I can reflect on the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development. They have done a number of studies focusing on public procurement laws and regulations. And I have one in my hand here, Madam President, a study entitled Enhancing the Use of Competitive Tendering.
Minister, you have 5 more minutes.
Oh, my. enhancing the use of competitive tendering in Costa Rica's public procurement system, streamlining the exceptions, and redesigning the threshold system. And Madam President, on page 26 of this report, there's a very useful outline under exemptions. This relates how the law applies to governmental bodies, such as contracting authorities, state-owned enterprises, and non-governmental organizations. Participants in international trade agreements often must codify the types of institutions that are included within the scope of treaties. This helps to clarify the relative size of the procurement market that must comply with the agreement's procurement provisions. It goes on to outline exceptions and also exclusions. Procurement legislation is not a suitable measure for governing all categories of government spend. Some categories of purchases or commercial agreements, such as real estate, employee contracting, specialist military spending, international aid, require special legislation or regulation. As a result, these types of spend are excluded from procurement legislation. You can look at legislation in Jamaica, Guyana, the CARICOM model law, the World Trade Organization, European Union. I have in front of me the public contracts regulations of Scotland, anchored in the law itself, which makes so many exclusions and exceptions, including the very provisions that are before us today. So this is not something bizarre or some mutant orphan that the government has hatched up to destroy the law. Not at all, Madam President. So in conclusion, I know I may only have about 4 more minutes, Madam President. This act is not just about Section 7, and when enacted, the act will make a significant difference to the corruption index in this country. It can make no difference if it remains unproclaimed, or if it is unworkable. Some may want that, the government does not want that, and a clear and independent thinker would not want that. I don't think we should have to choose, Madam President. The bill can be passed, the act can be proclaimed, the law can be put into force and monitored closely, and as the Attorney General would tell you, the law is not stagnant, it will evolve, it will change by a responsible government. It will evolve under a caring administration of a government that simultaneously wants to proceed with national development whilst preventing, reducing, and eliminating corruption. We should not have to choose between the two. We do not have to choose between those two realities. Madam President, I thank you.
Senator Vieira.
Thank you, Madam President. I won't be long because I lost a loved one this morning. Her name was Leslie Black Vieira, and she was very much loved by all who knew her. So I'm feeling a little raw and underpowered at the moment. I should also just make some disclosures. Obviously, as a member of the Law Association, and as we have heard, they've put out a position statement on this legislation. But I have also been involved for many years with both the Trinidad and Tobago Chamber of Industry and Commerce and the AmCham. At the Chamber, I served for a number of years on the Crime and Justice Committee, and I was also on the Code of Ethics and Grievance Committee. And at the AmCham, I was Chamber of the Transparency, Accountability, and Good Governance Committee. So I still maintain good relations with both bodies, but I hold no brief for either of them. Procurement has been defined as the act of acquiring goods, works, and services efficiently and effectively at reasonable prices and in time. Now, the procurement function is neither static nor perfunctory. Rather, it is dynamic and it is strategic. And because it is ultimately about using public money to accomplish public purposes and guarding against fraud, waste, corruption, and protectionism, this legislation will have real impact on the lives of citizens. I have been part of the chorus calling for procurement legislation for several years now. Not just for any legislation, though. The country requires and deserves good, robust legislation. The joint chambers, civil society groups, and the procurement regulator all understand how procurement permeates all government and state-owned activities. They know, they understand how the procurement process will affect all aspects of society. They are not playing politics. As such, I find government's response to the concerns raised by the joint chambers, the civil society groups, a former Senate president, the Law Association, and the Office of Procurement Regulation disappointing and troubling. The rule against tedious repetition prevents me from rehashing all the concerns that we've been hearing about, as well as the concerns raised by previous speakers and my independent colleagues, especially those concerns relating to Clause 5, which seek to amend Section 7 of the 2015 Act. I share those concerns. I was very happy to hear the Honorable Minister of Foreign Affairs and CARICOM Affairs say that government is listening. Well, Madam President, through you, I call on government. First, please withdraw and postpone acting on this bill until the procurement withdraw this bill until the procurement regulations have been tabled in Parliament and sorted out. The Honorable Attorney General has repeatedly referred to the regulations proposed, but we have had no sight of them. Alternatively, and failing sight of the procurement regulations, then I call on government to remove Clause 5 from this bill. Pressing forward with this legislation and disregarding the views and concerns of citizens, particularly in relation to Clause 5, will result in feelings of a disenfranchised community, and it may undermine trust between citizens and government. Our system of parliamentary democracy is all about checks and balances. I understand that from the executive's point of view, Section 7 of the Act may be inconvenient. It's cumbersome, but it is worth the price where we can be assured that the principles of good governance are being observed. Madam President, high principles are at stake here. Transparency, integrity, economy, openness, fairness, competition, accountability, and value for money. Our public procurement process must be subject to oversight. It must be open to public scrutiny. Clause 5 works against this. Additionally, let me just put on record that I'm not just uncomfortable with Clause 5, but the way in which it is being pushed through. Government must be responsive, not just to the needs of citizens, but also to their views and their legitimate concerns. Even if government believes it is right, it should try not to come across as close-minded, unilateral, or self-righteous. Madam President, I thank you.
Senator Nakhid.
my dear brothers of Trinidad and sisters, brothers and sisters of Trinidad and Tobago, dear brothers and sisters of this noble house, I wish you all a good day in the name of Almighty God, the most gracious, the most merciful. Madam President, thank you for the opportunity to join this debate, which deals with proposed amendments to the Public Procurement and Disposal of Public Property Act, which was passed by the People's Partnership Government in January 2015 and later amended by this government in their last term in 2016 and then again in 2017. Madam President, I would like to preface my presentation by sharing with the people of Trinidad and Tobago, in like manner with Senator Richards, how we can connect what we do here in this noble house with the actual man and woman on the street. Madam President, the damaging effect that not only this bill, but any bill that could facilitate corruption has on the people of Trinidad and Tobago personally is of dire and immediate concern to all of us. For every unregulated dollar stolen by corruption, that is an available hospital bed gone. A CT scan machine, a dialysis machine, not bought. A cancer treatment center, an upgraded healthcare system, never built, that would save lives and serve the needs of the people of Trinidad and Tobago. For every unregulated dollar stolen by nepotism, that is a defunding of education, cutting of scholarships, cutting of gate, inability to upgrade schools that only serve Form 5 students and never have Form 6 students graduate to that level. For example, in the constituency of Tinapuna, we have Astra Girls, St. Charles RC, and Tinapuna Secondary, who do very well at the Form 5 level, but can get no funding from the government to increase their Form 6 capacity, and countless others across the country. For every unregulated dollar stolen by corruption, we have a government that needs to beg the private sector and businesses for laptops for students at all levels, unable to pay better salaries to teachers and administrators. For every unregulated dollar stolen by conflict of interest, that is an ineffective national agricultural policy that only gives seedlings and few land leases, chastises doubles, while failing to promote anything that can be termed as transformational policy to better serve farmers and their families. For every unregulated dollar stolen by our failure to hold this government to account, that is a national sporting organization, underfunded, leading to disenchantment, less participation in sporting disciplines, poor results, poor representation, less hope to escape poverty, poor fields, poor stadia, fly-by-night coaches hired, and a national malaise. And as Senator Lutchmedial said, sport is an uplifter and a unifier in our country, and has been historically so. For every unregulated dollar stolen by corruption, that leads to a less than dynamic trade and industry sector, which cannot stimulate growth and demand, which leads to job loss and a subsequent brain drain among our best and brightest. In other words, Madam President, should we, who are elected or appointed to represent the people of this great country, be cavalier in our examination of this bill, in our prosecution in this bill, and derelict in our duty to protect our middle and working class brothers and sisters who stand to be most affected by the passing of this bill, then we would have committed an historical injustice to our people and generations to follow. Madam President, there are several disturbing clauses in this bill, But before I go into the bill itself, I want to ask this government, since they amended the Act in 2016 and again in 2017, why the amendments that we debate today were not brought then? I want to know how many times are we going to amend this act before implementing it? It has to be a record. I can't think of any act amended so many times before it is even operationalized. And since the government would like to pass this bill by simple majority, I would like this government to tell the Senate and the country by extension exactly when the act will be operationalized. I would like to ask, have the regulations to the act been completed after this debate, Madam President? I would say no, it has not. And if so, why not? Because as far as I see, there's nothing in the original act, that makes it unworkable, despite anything that we might hear. And what can we hear, Madam President? What we have heard is speculation. Yes, we will do. Trust us. We are your colleagues, not your friends. We have not been mandated by our people of Trinidad and Tobago to trust you with anything. We do not trust you. We will not trust you. We cannot trust you. We are here to account to the people of Trinidad and Tobago, and you must bring ironclad legislation for us to pass it. You see, Madam President, if this was some other bill, we might be prepared to be lenient with this passage, but this bill is seeking to amend the existing procurement laws to make it easier to sell off property held on trust by the government for the people, without the involvement or protection of the independent office of procurement regulator. One can't get any more blatant or bold-faced than that, Madam President. Why are we seeking to amend Section 13, subsection 1 of the Act? Their proposed amendment in reality emasculates the office of the procurement regulator. That has been said over and over by the senators. The essence of the amendment is a virtual gutting of the Act and makes it, in reality, a disguised repeal of the Procurement Act, making it a virtual paper tiger. When these amendments are passed, God forbid, the reasonable citizen would have to ask whether there still is, in reality, a Procurement Act. Why are we removing the procurement regulator from the equation when it comes to the sale of government assets and provision of financial services? Sale of government land, buildings, refineries, industrial plants should be the very thing we need the procurement regulator to be involved in as a safeguard for our country's patrimony. Don't try and fool the country by talking about Singapore and US and Canada and New Zealand. That is not our reality here, and certainly not with this government.
Senator Nakhid, you can make your presentation, but there's no need to be shouting. So I'd ask you to... Thank you.
Thank you. There are assets being held by the government as a result of the 2009 bailout of CLICO. It has been bandied about that assets such as Twin City Mall, Long Circular Mall, are to be sold in short order without the independent procurement regulator.
48.1, the bill has nothing to do with that. The law is not being amended that way.
Senator Nakhid, could you try and be a little more relevant to the bill, please? Okay?
Guided, madam. I would like to know who will guard the public interest from political financiers in what I am told is a fire sale of assets. I would like to ask if...
I rise respectfully again on Standing Order 46.1. This bill has nothing to do with disposal of assets. That is not being accepted from the law.
I would like to know who will guard the public interest from political financiers.
Senator Nakhid, I would ask you to look at the parent legislation, specifically the O that is being deleted. I'd ask you to take a look at it, and I therefore uphold the Attorney General's objection.
Madam, We are also removing government-to-government dealings from the scrutiny of the procurement regulator. So who is going to buy our refinery in a fire sale? Wilmer Ruperti, Ashrubel Chavez, or Nicolas Maduro? Can we trust the government with the assets of Petrotrin?
On Standing Order 46-1 for the same reasons again.
Petrotrin was not for sale.
Senator Nakhid, hold on. You have a short space of time. I would ask you to be relevant to the bill and accurate as well.
Petrotrin does not belong to the government, Madam President. It belongs to the people. Long after we politicians are gone on our merry way.
Again, on Standing Order 46-1.
Senator Nakhid, could you move on, please? Just move on to another part of your presentation.
What are we going to put in place of the procurement regulator? It might be better to be careful who we put. Anyone, it seems, might be better than the current Minister of Finance. I want to know, Madam President, if the procurement regulations will be tailor-made to apply to the Minister of Finance, and if not, why not? This is the same Minister of Finance who failed to report to the police that persons in the private sector tried to bribe him. So now we have a bunch of corrupt people walking around who try to bribe a government minister, and they walk around with impunity. And we all know what our parents said about the upholder and facilitator being worse than the perpetrator. So we have a finance minister who, by failing to report these corrupt individuals by his inaction, basically protects them. And this is the Minister of Finance who we are to put to replace the independent procurement regulator. How is this Minister of Finance to protect the public from government financiers when he's part of the government? It reads like a vaudeville show. I would like to know what is there in the legislation to circumscribe the power of the Minister of Finance when the assets of the people are being sold off either to international economic hitmen or those who sit around a table with CNN correspondents and boast about being the most powerful 1%.
I rise again on Standing Order 46-1 for the very reason that I rose 4 times already.
Senator Nakhid, continue, but continue under, yes.
Who will protect us? The government has already sold property in Flagstaff, Federation Villas.
I'm so sorry, again, with the greatest of respect, to rise on 46-1.
Nakhid, I hope I don't have to. You have very few minutes left. You need to. You finish at, if you're allowed to, because I'm getting up too many times to ask you to come back to the bill. So you will finish at 5:21 if you become relevant to the matters at hand.
Madam President, guide it. Madam President, the assets of the people of this country are being sold with zero transparency and zero accountability. For this is why the independent procurement regulator is needed. Madam Speaker, I turn to clause 5 of the bill. In particular, the proposed amendments to section 7, subsection 5 of the bill, which reads, this act shall not apply to the following services provided to public bodies or state-controlled enterprises. Subclause B, which deals with financial services. Madam President, in the last 5 years, we have seen the phenomenal growth of a finance house named NCB Global, which before 2015 was a virtual lightweight in the finance industry and now is dealing in transactions worth billions of dollars. The government needs to tell the country how much money it has borrowed from NCB Global from 2015 to now.
Senator Nakhid, you have 5 more minutes.
Thank you. The government needs to tell this Senate the value of financing provided by NCB Global to any and all public bodies and state enterprises from 2015 to present. The government needs to tell this Senate, and by extension this country, what rates of interest we borrowed at from NCB Global. Madam President, I turn quickly to clause 7 of the bill. I have to ask, why are we narrowing the categories of persons with this amendment? So now we are limiting the persons to those who have been convicted of corruption or fraud in the last 10 years. Why 10 years? We shouldn't be doing business with convicted fraudsters at all. Why are we narrowing the categories of convicted persons we can do business with? Why not include all offenses of dishonesty? Why are we leaving this door open, Madam President? Madam President, with respect to clause 5 of the bill, I want to ask the government, when did they decide that section 7, subsection 2 of the act give rise to uncertainty? And if that is reasonable justification for not bringing the act into operation. And I ask this in the context of transactions dealing with offshore patrol vessels and other marine assets. I ask in the context of the sale of Petrotin to a local entity having failed to materialize spectacularly. And if, as the government is saying, the section gives rise to uncertainty, can they share with the Senate any legal opinions that they have solicited to that effect? Who arrived at that conclusion? That section 7, subsection 2, gives rise to uncertainty. Is it an esteemed lawyer, senior counsel, or someone in the cabinet? Madam President, I would like to end with a quote, as my time has run out, having already noted that many prominent citizens, like the former Senate President and Law Association, has come out against these amendments. I leave with some hope. Inspirational quote from son of the soil, Peter Minshall. The cancer of corruption, and I quote, the cancer of corruption corrodes the body politic. A corruption of spirit, a primitive, barbaric immorality of the soul. The beautiful island tapestry is being torn to shreds. A monument of enormous gaudy crassness replaces it, casting a dangerous and murderous shadow. Madam President, through you, we are reminded that we are here to protect the interests of the people, the society, and the state. But more importantly, we have a sacred duty to protect democracy and our young people from that dark, dangerous, and murderous shadow that this bill, as laid, will simply and clearly bring upon our blessed country. I thank you.
Minister of Agriculture, Land and Fisheries.
Madam President, thank you very much for the opportunity to join the debate on this bill. And I seem to be coming after Senator Nakhid very often, which is not necessarily an easy task. I think the most dangerous thing, Madam President, that Senator Nakhid has exposed today, and I thank him for that, is the fact that he has not read this bill at all. He's not read the Parent Act. He's not read. I stop right there, Madam President, because, Madam President, what Senator Nakhid has attempted to do was to turn this debate into a whole conspiracy theory about disposal of property, to which the bill does not apply. But I just want, because I am responsible for state property, I just want the public to know very clearly that this bill, the Parent Act, contains 70 sections, and 10 of those sections deal directly with disposal of public property. And those 10 sections are not being affected in any way. And the 10 sections are Section 6, Section 13, Section 24(1), and a whole part of the Act called Part 6, Sections 53 to 57. Those deal with disposal of public property. In fact, in Section 13, where earlier in the debate it was made clear that the regulator has asked to be removed on account of a concern of conflict of interest, the government proposes to delete 13O. But that leaves us in section 13 with the powers of the regulator. It leaves us with section 13C that covers disposal, D, E, F, H, I, L, M, N, S. So we start with the alphabet today, Senator Nakhid. So, Madam President, this has nothing to do with disposal. That is for another day. Which brought me, while I was listening, Madam President, to Senator Nakhid and previous opposition speaker, very quickly to Maestro's famous calypso, Mr. Trinidadian. And I was just thinking about that opening line, Senator Nakhid, what scene you're on? That is the opening line, Mr. Trinidad, what scene you're on? Or to ask my friends on the opposition, what scene are you on today? Because this is a whole conspiracy theory. This bill, as one of my predecessor speakers, I believe it's Senator Welch, this bill contains 10 clauses. But in reality, we are debating clause 5. Because there is really no dispute with 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10, and 1, 2, 3 that precedes 4. This is a debate on 5. But there's nothing in the others to really question or challenge. But it is worth your while, Madam President, to understand the history of Section 7, because Section 7 didn't appear just like that. In fact, when the Public Procurement Bill was laid by my friends on the other side in 2014, Section 7 was not in the form it is in the Act that is awaiting proclamation. I want to make that very clear. In fact, Section 7 in the first version of the bill, the 2014 version that lapsed, Section 7 was simply, and I quote, the Act applies to public bodies and private-public partnership arrangements. That was the extent of Section 7 when it was laid in 2014. And it lapsed. But before it lapsed, and Senator Vieira was there, before it lapsed, in the committee stage, it is the minister piloting the bill who introduced what is now subsection 2, A, B, C, subsection 3, and subsection 4. Now, Madam President, that is very important because my friends on the other side want the country to believe, forget sanctimonious, I'll come to that, want the country to believe that this government-to-government arrangement is our creation. You introduced it in the committee stage in 2014 in the lapsed bill. You introduced that. And you knew why. So what is now 7, 2, 3, and 4 came in that committee stage. And in fact, and Senator Vieira, I appreciate your declaration because a 5 was introduced very, very briefly in the committee stage. And the 5 that was introduced, Section 7.5 that was introduced in the committee stage on the bill, 2014 bill that lapsed, was to exempt legal services from the application of the Act. So this is not something new. This is something that came up and you brought it to the floor. And Senator Vieira, if you recall, you instantly rejected it. And I don't think your mind has changed, and you are entitled to that. But as Senator Paul Richards correctly pointed out, when elected and placed in government, there are things you're required to do to get the country's business done. And none of that is done capriciously. There are so many opportunities for oversight, including this place that we are in. So many opportunities, from freedom of information, reports to the Integrity Commission, questions in all the various committees of Parliament, questions on notice, question required written responses, standing finance, many opportunities. And it is then Attorney Anand Ramlogan who placed in the committee stage in 2014 a proposal to add 5 to 7, sub 5, to exempt legal services. And if it was good then, well, it must still be good now. It must still be good now. And there were a number of senators who, even though it was withdrawn, who saw the merit in it. What's senior on? This opposition has come to us in the most sanctimonious way, as though it's the first time they have heard about Mr. Riley and the Joint Consultative Council and the citizens, the other group, private sector group, the chamber, and so on. But I'll tell you this. In that same committee stage, when the addition of 7, 2, 3, and 4 was being discussed, it is Dr. Tiwari, the then Minister of Planning, who spoke about the submission made by the JCC and the same private sector group and the same chamber and the same business groups opposed to the addition of 2, 3, and A. You see, that private sector group didn't start this opposition today in fear of the PNM government, you know. They started that opposition, and they didn't start it then. The contractors have always defended their turf. And the senator who referred to, Senator Teemal, who referred to Soditech, knows that at the time when Soditech came here, there was opposition already, even though it was clear that Trinidad and Tobago did not have the capacity, without the support of foreign contractors like Higgs and Hill, and all those contractors who were here. We did not have the capacity to take on those large projects. We did not have the capacity to do the contracts offshore, to service the offshore environment, to build it. We did not have the capacity to build Point Lisas. And it was understood. So to come now and talk about the private sector group and the JCC, we've been through this with that. And in the committee stage, you pointed out, just as how they have, so to say it's a sign of things in the country, it's a sign of things, no, they've consistently done that. And the government has to consistently do, and the PNM in government, we have to do what we believe we need to do to get this legislation implemented. I want to respond to Senator Mark and the other speakers, 1 or 2 speakers from the opposition, who talked about having two procurement regimes. In fact, Senator Mark called it the two-headed hydra. But I want to tell you, because it is a point I've always made in relation to procurement, and it's something I learned when I joined Carney 1975 Limited. You have to know the history of the Central Tenders Board. The Central Tenders Board was created in 1961. But there was an amendment to the ordinance. There was an amendment to the ordinance in 83 by Act number 22 of 1983. And I would say, Senator Mark, is not a two-headed hydra. The 1983 amended create a 9-headed hydra by the devolution of the power of the Central Tenders Board. So the existence of more than one procurement regimes in this country is nothing new, because the CTB amendment, this is what it did. It reserved for the CTB the contracts over 1 million, but it devolved power to the permanent secretary in a ministry of between 500,000 2,001 million. It devolved power to municipal corporations, the city and borough, between 100,000 and 500,000. It devolved power to the clerks in the borough and the clerks in the city. It devolved power to the deputy permanent secretary and heads of division in a ministry of under 500,000. It devolved power to the Tobago House of Assembly. It devolved power to the CEO in a corporation of up to $50,000. And it devolved power to Special Ministerial Tenders Committee, which we still have today, between 50,000 and 100,000. Over the years, the limits have changed. But it is the successive changes, in particular, by virtue of Act number 22 of 83, that created multiple tendering regimes in the country and multiple procurement regimes. And what I learned in Caroni the hard way, Madam President, when I joined Caroni and was given responsibility for the official tenders committee, and I realized that at the end of the year, the tenders committee had only dealt with about $1 million worth in contracts. I wondered how it is Caroni. I used to hear that Caroni was spending $500 and $600 million a year. And I wanted to know, if I had only dealt with $1 million in contracts, how the money was being spent. And as we know, in all those state enterprise, you have something called purchasing. And purchasing via 3 courts is where the action is. I realize that there's no oversight there. There's no oversight over a 3-court system. Somebody standing by a fax machine or somebody standing by a box, and 3 courts are invited, and somebody puts it in the box and you open and you make an award. And the formal tenders committee that had the CTB representative and a whole set of bureaucracy handled only a small part. So we have in this country, we've had within enterprise multiple systems of procurement, and within the country different procurement regimes. And then we get to the creation of the RHAs, which have their own tenders procedure, the Municipal Corporations Act, which created a system of procurement for the municipal corporations, and of course the Defense Force Act, which has a procurement regime for the Defense Force. So it is not something that is strange. Madam President, we must also know that it is not the first time that we are trying to avoid concentrating all the procurement in one place. The Central Tenders Board went through that process, the 83 devolution. By virtue of Act number 36 of 1979, the Central Tenders Board powers was reduced. We created the exception, the well-known Section 20A exception, which allows you to do tendering,
Minister, you have 5 more minutes.
do procurement through a special purpose company, to the point that we have significant procurement being done through special purpose committees. The government arrangements were codified by virtue of that amendment in 1979. In 1987, emergency procurement came by virtue of legislation. 1991, special ministerial tenders. 1993, the introduction of NIPDEC into the picture. So, Madam President, my point is that it is not something to be feared. It is not Central Tenders Board at one time after 61, right up until 79, they control the whole procurement show. And as things change in the country, and the requirements of the country change, the act was changed and power was devolved and power was placed in different places. And what we are saying today by virtue of this bill, Clause 5 of the bill is the most important thing, and it comes in 2 parts. And the first part is very simple, to put a full stop after the word prevail. Because what the Honorable Attorney General has made known is that you have, on the one hand, the existing Section 7, saying that where you have other arrangements, external arrangements, those arrangements will apply. But after the word prevail, something that is contradictory appears, and that is it makes a commitment after the word prevail. A commitment is made to use the provision of the procurement legislation for the provision of works, goods, and services. So there's an inconsistency. If you're in a technical cooperation agreement or a government-to-government arrangement,
And part of Section 7.1 says that the government arrangement will apply, and the second part after the word prevail says that the act will apply. You're creating confusion. And clearly that was not intended. Clearly when you introduced in 2014 in the committee stage section 2, 3, and 4 to what was in the original bill, you understood that there must be different arrangements for government arrangements, and you created a contradiction that must be removed by putting the full stop after prevail. And the second part of it is something we could argue about. Senator Vieira's position is very clear. He was not supportive of excluding legal services then, and he's not supportive now. But you introduced legal services. So if it is one thing that you should support now, is the inclusion of legal services, because you wanted it then, and you know why? You were in government already for 4 years, and you understood. And we are saying that it does not mean that there's going to be a lack of oversight, but those services which are accepted are best performed through a different means of procurement. And it is not unusual. In Canada, in other parts of the world, legal services are procured through a variety of ways, all of which are transparent ways, and there is no need. The government believes that the act will be most efficient if those are excluded. And what it leaves us with, by fixing one section we really fixing, one section we fixing 7, it still leaves us with 69 other sections to deal with all the other acts of corruption and everything that you complain about. All those things, nothing we are doing here interferes with the regulator's ability, law enforcement ability, the parliament's ability, or any oversight body's ability to hold any government accountable for public procurement. Thank you very much, Madam President.
Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Madam President. I hold in my hand the comments from the Law Association of Trinidad and Tobago, and they made some comments on the bill that we are debating here today, the Public Procurement and Disposal of Public Property Amendment Bill 2020. And point number 25 that the Law Association made, and the Minister of Agriculture should pay very careful attention. Further to the proposed Clause 6, which amends Section 13 of the Parent Act, prevents the Office of the Procurement Regulation from acting on behalf of the government vis-a-vis disposal of real property owned by the government. What this means is that scrutiny for the disposal of real property owned by the government outlined in Section 14 of the Parent Act will not apply. And it goes through Section 14. And in number 27 of the Law Association Legal Luminaries, it says, the question that therefore arises is who then would be acting for or in the name of the state to dispose of real property owned by the government, and what oversight and scrutiny is there to preserve and maintain its objectivity and the non-discriminatory disposal. There is nothing in the bill to provide as such. Furthermore, in the bill, Minister of Agriculture, because you made an attack on Senator Nakhid, I do not know why. Every time you come here, it's emotive. It's some I cannot explain. But you said that he didn't read a bill. He doesn't study the bill. He clearly is unprepared. Yet your conclusions were totally wrong with regards to the debate that we are having here today. In Clause 6 of the bill, Minister of Agriculture, the bill says that they would amend Section 13.1 to delete one of the functions of the Office of the Procurement Regulator contained in paragraph O. The function being deleted is that of acting for, in the name and on behalf of the state, to dispose of real property owned by the government in such manner as the government may consider appropriate. Furthermore, we go to the actual section and we read 13.10, Honorable Minister of Agriculture, and it says the part that is to be deleted that we are actually debating here in the Senate today. It states, Act 4, in the name and on behalf of the state to dispose of real property owned by the government in such a manner as the government may consider appropriate. So this debate is about the disposal of property. It is about the regulator not being involved in the sale of assets, the sale of land, the sale of taxpayers' assets. So I'm dumbfounded to know that where the attack on Senator Nakhid came from, because clearly, Minister of Agriculture, we can now understand why you lost in Mayaro and you lost in Chaguanas East, and Vandana Mohit is looking for you, because your attempts to be pseudo-intellectual have fallen flat in the face of the entire nation here today, as you are unprepared after being in government for 5 years, entering your second term, having lost 2 elections yourself. To the Minister of Finance, a brilliant, intelligent man, went to UE Primary School and was bright from small, extremely intelligent. I may disagree with his application of that God-given intelligence, but no one can ever describe the Honorable Minister of Finance as intellectually challenged. He's bright like a bulb. So let me deal with a little mischief then, because if one gives the fact that he is bright, then there has to be a little mischief, because he even had some of the independent senators here today stating and repeating what he allowed. I know we are rushed for time, 20 minutes is short, but the Honorable Minister of Finance in his speech, in his presentation here, compared, contrasted, and put in one pot the procurement for the aquatic center, the cycling velodrome, and the National Tennis Center, and equated it with the acquisition of fast ferries and said, this is government to government, that's what you're like. Let me just distinguish the process, because corporate governance is about process. And the basic principle about corporate governance is the more eyes and ears, the more hearts and souls that are involved in the process, the harder it is to corrupt the process, the harder it is for any individual who may have a bad motivation or may want to impact the nation's purse in the wrong way. It will be rather more difficult the more individuals that are involved. You will have whistleblowers, you'll have people of good character, and the process will save itself. So, the procurement of the contract, for example, for the aquatic center, the tennis center, and so on, went to advertisement. It was done by the sport company. The sport company had a board. They had an evaluation team consisting of hired, intelligent, intellectual engineers of much experience and so on. There were 12 international companies that bid. There was a detailed process. The 12 was narrowed down to 3. From that, the 3 went into more details of financing and so on, and they were scored by an evaluation team of public servants. And then the Shanghai Construction Company won that. And then in the negotiation for the contract, having won an open advertised tender, the financing by the Ministry of Finance went to the Exim Bank, and there you have it. That cannot compare to 2 ministers flying to Australia, meeting with CEOs at a company wearing hard hats, telling them to bring back 2 proposals to the exact same minister who went on the plane. The minister and his committee, he chairs the committee, they evaluate the tenders. They open the tenders and they see that one bids higher than the next one. Somebody from the committee contacts one of the competing bidders and says, listen, your bid is too high. This team bid lower than you. And then they come and lower their bid. And the same minister who went and visited with the CEOs awards a contract for $1.5 billion, one to the left side and one to the right side. I would like to show the nation that is 2 separate types of procurement. One can be best practice corporate governance under the People's Partnership and the UNC, and one can be described as something else, that we are here today to ensure that the procurement legislation will not be gutted to allow those who would like to procure and spend taxpayers' money in that way to do so going forward. My Minister, Honorable Minister of Energy, I know you're on the phone, but you're going to come off that phone now because you know my mother loves you and I'd love to talk to you, sir.
First of all, you address anyone through me, okay? And you could speak about your love outside of the chamber. All right, just let's deal with the matter at hand.
Thank you, Madam President, but I did not want to upset you by addressing you. So, okay, Madam President, now that you've invited me, so to do I shall. So through you, Madam President, I speak to the Honorable Minister of Energy, and I'm here today to say, Minister of Energy, after I finish today, I will convince you to vote against the bill that you all bring here today. So please pay attention. The Honorable Attorney General, I must say I was listening in great detail, but we're talking about procurement, corporate governance, practice, conflict of interest, or regulations. But I did not hear the Honorable Attorney General during his presentation alert this Senate and the people of Trinidad and Tobago, as he was before entering the debate, that he's conflicted with regards to clauses in this very bill that we're debating. It is part of the public record that he himself recused himself from deliberations at the cabinet level with regards to elements that we are debating here. So it would have to maintain the highest levels of corporate governance, conflict of interest, and so on. The Honorable Attorney General should have alerted us to any possible conflict, so you can do that probably at a different time. This morning, while I was eating my doubles, local national dish down in Crystal Stream, I observed a lady, and she was pulling out her money, and she was counting ones. And she counted 5 $1 bills. And I could see her contemplating, looking at the playway booth and looking at the doubles. Looking at the playway booth and looking at the doubles. She eventually decided to go to the playway booth and play the mark. Clearly, I was saying, like, she's deciding whether to eat, she's hungry, or try to get some hope to get a little bit more money to buy things for her family later. After she played the mark, I had told my doubles man to put 2 in a bag for her, no pepper.
Roberts, as fascinating as this is, I really would like you to get to the point, please. No, but get it a little faster.
For you to make you happy. The point of the
Mr.
bill...
Roberts, it's not about my happiness. It's about my ensuring the smooth running and functioning of this Senate.
The idea is that this bill deals with taxpayers' dollars. This bill deals with regulation and the elimination of corruption, as Senator Deyalsingh said. That too many dollars per dollar spent, every $10 spent, is lost through corruption. So we are here to have and bring regulations rather than these amendments to gut and weaken a bill that will enhance and create opportunities for further corruption. We are here to say, withdraw these amendments, bring the regulation, and proclaim the stronger legislation that was passed in the Parliament. Why do we do this? Because when there is corruption, there is less for the people. There is less for food cards. There are less for food baskets. There's less for laptops. There's less for programs. There's less for differently able. There's less for pensioners. And ladies have to choose between a doubles or playway. That's why we are here to debate for the people of Trinidad and Tobago. The amendments here today deal with this because these amendments are an attempt to legalize corruption. And it will not be tolerated. The opposition senators are here, and we are here to debate on the issues because one must simply ask why. Why? Why these amendments? Why? And each citizen has to think, why? You have a bill passed. Is it a perfect bill? Will it end corruption? No, because there's humanity involved in everything. But there is a bill passed by a special majority that exists, waiting to be proclaimed for 5 years and 3 months, waiting on regulations. Why are we here to water down and weaken something that is strong? Why? I went and I researched and I remember the member for Dago Martin West in a previous incarnation in the Red House before it was immaculately refurbished for $500 million, stating to his colleagues as he stayed on the opposition side, talking across to his government colleagues and saying, my colleagues on the other side, we must not come to this place to help and assist those few wrongdoers who want to do wrong. We must stand firm and strong for transparency, accountability, and good governance. That was the member of parliament for Dago Martin West in 2009. So why has he changed his position now? Why is he the head of a government that brings a minister of finance to bring a bill to water down and gut a procurement bill that has been passed, that was consulted upon, that lots of citizens put their mind, their thoughts, their passion into it to carry our country forward? Why come here to water it down? I just asked the question why. It's confusing. In 1995, as a swimming coach, because I understand humanity and people, and that's why, Honorable Minister of Agriculture, when you make a debate and you say that someone asked you to delete section 13.1.0, these laws, we do not come here to make laws for personalities. Someone may hold the office of regulator right now, and by tomorrow they may not be. Somebody might be the Minister of Agriculture right now, but tomorrow he may not be or she may not be. We make laws for the position, not for the person in the position. So to come here and say that the present regulator was conflicted and therefore I bring an amendment to amend a law passed by an entire parliament is not only ludicrous, it's illogical. And that's why I have to ask why. As I did back, for example, in 1995, as I break down the argument for the people out there. I was a swimming coach and coaching one of the best swimmers in the country, a 12-year-old girl called Kerry Ann Gibbs. And she qualified for the World Championships in short course in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. And the association was run by people who were in politics just like we are here. There was a red team and a yellow team. And those on the red team did not have any athletes that made the time. So rather than work hard or forego that
Senator
competition.
Roberts, you have 5 more minutes.
Already, ma'am? That went fast. Rather than do that, what did they do? They watered down the rules. They watered down the qualification standard. And instead of saying that you had to make a time top 20 in the world because only one athlete did it and the athletes that they wanted did not, in order to get their athlete to go, they said, okay, forget the qualification standard. Let anybody who the coaches feel should go and benefit go. That's what we are doing here today. We have a strong piece of legislation, yet we are coming here to the Senate to soften it, to weaken it, to make it null and void. The tenets of good governance are very simple. The more eyes you have, the more people in the chain, the harder it is for nefarious means to take over. Let us simply compare. As I was talking about the aquatic center and so on back in 2010, 2015, Kamla Prasad Bisesa was prime minister, and she told all of Trinidad and Tobago, one board for one person, one chairmanship for one person, no family members of ministers on boards, no executive chairman. We have changed that over the last 5 years. We have members, citizens of Trinidad and Tobago on 8 and 9 and 10 boards. We have one individual spending money and building and in charge of police station, fire station, sport industry, fancy red house, president's house, prime minister's residence, community centers, building everything. Why? Don't we have people with brain? Trinidad and Tobago has brain. That's one thing we have, brain efficient people. How is it that one person in charge of all of that? When you do that, when you eliminate people, when you eliminate discussion, when you eliminate different, you give the opportunity for human beings with nefarious goals to take root. And that's why we cannot support these amendments. Throw them away, proclaim the bill, bring the regulations, and the opposition will support. I can't believe I'm running out of time. We're getting paid by the government and the time just in half. Let me fast forward, please. Independence, 1962, and today, independence is very important. As my learned colleague, the Minister of Energy, through you, Madam President, said, he can't convince me and I can't convince him. I hope that's not true. But let's take him at his word. But he's really talking about the independent senators. And with all due respect, I know quite a few of you. In fact, one was kind of my boss. I did not call you. I would not speak to you. I do not put a thought in my head to try to convince you of the efficacy of my arguments before presenting it. I come here to make a case for what is best for Trinidad and Tobago, hoping that the independent bench, not red, not yellow, they don't like Anil and they don't like Minister of Energy. They just like Trinidad and Tobago. Well, today is a red letter day for Trinidad and Tobago. And it's unfortunate that a lot falls on the independent bench, but in a country that is so politically divided that logic goes out of the window, independence is a priceless commodity. Independence can save our country from falling down.
Senator Roberts, you're going down a path that I think is not proper, and I would ask you therefore to come back to the bill itself.
Thank you, Madam President. The bill deals with procurement. The bill deals with politics. The bill deals with taxpayers' resources. The bill deals with the future of Trinidad and Tobago. The bill deals with, we have a law, 3/5 majority. The bill deals with democracy. The bill deals with simple majority as opposed to special majority. The bill deals with the very essence of our country. So today is about independence and independence. Abstinence may be good for family planning, but not today. Abstinence.
Senator Roberts, you're going down a path that I do not think is proper. Therefore, you have a few seconds. I would ask you to wrap up your contribution.
Madam President, I don't know what part you thought I was going down, because I am not sure what part. But I'm saying today that we are here, Trinidad and Tobago.
Has expired, Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam President. And there are some proposed amendments which I would ask be circulated at this time. I think the Attorney General has conduct of that. And let me just deal with those amendments right away. And those are based on comments made by the independent bench, starting with Senator Thompson-Ahye, who made the point that in the Jamaican Procurement Act, and the Jamaican Procurement Act is very instructive and very relevant to what we're about today. In the Jamaican Procurement Act of 2015, there is a list of exempt services, among other things. I'll go into that in more detail in a little while. But what the Jamaican Act requires is that if the minister wishes to expand on the list of services already in the first schedule to the Act, that matter must be subject to affirmative resolution of Parliament. I think Senator Richards also raised that point, and I am pleased to say that we have considered that matter, and we agree that we can change negative resolution to affirmative resolution. So it means that if any additional services are to be added to the list of exempt services, it will require a debate and a vote in both houses of Parliament, including this distinguished House, where we do not have a built-in majority. So that is one of the amendments. We also wish to change or amend or improve the list of services that are in Clause 5 of the bill. We wish to keep legal services, and I'll explain that in a while. Change financial services to debt financing services for the national budget. So it becomes crystal clear, it's not any ordinary common or garden financial service. It's financing specifically for the national budget. And change medical services to emergency or other scheduled medical services. I also wish to point out, because in discussion, we had thought about the concept of laying all these government-to-government agreements in Parliament so that they could be seen, disclosed, and debated by honourable members and examined by the relevant committee of Parliament. We have many committees at this stage. But what I did not remember is that in Section 7 of the Parent Act, there's already a very robust system for full disclosure. And some of the commentators external to this Senate really have not done justice to the debate, because they say things that are not rooted in reality. They say things which are simply untrue. And it's sort of organized emotion when they make these statements that are simply patently untrue. In Section 7 of the Act as it exists, Section 7(3) says that a procuring entity engaged in procurement proceedings related to a treaty or agreement referred to in subsection 2A, which is the section that is being proposed to be amended by Clause 5 of this bill, shall comply with Section 29 of the Parent Act and submit a report on such compliance to the office. Now, what does Section 29 tell us? When we go to Section 29, we see that certain mandatory requirements are specified in the Act for procurement of any kind. And there is no intention on the part of this government to change or remove the application of those mandatory requirements to government-to-government agreements. And if I can just read Section 29 of the Act now for honorable senators so they will know, so that we are not touching Section 7(3) of the Act, which requires the entity, whether it is a ministry, whether it is a state enterprise, whether it is a statutory authority, because all of these things are covered by the definition, the words procuring entity. And Section 29 says, a procuring entity shall ensure that suppliers and contractors have the legal capacity to enter into a procurement contract, are not insolvent in receivership, bankrupt, and so on, have not, and their directors or officers have not been convicted of any criminal offense, and we are amending that to say within a 10-year period, have fulfilled their obligations to pay all required taxes and contributions in Trinidad and Tobago, have the necessary professional and technical qualifications and competence, financial resources, equipment, and other managerial capability, experience, etc., meet relevant industry standards, subject to the right of suppliers or contractors to protect their intellectual property. A procuring entity shall require suppliers to provide appropriate documentary evidence to satisfy itself that contractors are qualified. And it goes on and on, Madam President. Section 29 goes into evaluation. It says a procuring entity shall evaluate the qualifications of suppliers in accordance with qualification criteria specified in subsection 1 of this section, and then continues to go on to say a procuring entity may require a supplier to certify on oath that the documentary evidence provided to demonstrate his qualification is true and correct, and it speaks about disqualification. And I mean, section 29 has multiple subsections. The point is that section 7.3, subsection 3 of the Act makes it crystal clear that even in the situation, or particularly in the situation of a government-to-government agreement, a contract that is entered into by way of a government-to-government agreement, that a report must be submitted to the regulator on compliance with section 29. And as I said, section 29 gives you very strict criteria with respect to procurement, even under the auspices of a government-to-government agreement. And what is more important, or equally important, section 7.4 says the office shall, within 21 days of receiving a report under subsection 3, which is the report on compliance with section 29, which is all those things I just read out, forward a copy of the report to the Speaker of the House of Representatives, who shall cause the report to be laid in Parliament at the earliest opportunity. I wanted to make that crystal clear. So all this talk from outside and from the front there, not the back, about secrecy is just baseless, because we are not touching 7.3 or 7.4, Madam President. The other point I'd like to make is that it is necessary for us in the Caribbean to look at what is happening around us. And some members made mention of the Jamaica Act. And I think that was very important. And I congratulate senators who took the time to go and look in detail at the Jamaica Act. The Jamaica Act, the Public Procurement Act of 2015, has been in existence now for 5 years, but Jamaica procurement under a previous legislation has been in existence since 2008. And Jamaica has already had one procurement regulator serve his full term and has appointed a second procurement regulator. And that regulator has reported to the Jamaica Parliament on the acquisition of goods and services by the Jamaica government and state authorities in that country. And in that Procurement Act of Jamaica, which, as I said, has been in existence now for 5 years, and its principles in existence for much longer than that, and have been applied, and have been scrutinized, and have been interpreted, and have been disputed, and have been litigated. In the Jamaica Procurement Act, it says the procurement methods and processes do not apply to the following goods, works, and services. The first item is goods, works, and services donated by the government of Jamaica to a non-governmental organization. Second one, land or immovable property. Third one, works of art. Fourth, goods, works, and services relating to the staging of productions associated with creative expression. 5, medical services. 6, legal services. G, which is 7, medallions and insignias for national honors. 8, goods, works, and services of a sensitive nature, and this is very relevant, for use in or acquisition for the purposes of national defense or national security. I, travel services, hotel accommodation. J, contracts for broadcasting time. K, program material intended for broadcasting. And this is the relevant one, which is exactly what we are proposing with clause 5. L, goods, works, and services under multilateral or bilateral agreements to which Jamaica is a party, or an agreement between Jamaica and an international organization providing for an alternate system of procurement than that which is provided under this act. So in the Jamaica legislation, which has been in existence for 5 years, and the principles in existence for more than 10 years, the Public Procurement Act and the oversight by the regulator in Jamaica, which is the first functional regulatory system for public procurement in the Caribbean, as far as I am aware, within CARICOM, goods, works, and services under multilateral, bilateral agreements or an agreement between Jamaica and an international organization providing for an alternate system of procurement are not subject to the Public Procurement Act. So what we are doing is exactly the same as occurs in Jamaica and has occurred in Jamaica for many, many years. What I would also like to do is just correct some misconceptions. I heard Senator Teemal refer to PPP contracts, and it appears he was under the mistaken impression that we are removing PPP contracts, public-private partnership contracts, from the ambit of the regulator. That is not so. Let me just read Section 7 of our Public Procurement Act very carefully, because what I find in a lot of this debate, a lot of people are not zeroing in on the actual words contained within the legislation. And let's read Section 7 that we are seeking to amend. 7.1. This act applies to public bodies and public-private partnership arrangements. It just says so. But that's a sort of a, what shall I say, sends you down a rabbit hole because it's irrelevant to what follows next. 7.2. To the extent that this act conflicts with an obligation of the state under or arising out of the following, and this is what we're touching, not public-private partnerships. All 7.1 said is that the act applies to public bodies and applies to public-private partnership arrangements. What we are seeking to change is not 7.1. We're looking at 7.2. To the extent that this act conflicts with an obligation of the state under or arising out of the following, and it's very restrictive: a treaty or other form of agreement to which Trinidad and Tobago is a party without one or more states. B, an agreement entered into by the government of Trinidad and Tobago with an international financing institution. Or C, an agreement for technical or other cooperation between the government of Trinidad and Tobago and the government of a foreign state. So the specific section of the existing Public Procurement Act that we are seeking to amend only deals with these three things: a treaty to which the state of Trinidad and Tobago is a signatory, an agreement to which the state of Trinidad and Tobago is a signatory, and that's for with an international financing institution, an agreement for technical or other cooperation between the state and another state. And the operative words are, to the extent that this act conflicts with an obligation of the state. So it is Trinidad and Tobago's obligations under a treaty or an agreement with an international financing institution or a technical assistance agreement or economic cooperation agreement with another state. So it has absolutely nothing to do with private-public partnerships. We have no intention of removing private-public partnerships from the ambit of the regulator. I just wanted to make that absolutely clear. These three things are public-public, pure public-public. Government of Trinidad and Tobago, another government, and so on. How much more time do I have, Madam President?
That's 29 minutes past 6.
Okay, so I have another 14 minutes. Very good. I notice on the other side that members of the opposition resorted to what is quite normal behavior by not giving the whole truth with respect to certain matters. Let me turn now to Section 13 of the Public Procurement Act, the existing one. One of the opposition senators made a lot of, I think the correct word would be hoo-ha, about Section 13O and the proposal to remove Section 13O from the Act. Let me read what Section 13O says. And section 13 has a series of subsections. And it starts off with the functions of the office, and that's the Office of Procurement Regulation. R, and when you go to O, O says, act for, in the name and on behalf of the state, to dispose of real property owned by the government in such manner as the government may consider appropriate and desirable. So in this parent act, passed several years ago, the regulator was given a specific function to act for the state to dispose of real property owned by the government. The regulator has belatedly realized that this is a conflict, because if you go to the preceding subsection, which the opposition senator neglected to read out, you will see that it reads as follows, that the functions of the office are, N, to investigate on its own initiative or upon complaint from any party involved in public procurement or disposal of public property or any member of the public, any alleged or suspected breach of this act. So this is really a legal nonsense, Madam President, because in O, it requires the regulator to act for, in the name of, and on behalf of the state, to dispose of real property owned by the government. But in N, it says it must investigate on its own initiative or upon complaint from any party or the public any alleged or suspected breach of this act. So therefore, if it carries out the function in O and there's a complaint, it will then have to investigate itself. And the regulator has belatedly seen that point. And this is why O must come out, because N is there. So, and therefore, the statement made that we are deleting and taking away from the regulator oversight of the disposal of public property is another nonsense. We are certainly not doing that. What we are doing is removing the conflict that the regulator would be required to dispose of public property, and then if there's some ratchet fee, investigate himself for the alleged ratchet fee. But the regulator still will have the power to investigate the disposal of public property, because it's clearly defined in N that that's a function of the regulator. With respect to why we are here and why we are doing all of this, we on this side firmly believe that with the amendments that we are proposing, as arising from the debate, as arising from the contributions of honorable senators on the independent bench in particular, that by putting the onus on the government to come to Parliament and receive affirmative approval for any additional services, that provides the level of safety and security that is required. We believe that by illustrating that the law already requires any arrangement between the government and any other government with respect to a treaty or a bilateral agreement to be reported to the regulator and to be brought to the Parliament within a short period of time for scrutiny, for debate, for examination by all members of Parliament, we believe there are already sufficient safeguards within Section 7 of the law. What we don't want is to create a situation of conflict, because the law as it currently stands creates a conflict. It speaks to government-to-government agreements which would flow from a treaty or a framework agreement, such as the framework agreement signed between the government of Trinidad and Tobago and the government of China under the UNC government for economic cooperation in a number of matters, including the said sporting facilities that opposition senator would like us to believe is not contained within that framework agreement for economic cooperation with China. It's there, together with the conversion of the San Fernando administrative complex into the San Fernando Teaching Hospital. That framework agreement between the government of Trinidad and Tobago and China was modified and amended under the UNC government to include a number of things, including the sporting facilities. But the fact of the matter is that there is a conflict. Because if you have a framework agreement for economic cooperation with the government of Austria, which we have, that is how the said facility I just spoke about, the conversion of the Chancery Lane Administrative Complex into the San Fernando Teaching Hospital, was done under the framework agreement with the government of Austria. And that is why VAMED, an Austrian contractor, was selected. And that is why an Austrian bank gave a very concessional loan for that project, as well as the Point Fortin Hospital project, and now the Sangre Grande Hospital project. So that if you have a treaty arrangement, a framework agreement, negotiated bilaterally between Trinidad and Tobago and all of these governments, Austria, China, UK, United States, whatever it is, and there are particular procurement provisions within that treaty and particular procurement obligations of these particular countries or international organizations, there's a conundrum in the existing law that you can't say that the requirements of the treaty will apply unless it conflicts with the act, because then where are you really going with this? You would then be in breach of your treaty and in breach of your bilateral agreement with these entities, and you simply would not get any assistance at all. So it's quite pointless. And in a situation of COVID-19, who knows what's going to happen 2 years from now, Madam President? Who knows? Who knows whether Trinidad and Tobago will require emergency financial assistance from an international organization, from the Inter-American Development Bank or the World Bank, as we are getting now. In fact, I wrote a letter yesterday to the World Bank asking them for their agreement to modify the World Bank loan that we got for COVID-19 to take the remaining funding in that World Bank facility and apply it to the COVID vaccine that we expect to get for our 1.3 million citizens within the next couple of months, Madam President. If there were no bilateral arrangements between Trinidad and Tobago and the World Bank, I couldn't do that. I couldn't do that. I also had the honor to provide a guarantee for the vaccine, the COVAX Vaccine Alliance, to allow the COVID vaccine to come to Trinidad and Tobago as soon as possible by way of a bilateral agreement with the alliance, the Vaccine Alliance. If we had to subject that to different procurement arrangements, I couldn't do that, Madam Speaker. So, Madam President, so the point I'm making, we are in a very difficult situation in Trinidad and Tobago. This is a very, very serious matter. There are many things that this country will require. We certainly do not make vaccines to deal with the dangerous pandemic. We don't make that in this country. There is no supplier or contractor in Trinidad and Tobago that could make a COVID vaccine. And therefore, it is incumbent on us to do whatever we can to engage with the rest of the world and to apply their procurement procedures for something as simple and dangerous as that, Madam Speaker. So I am simply making the point that we believe there are sufficient protections and provisions for full disclosure already in Section 7 of the Act.
5 more minutes.
5 more minutes? Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would not use the whole 5. But I am simply making the point that Section 7 of the Act already compels the government in all its manifestations, whether it is UDICOT that was spoken about, whether it is NIPDEC, whether it is a regional health authority, whether it is the Ministry of Agriculture for that matter, compels any one of these entities, if they are making an arrangement with another government for technical cooperation or economic cooperation, compels that procuring entity to send a report to the procurement regulator, which the regulator must lay in the parliament. And it compels the procuring entity as well to comply with Section 29 of the Public Procurement and Disposal of Public Property Act, which is a very strict provision, Section 29. So we think there are appropriate safeguards and significant protections for our citizens and significant opportunities for parliamentarians to examine exactly what this government has done. And I'd also like to make the point, as nice as the procurement regulator may appear, the regulator is not accountable to the people of Trinidad and Tobago. The members of this house are. The members of the other place are. The government is accountable to the people of Trinidad and Tobago through the Constitution, Madam Speaker. We in the Senate and members of the other place, we are all accountable to the people. We seek their mandate. Those of us who are elected seek their mandate every 5 years, and those of us who are appointed swear an oath to do right by all manner of people, Madam President. The regulator is not accountable to the people. And with due respect, neither are the chambers of commerce accountable to the people. So we feel with these amendments, making the list of services that the minister can prescribe by order, subject to affirmative resolution, with making a simple adjustment with respect to matters of national security, and all of the other provisions that already exist, Madam President, we feel this is appropriate and correct for Trinidad and Tobago as we chart uncertain waters, as we navigate through this COVID-19 crisis. And we have absolutely no idea what next year will bring. And the year after that, we don't know what is the new virus that will appear on the horizon, the new pandemic. We have absolutely no idea, Madam President. And therefore, we firmly believe that we must engage in acquisition of technology and acquisition of financing, in particular from international bodies, at a moment's notice, Madam Speaker. So, having said all of that, I beg to move.
Honourable Senators, the question is that a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Public Procurement and Disposal of Public Property Act, number 1 of 2015, be read a second time. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it.
A bill entitled An Act to Amend the Public Procurement and Disposal of Public Property Bill, number 1 of 2015.
Minister of Finance.
Thank you, Madam President. That's okay. Thank you. In accordance with Standing Order 66-1, I beg to move that a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Public Procurement and Disposal of Public Property Act, number 1 of 2015, be committed to a committee of the whole Senate forthwith to be considered close by close.
Honourable Senators, the question is that a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Public Procurement and Disposal of Public Property Act, number 1 of 2015, be committed to a committee of the whole Senate forthwith to be considered clause by clause. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The Senate shall now go into committee of the whole to consider the bill clause by clause. Just see one thing. all members should be in receipt of a list of amendments as proposed by the Minister of Finance and amendments proposed by Senator Richards.
Senator Richards will be available and Rotunda.
Okay, all right, just 1 second. I guess it's now is the time to introduce a new dimension to what we will be doing in the Parliament as part of our strategic planning. We have the amendment as proposed by the Minister of Finance. I think that has been circulated. The amendment as proposed by Senator Richards has been emailed. It's on the rotunda and can be accessed that way. You do remember that we are trying to, as part of our strategic plan, everyone has iPads, and we are trying to move away from this dependence and reliance on excessive paper. So,
Madam President, with your leave, could I just make a point? Could I just make a point with your leave?
Sure.
I understand the move towards a paperless system.
Yes.
But the CPC, the Deputy CPC, has pointed out to me that she is unable to access the rotunda, and she is our technical advisor.
so that we
Madam
have
Chair.
a limited number of hard copies of the amendments as proposed by Senator Richards, a limited number. I am just trying to signal so those who need it, Attorney General, you'd like a hard copy?
Well, more than that, we don't have rotunda, nor do I have any emails from the Parliament. I've consistently said this, Madam Chair. So I will undertake to try and get into that zone, but regrettably, I'm not in a position to be there yet.
It was emailed
Which I confirm
to
I don't
everyone
have.
here.
Yeah.
Okay? So I'm just asking members, it will take a little adjustment, but it's an adjustment that is required on the part of all. We have some copies today, so we'll be circulating for those who need it. Okay?
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Attorney General, I'm told that because you are a guest, that it was not emailed to you. It has been emailed to all members of the Senate. So I'm going, that's the difference, and we will address that in the future.
Very kind of you, Madam Chair. Also, I've repeatedly told the Parliament that they apparently have the wrong address for me because I don't get any emails from the
Okay,
Parliament.
we will
Thank
deal
you.
with all of
Much
that
obliged.
as we move along, but just to get everyone's head in the game, that you're not going to be getting the hard copies as in the past. Okay? Minister of Finance, you ready?
Clauses 1 to 3.
The question is that clauses 1 to 3 stand a part of the bill. The question is that clauses 1 to 3 now stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clauses 1 to 3 now stand part of the bill.
Clause 4.
The question is that clause 4 stand a part of the bill. Senator Lutchmedial.
Madam President, I have a concern with respect to the definition of bid rigging, specifically with the reference to anti-competitive behavior. I mentioned it in passing to the Attorney General earlier that I feel that the definition there, without defining what anti-competitive behavior is, it's quite wide. And this bid rigging, it links back to a very severe fine and penalty by virtue of Section 60, I believe it is, of the Act. It's something like $5 million and imprisonment for 10 years. So I feel with those types of penalties being attached, we need to clarify that definition a little bit further of anti-competitive behavior to define what it is. I was drawing the Attorney General's attention to the Fair Trading Act, which also deals with anti-competitive behavior. And it is, well, in that legislation, it's a bit different because you have the Fair Trading Commission set up to determine whether or not the behavior is in fact anti-competitive. But it does drill down a little bit more in terms of what amounts to anti-competitive behavior. And I feel some more consideration ought to be given to expanding this definition, please, Madam President.
Senator Vieira.
Thank you, Chair. Through you, Honorable Attorney General, I find the original definition is a much better definition than what is being proposed in the amendments. The original definition is quite clear: collusion between persons for the purpose of manipulating the proceedings. When you now bringing these elements, collusive price fixing, anti-competitive behavior, which I share the same concern about, not defined, but now you have designed to unfairly influence the outcome of a competitive tender process. There are too many elements now to be proven that could almost weaken the definition. I think what is the term? The negative implication canon. It's much better to say no dogs allowed, which is very clear, than to say open for treatment for dogs, cats, horses, and all other farm and domestic animals. I prefer the original, and I'm not in favor of the amendment.
Yes, these words come straight out of the improvements in the regulations in the European Union. And to answer the first point made by Senator Lutchmedial, the words that follow anti-competitive behavior clarify it. It means exactly that the behavior is designed to unfairly influence the outcome of the process. The original definition is very vague. It simply says collusion between persons for the purpose of tampering with procurement proceedings. But to what end? Tampering to do what? To achieve what? So the reason why we are bringing in this definition is that it codifies exactly what we're driving at. Collusive price fixing and anti-competitive behavior designed to unfairly influence the outcome of the process. Because that is what bid rigging is all about. When there is bid rigging, you have a number of bidders, maybe 5 or so. They all agree. 4 of them will bid high and 1 will bid low, but the low bid is higher than the market price, so that the lowest bidder gets it. That's what bid rigging is. So it's collusion between people to defeat the competitive tendering process. If Senator Vieira is of the view that this has too many things in it, well, then I would draw his attention to the original definition. It has too little in it. It simply says tampering with the procurement proceeding. It doesn't yield an outcome, and therefore very difficult, in my opinion, to prosecute somebody for this offense, tampering with the procurement procedures. What does that mean?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I thank Senator Vieira for his observations. I'd like to put on the record that by way of letter July 12, 2019, from the Office of the Procurement Regulator, the Procurement Regulator in respect of this definition said the following: the definition of bid rigging, despite its legalistic tone, does not create an offense known to criminal law. Further, the way the term is drafted does not appear to amount to an unlawful or criminal offense. The definition is not wholly consistent with its international counterparts. Whether the definition ought to be amended to state that bid rigging is in fact a criminal offense or any alternative, it remains an acceptable legal definition, attracting a specific penalty and a fine of $5 million and imprisonment, etc. It was in the course of many pre-LRCs and LRCs with the procurement regulator that we went through his request, which made the observation that the definition as in the original act was inadequate. We therefore went, as the Honourable Minister of Finance did, to the European models, where we took the concepts as put forward in this bill. With respect to Senator Lutchmedial's observation, I did have an opportunity to look at the unfair competition legislation. And whilst that law does not have a definition for unfair competition, and whilst it does also have certain elements of describing how certain sections of it can be dealt with, in the international perspective of looking at a definition, these elements are what we have found in the bid. It's also borne about on the back of litigation that we are involved in at present, not that we're directing to any specific litigation, but the advice coming from Queen's Counsel in particular has been that the European models are certain and precise, and specifically with respect to the term unfair competition, as we have included it in the definition of bid rigging, there is quite a bit of case law relative to what is anti-competitive behavior in the context of bid rigging. And that is from the Supreme Court of the United Kingdom, previously House of Lords, etc., so that there is ample precedent in law as to the interpretation of these meanings.
If Senator Vieira could give us...
Just 1 second. Senator Lutchmedial, Senator Vieira, Senator Mark.
Madam President, I understand what the Minister of Finance, the Honourable Minister of Finance is saying, but if the Unfair Competition Act is one of them, but if you look at the Fair Trading Act, it talks about the definition of an anti-competitive agreement, and it goes a little bit further. It talks about fixes prices directly or indirectly, other than in circumstances where the agreement is reasonably necessary and so on. So that it's a little bit more fleshed out there. But if I have no issue with collusive price fixing, I think that the case law adequately deals with that. What I would suggest is, and anti-competitive behavior, could you insert there then which is designed to unfairly influence, so that it would read a little bit better, if that is the explanation, according to the Minister of Finance, of the words to carry, in terms of, to define the anti-competitive, that's fine?
Improvement.
Which is designed to unfairly influence. So the behavior must be
agreed,
proven, right? Good.
Thank you, Chair. In my research, I understood that anti-competitive behavior is usually not defined as a term of art for statutory definition. It's more concept about behavior that is determined according to the circumstances of a particular case, you know? So I would be wary, for the same reasons, about pinning down anti-competitive behavior in the form of a definition. However, in terms of coming back to the bid rigging, the definition I saw that resonated with me was collusive conduct between undertakings to avoid competition between bidders in response to an invitation to tender. Now that's, again, it doesn't get down into all of the different things about design to unfairly influence the outcome. It's collusive conduct between undertakings to avoid competition between bidders. And to me, that's an easier...
But what we're really trying to pin down, I mean, we have experience with this in Trinidad and Tobago, and we're trying to pin down exactly this kind of behavior, that people are trying to unfairly influence the outcome of a tender process, because that's what it's all about. They all collude together, they fix prices, and the intention is to unfairly influence the outcome of the process, so that, you know, the contract is awarded to someone at way above market price. So that's, I mean, I'm hearing everything you're saying, Senator Vieira, and those words sound quite appropriate, but I think they in themselves might run into trouble, because then you get into the question of what is conduct and all that sort of thing, you know, so.
Madam Chair, I thank Senator Vieira and both the Minister of Finance for their contributions, but we're being very specific in the criminal law here now, as opposed to anti-competition or unfair trading, which have civil elements to them, even though there are consequences for setting aside contracts and declaring behavior in a particular way. What was so critical in the advice coming to us, in particular in the criminal law aspects in case of is that we needed to have an actus reus, which got to a point. The Minister of Finance said it a little bit earlier. We need to see something that is both commission and omission, and there needs to be something which is definable and tangible in the context. That's why we went into the zone of designed to unfairly influence the outcome. And the designing catches in the criminal law and the case law the whole concept of the conspiracy to defraud. So whilst the conspiracy to defraud is well known in our common law and in other areas, it was specifically because of this bid rigging and how it's been actuated in the courts, in the criminal context, that we had to look for a precipitate, if I can use that expression, in the manner that we've come with. But I'm satisfied, having looked at the case law in other jurisdictions, that this is within it. I think that Senator Lutchmedial's improvement of the language helps us to get to a better place as well.
Senator Mark?
Attorney General, you said that the procurement regulator had recommended some changes to the concept or definition of bid rigging. Can you share with us whether this final proposed amendment was seen by him and was he in agreement with?
So, Madam Chair, so it was his written communications that I read. And then secondly, in the public domain, the public procurement regulator in a press release said that he was perfectly fine with this clause as drafted. We agree that Senator Lutchmedial's insertion of words helps us to a better position. And so therefore I can confirm, yes, by way of his media release, supporting this, he has confirmed that he's in agreement with this.
Another point I'd like to raise. The European model that you mentioned earlier, this concept of anti-competitiveness, I think it's anti-competitive behavior. Is it in the regulations, Attorney General, or is it a broad concept that you find in the definitional section?
It's both collusive price fixing and anti-competitive behavior find their way into the European procurement regulations.
Right. And Madam President, this is what I want to ask the Minister of Finance. If we were to leave the definition as it was, okay? As it is, I should say, in the old Act of 2015, can we, for instance, put into the regulations all those areas that we are speaking about, so that, for instance, it could more fit in the regulations dealing with anti-competitive behavior, rather than trying to incorporate it in the definition without a definition?
Madam Chair, the reason why this is in the Parent Act as it is because there's an offense associated with bid rigging. And the law, whilst one has the ability to put offenses into regulations and to provide for exceptions to the Interpretation Act and other prescriptions for breaches of the regulations, which are common, in this case here we have to define it because of the offense that is created in the Act itself.
Mm-hmm.
The regulations will tell you certain aspects of how things work in the manner in which you procure. And that could very well feed into an allegation of bid rigging, but the actus reus and the mens rea for the offense must be defined in the parent law.
So, Honourable Senators, the question is that Clause 4 be amended as follows. Senator Thompson-Ahye.
Bid rigging alternative includes collusive practices amongst bidders prior to or after bid submission designed to establish bid prices at artificial non-competitive levels and to deprive the procuring entity of the benefits of free and open competition. I think this captures what we want to see. It's taken from Kenya.
Senator Ahye, I think that would lead us into a place where it may not be tight enough. That's the best way I can put it. I don't know, AG, if you...
Madam Chair, I thank Senator Thompson-Ahye for...
Definition it may not be tight enough because I've listened to it. It's a very long definition. It captures a lot of things, but it may allow escape hatch for somebody who may wish to engage in collusive price fixing.
Madam Chair, I looked at the law of Kenya, when we were looking at the comparators in the matrices of what was accepted. And that definition does capture the spirit of a number of things that we're talking about here. But equally, the European version, in respect of which we've looked at the case law, is particularly tight. And therefore, insofar as there have been convictions for bid rigging, and it's well established and well traversed right up to the European courts and the British courts, we'd want to go with where we now have proven jurisprudence. So respectfully, insofar as both definitions capture the intent that we're looking at, collusion, outcome, etc., having looked at the case law, we'd prefer to go with this definition, specifically because the regulators also approved it.
Yes. With respect to the definition, because this seems to contemplate a conspiracy involving more than one person. So I am thinking that after behavior, it should perhaps read, bid rigging means collusive price fixing and anti-competitive behavior between two or more parties or two or more persons, and then it continues as is, designed to unfairly influence the outcome of a competitive tender process.
Thank you
So
very
I'm
much for that.
suggesting the insertion of between two or more persons.
Could I come in here, Madam President?
Second, the Minister of Finance will respond.
Yeah. Mr. Welch, thank you very much for that intervention. You actually hit the nail on the head. Because if one goes to the OECD definition of bid rigging, its bid rigging involves groups of firms conspiring to raise prices or lower the quality of goods or services in public tenders. So the concept of conspiracy is definitely there in bid rigging, and in our definition as well, we capture the concept of conspiracy. Obviously, it's a conspiracy, but I'm advised by the Chief Parliamentary Counsel present with us today that by definition, collusion must be between at least two people. You can't have collusion of one. So once you have the words collusive, it means two or more. Okay? So thank you very much for that crystallization of the concept of a conspiracy.
So, Honourable Senators, the question is that Clause 4 be amended as follows by including the words which is after the word behavior. Those in favor say aye.
We didn't hear what you said.
Honourable Senators, the question is that Clause 4 be amended as follows by including the words which is after the word behavior. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Honourable Senators, the question is that Clause 4 as amended now stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clause 4 as amended now stands part of the bill.
Clause 5.
The question is that Clause 5 stand part of the bill. Now, may I just point out that we have two sets of amendments. We have the amendments as proposed by Senator Richards to Clause 5 and the amendment as proposed by the Minister of Finance. So that Minister of Finance members, I will treat with the amendment as proposed by Senator Richards first. Senator Richards.
Thank you, Madam President. Through you, Madam Chair, sorry. The intention of including the Office of the Procurement Regulator Media.
There's a little difficulty in hearing, so perhaps, yes.
Is it clearer now?
Well, I think so.
I'm trying not to shout.
Yes, I understand.
The intention, through you, Madam Chair, is to try to appease much of the concern expressed from stakeholder groups in terms of the absence in the proposed amendments by the government of the regulator, whereby inserting the office of the procurement regulator may determine the extent to which the act conflicts the obligation of the state under and arising out of the following, and to delete paragraph B. And I think in terms of one, in terms of two, I think the Minister of Finance has already dealt with that aspect of the medical emergency part. So I can withdraw that part because it's already, it will be handled in the Minister of Finance's amendment. Also C, that's also changed and is handled under the Minister of Finance's proposed amendment, sorry. And insert the following new subsections 7. The Minister shall submit to the office annual guidelines which outline the circumstances under which exempted services in subsection 5 may be procured. So the request is for guidelines to be submitted, and the office shall forward a copy of the guidelines to the Speaker of the House of Representatives, who shall cause the guidelines to be laid in Parliament at the earliest opportunity. And that is in keeping with having some sort of parliamentary oversight and being able to ensure that the guidelines are adhered to, and there's not such a wide ambit as stakeholder groups have expressed that kind of concern.
Before I ask the Minister of Finance to comment, may I just confirm with you, Senator Richards, that you are seeking to delete what is your amendment at B?
Yes.
Is the entire B?
Yes, the entire B.
Entire B is amended, okay?
Yes.
Is withdrawn, sorry.
Yes, not withdrawn. And
So-
also C.
And C as well?
Yes, because it's handled in the Honourable Minister of Finance's proposed amendments.
So that you really now are left with A
And
D.
Yes, thank you.
Yes, Minister of Finance.
Thank you very much. Oh, sorry.
So, just a question to Senator Richards. How do these guidelines relate to the procurement, the regulator? The regulations versus the regulations versus these guidelines?
The principle comes from what I saw when I did my research in the Canadian system, where, for example, in the Canadian policies, guidelines, and reference documents, under sourcing and selection, the Department of Justice periodically publishes its intent to establish a list of, for example, in legal services, private sector law firms and law practitioners, and the examples of guidelines in this case, so that there's clarity on the parameters within which these guidelines can be applied, include but are not limited to the following: timelines and level of urgency of work, availability of firms and practitioners and capacity, geographic considerations in that case, security considerations, because there may be concerns with the guidelines eliciting the publishing of names, which may put some people in jeopardy, conflict of interest consideration, financial consideration, public interest consideration, and unique considerations associated with the specific work product expected.
Madam Chair, if I could just, for Senator Remy's involvement, they also fit squarely. Well, first of all, the government is very pleased with paragraph D. But I can say that this fits in with the concept of guidelines in the Parent Act itself. Functions of the office, section 13, subparagraph C. Issue and review guidelines in relation to public procurement and the retention and disposal, etc. So littered throughout the functions of the Office of the Procurement Regulator are the concept that you can have public procurement guided by not only regulations, but by handbooks and guidelines as well, so that the general practice is transparent. So if we look to the proposals in D, the annual guidelines would certainly, A, go to the office, so there would be some degree of public commentary from the office, which is to be welcomed, and B, they would come to the Parliament as well, and therefore one could easily see that coming before any one of the standing committees that we have, let alone a motion for debate, etc. So just to assist in Senator Dylan Remy's inquiry in relation to Senator Richards' submission.
Thank you very much.
And if I could just add one thing, Madam President, to Senator Remy's question. It also adds an opportunity for the Parliament and by extension public commentary to hold the government to these guidelines.
I wanted to compliment Senator Richards, because what we are seeking to do and what he has done is a sort of a hybrid solution to what we're trying to create, because we are creating a series of exemptions. But what Senator Richards is seeking to do is to circumscribe these exemptions. In other words, it won't be carte blanche exemptions. So it's a hybrid situation where these are not regulations of the regulator. They are guidelines prepared by the minister, but they have to go through the process and come to the Parliament. So the minister can't just exempt services just so. There will be a scrutiny process and there will be transparency. So it's a very intriguing hybrid approach, and I think it's very useful in the circumstances. With respect to A, I want to make the point, because I think people don't quite understand what we're about with this Procurement Act, and I don't mean people here. I mean people on the outside who are clamoring.
Madam Chair, if I could just interject, sorry to interrupt, Minister, but I'm not a legal draftsperson by any means. So I'm just asking, if the way I've presented it here, it means that it is implied that it is subject to debate in Parliament.
Sure, we can do that. We can say subject to negative resolution, no problem.
We could install the negative resolution. There's nothing to stop you from having a motion on anything brought forward. But if you wanted it to be subjected to debate, then you just put the negative resolution inside of there if you wanted.
I prefer that, thank you.
For my drafting here, just to keep on track, what is being subject to negative resolution? The guidelines at 7 or 2?
It will be number 8, Madam Chair.
Number 8.
The office shall forward a copy of the guidelines to the Speaker of the House of Representatives, who shall cause the guidelines to be laid in Parliament at the earliest opportunity. You could put those guidelines subject to negative resolution. The difficulty with it is that conceptually, the guidelines, let's put it this way. When something is subject to a negative resolution, what happens is that it has a validity of 42 days, and then it becomes permanent unless it is negatived in the 42 days. If something is subject to affirmative resolution, it must be debated and passed by a simple majority to become the thing as affirmed by a debate in the Parliament. When we lay reports pursuant to Section 66 of the Constitution, or when we lay material before the Parliament, the purpose of all of the things on that middle desk right now is to have constructive notice and actual notice that it's on the order paper. So we would be going into a zone of gray to say that the guidelines would be subject to negative resolution, because you could say that there could be a debate on it, but there's no validity to them yet. The point is, there would be public notice in keeping with the functions of the Office of Procurement Regulator under Section 13 for a guideline to be transparently put out by the minister to say, look, these things which are accepted, here's how we do it, so that you could now be aware to the questions that you want to ask, because you now have the publicity of how the thing works. So that is best captured by the fact that you could move a motion to debate these guidelines if you wanted. And anybody can move a motion to do anything. It could be on the adjournment, it could be a substantive motion, it could be referred to a joint select committee, any one of the standing committees on legal and financial services, for instance. There is a standing committee. Those matters could easily be picked up by that body and then made the subject of a parliamentary oversight by way of a committee inquiry. So whilst I catch the concept of a negative, it would be in a gray zone that probably wouldn't work on this occasion. But the point is, number one, it would fit within guidelines under Section 13. Number two, it would be on the floor of the Parliament and desk of the Parliament. Number three, it can be easily picked up by the Standing Committee on Finance and Legal Services. Number four, it would provide transparency for people who made inquiries under the Freedom of Information Act, etc., so that there would be transparency.
And through you, Madam Chair, and that's the objective, more transparency.
Yeah.
A, because A is very interesting, but as I was making the point, there's something that a lot of people outside of this parliament do not understand. At present, and there's a lot of law in Trinidad and Tobago and in the United Kingdom and in the Commonwealth, the procurement by state enterprises is not subject to judicial review unless you can show fraud. So that what we are doing by sticking with section 7, 4, and 3, and let me read them again. A procuring entity engaged in procurement proceedings relating to a treaty or agreement referred to in subsection 2A shall comply with section 29, which is the section with the long list of compliance requirements, and submit a report on such compliance to the office. And then 4 says the regulator must very quickly send that to the Speaker for laying in the Parliament. From the time we proclaim 7.3, it means we are putting into the public law this requirement. From the time this goes into the public law, the whole of 7 goes in to the public law, because that's the problem that litigants have at this point in time, because there are insufficient public law elements in procurement by state enterprises. So the courts, there are a lot of cases in our jurisdiction. We have NH versus UDCOT, we have Spangpete versus the Attorney General, and overseas in Australia, New Zealand, England, there's a lot of established precedent that establishes that fact, that unless you have sufficient public law elements in your procurement rules, the courts cannot intervene and overturn a contract. When we proclaim 7, it means anybody can challenge the applicability of 7. And what it means is not for the procurement regulator to determine. It means anybody. It means a member of the public, a contractor, a tenderer, an aggrieved person, a person of interest. Any one of them can now ask the High Court to determine whether the requirements of the treaty of the agreement are in conflict with the Act. It's not really necessary, and I would not want to leave it up to the regulator to decide that. I think any aggrieved person should have the ability now to say, hey, you said that you're not using the rules in this Act for that treaty contract because it's in conflict. It now allows anybody to go to the court and ask the court to review that and determine whether the treaty arrangements is in fact in conflict with the Act. I wouldn't want to give it to the regulator to make that determination. Okay?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I need to caution, the putting the regulator to determine the extent to which the Act conflicts with the obligation of the state under the treaty creates a huge problem as follows. Number one, as the Attorney General, any Attorney General, and you're engaging in borrowing, for instance, the Attorney General is required to produce an opinion for and on behalf of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago to say in the AG's opinion that the borrowing is vires, is intra-vires, it's lawful, the laws of Trinidad and Tobago. That's a requirement of every transaction for financial services, foreign and local. The Attorney General would be incapable of rendering an opinion in those circumstances because the Attorney General would have to ask the public procurement regulator to render an opinion on the treaty and its position. Secondly, to determine the extent of conflict of laws with respect to a treaty, we're entering into public and private international law regime, where the doctrines of renvoi and double renvoi will apply in an expert context as to which law applies in which order. Is it that the treaty obligation is to be viewed in the context of someone sitting in Rome looking at the Rome Treaty? Is it to be a judge sitting in Trinidad and Tobago? So there's a conflict of laws dilemma in that context, which would take us into difficulties. Thirdly, the public procurement regulator would be subjected himself to judicial review for his decision on those bases. And Section 14 of the Constitution and the Judicial Review Act has not led us to the most urgent of movement. Our JR matters go High Court, Court of Appeal, Privy Council, and back to say, revert the decision to the procurement regulator to go and reconsider the position. So we'd end up in a number of issues which would literally shut down the structures. On the other hand, if you look to the combination of section 7, 2, and very importantly, subsection 3, a procuring entity engaged in procurement proceedings relating to a treaty or agreement referred to in subsection 2A shall comply with section 29 and submit a report. And 29 says that the procuring entity shall ensure that suppliers and contractors have legal capacity, not insolvent, not convicted, fulfilled obligations, etc., etc. These are very thorough obligations. So, for example, the OAS Constructura thing, had it been by a treaty, it wasn't. That was a state, that wasn't a state-to-state position. That was the government contracted with a contractor. That contractor in OAS would be subject to this law. But let's assume that that was under a treaty. All of these things would have to be there. So when OAS went bankrupt, the clause could not have been amended, the contractor could not have gotten away. So we have captured in 7.3 all of the ills by the mandatory requirement for the submission of a report under 7.3 for section 29 factors. So there is transparency in the structure that we're seeking to amend today. You're laying it to the regulator and to the parliament as well, as soon as it happens in the context of the law.
And through you, Madam Chair, right? Yeah, just for my clarity, again, apologies for my legal ignorance. But I just want clarity coming from the honourable ministers. In terms of the laying in Parliament, are we to understand that when it's laid, it means that the guidelines also have to be published in the Gazette and be almost akin to a statutory instrument?
No, the laying is again the matter on the table. There is nothing in our... Now, remember, the Constitution was really well drafted. The Constitution establishes the Public Accounts Committee, and the Constitution establishes the Public Enterprises Accounts Committee, not standing orders, where the will of a government could exercise. The Constitution sets that out. The Constitution sets out that the chairman of the PAC is the leader, is a member of the opposition, and the PAC by convention, etc., is an independent. So you have now on the table reports led by people who are not the government, where you have a report on section 29, and the Constitution says, therefore, that those committees have the privilege of Parliament to exercise joint select committee interrogation. That's under chapter 8 of the Constitution, and there can be no more supreme law for transparency than the Constitution. So it won't be by way of gazetting and legal notice, etc. But now in this Parliament, there is the ability to interrogate and have consequences in the body of our powers and privileges in the Parliament.
Vieira?
Senator Richards suggested hybrid, because that his guidelines will go a long way towards alleviating my concern about a carte blanche exemption, in particular legal services and whatnot. Secondly, I looked at section 29, but you have also sought to delete, except that the procurement of goods, works, or services shall be governed by this act. I have no problem with that. But here's where I would rather not see deletion. And shall promote the socio-economic policies of Trinidad and Tobago and shall adhere to the objects of this act. What is objectionable to having this, that to the extent that this act conflicts with an obligation of the state under or arising out of the following, the requirements of the treaty or agreement shall pervade, provided the socio-economic policies of Trinidad and Tobago are observed and shall adhere to the objects of this act. Socio-economic policies are defined. We are looking at environmental, social, economic, and other policies of Trinidad and Tobago. So I would like to keep that.
And challenge proceedings. Madam Chair, I catch Senator Vieira. When we looked at this, we wrestled with A, the fact that in all of the jurisdictions where this exemption happens, and there are numerous examples of it, let's put that aside for a moment, but they're all pellucidly clear to say, this shall prevail. The international matrix, the whatever, shall prevail. The difficulty with the caveat, promote the socio-economic policies of Trinidad and Tobago and shall adhere to the objects of this act, is that the challenge proceedings come about and judicial review comes about for somebody to say, hold on, in my view, I'm exercising challenge proceedings under this. Enter, as I called it earlier, the dragon. We agree with the expressions of concerns, but let's get down to the real reality, the application of law. The application of law is set out in this act. Challenge proceedings are set out in sections 49 onward. The challenge proceedings are clear. You have to have the right to be heard. Your issues have to be ventilated. There is due process. That's 128 days long with the suspension, if it is granted. Then enter the High Court. Then enter Court of Appeal. Then enter Privy Council. Worse yet, factor judicial review at any one of those instances where day 20 you make a decision, day 28 is written decisions, etc. In that 128-day marker where there are 10 steps, any one of those steps can be judicially reviewed. And then we end up in trouble. So bearing in mind that all examples of where this law has been applied similarly, there is no caveat for interpretation. There's no except that. It's that except that that causes the problem of interpretation, and interpretation is the risk and challenge.
Just say one more thing, Senator. Just respond to a point you made, that same point. The problem is that when you have these agreements, it's a framework agreement for economic cooperation between the two countries. So you can't just be promoting the socioeconomic, what are the words there? Policies of Trinidad and Tobago. It has to also involve economic cooperation with the other country. And therein lies the problem if you keep those former words. Because you'd have to say the other country too. Otherwise, the whole treaty will just become a nullity.
I understand that. I also understand the question about challenges and the broader issue about local courts having to adjudicate on international treaties and agreements. Put that to one side. To my mind, what we want to do is to make sure that before the state even considers signing any treaty, any international agreement, that the procurement regulator would have been satisfied that what is proposed is in keeping with the objects of this act and is mindful of our socio-economic policies. So it's done up front, not after the fact. Secondly, I understand that when you're negotiating with states, there's a give and take, but this is about us, our values, our money, our repayments. And so, as regards to challenges, someone had made the point, and I agree with it, that a challenge remains a challenge unless and until a court decides that the challenge has validity, and there could be a screening procedure. But we have to massage this legislation so that we really keep the spirit of the act and its intention, I think, alive. So I would really reconsider, if I could, that last part on the socioeconomic policies.
Just 1 second, Attorney. Senator Deonarine, you wanted to say something on this?
Madam President, no, through the discussion, my concern was clarified.
Sure. Attorney General.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, so thank you, Senator Vieira, for explaining so well the mischief that you have in mind and the process by which you think that that can be addressed. The words of caveat not being present in any of the models that we've looked at all is concern number one, red flag number one. Trinidad and Tobago's context is red flag number two. We have a highly litigious society where the experience in judicial review, for instance, is like hardly any other country in the world. Our judicial review has gone to a different stratosphere in terms of how it's been applied. And you could look at the
cases before the courts. I won't go into names, right? But you know what I'm saying. The fact is that we do have socioeconomic positions in place because the Attorney General has to positively vet all of these treaties. Secondly, the Solicitor General is involved in that. Thirdly, where we are engaging in treaties where Trinidad and Tobago has obligations, we are a dualistic state. Our treaties become law by act of parliament. When we have borrowing from Andean Bank, there's an act of parliament to do that. CDB, act of parliament. CCJ Trust, act of parliament. IDB, act of parliament. So we, to be bound by treaty obligations, have to bring it into law. We've had that recent debate in relation to migrant and asylum seekers where Mr. Justice Seepersad has given certain reflections on the dualistic versus monistic theories of law. So we have to act in that regard. Putting the procurement regulator into that dance is to bring him in to a structure that he has no involvement constitutionally or within the theory and application of our law. So respectfully, I would urge us to take the precedent that has been applied elsewhere. That's no small precedent. The entire European Union, the United Kingdom, Australia, our sister Jamaica, UNCITRAL, CARICOM precedent laws, all of these have the same thing. We are not out in the wilderness by ourselves. We're in good company. And I'd like to say this as I end. Remember, our landscape is totally different. When 2015 we debated these laws, we had not yet done FATCA. We had not yet done Global Forum, FATF. We did not amend the Mutual Assistance in Criminal Matters Act to remove taxation matters. We did not have beneficial ownership registry. We did not have non-profit organization registry. We did not have the amendments to the Proceeds of Crime Act, and the list goes on and on and on. Our landscape is about to be fundamentally changed when we take e-wallet and e-money, as all of our payments are digitized and directed, in particular in this context, in a follow-the-money matrix. So our game field has totally changed from when we debated this law. And the last thing I'll say is this. The public procurement regulator has put out in writing the steps to operationalize this law. It will not be just the regulations. You still have to appoint the review tribunal. The president and only the president, in consultation with the leader of the opposition and the prime minister, can do that. And the public procurement regulator has put out in writing, it's on his website, the same way the regulations are on the website. The regulations are public. Has put out the fact that the e-hearing, e-procurement, e-registry, manuals, handbooks, those have yet to be done. And that's entirely up to the public procurement regulator, nobody else. So I just want to caution that the landscape is very different.
And at some point, I have to caution members that we're going to have to bring a conclusion to the discussions on this particular amendment as circulated by Senator Richards, okay? I am recognizing Senator Lutchmedial, Senator Thompson-Ahye, Senator Mark. Then the Minister of Finance will wrap up his response to all of those interventions. Senator Lutchmedial.
Because I agree with the Senator Richards' proposal to the extent that the Office of the Procurement Regulator to be able to determine the extent to which the act conflicts. I'm looking at subsection 3 and the report that has to be submitted. Now, I'm just thinking, wouldn't it be, instead of just striking out all the words after the word prevail, can a procuring entity engaged, if there's a conflict, can they not submit this report in accordance with comply with section 29 and submit a report to say that there is some sort of a conflict that's arising, and then the determination be made by the procurement regulator whether or not the as Senator Richards said, whether it conflicts with the obligation of the state arising out of the obligation after the report is submitted to him, so that we would have the procurement regulator playing a better or a more active role in determining how to treat with a conflict, so that he gets the reports from the procuring entity to say that there's a treaty obligation and that there's some sort of conflict. And so that rather than have this carte blanche removal of all the words after prevail, he actually comes in. So I'm thinking just to refine what Senator Richards is proposing and using the reporting mechanism in subsection 3 to create a rule for the procurement regulator to determine whether or not there's a conflict and to then treat with whether or not we can have an exception created because of the conflict.
I fail to see what, when you look at promote the socio-economic policies of Trinidad and Tobago, how one would not want to, how one would think possibly of entering into an agreement that would not promote the socio-economic policies of Trinidad and Tobago. And when one look at the objects of the Act, which are general principles of accountability and integrity, transparency and value for money and efficiency, which is the normal things, why would we want to enter into an agreement or a treaty, that would not do these things? It's kind of frightening to me that we, as an independent nation, thinking about the welfare of our citizens, that we would want to enter into an agreement that would do violence to these principles or ignore them. It takes us back to maybe slavery days also.
Senator Thompson-Ahye, while you are, and I encourage persons to make their contributions, I really would ask us to modify some of what we see, okay? Senator Mark.
Madam Chair, I would like either the Attorney General or the Minister of Finance to clear the air on the fundamental difference between contracting authorities and contracting states. Because from my research, Madam Chair, I am seeing where contracting states is where we deal with the government-to-government arrangement. And only on matters of national security would their procurement regulator not be involved. But once they are purchasing goods, services, and other works, it must come under the scrutiny of the procurement regulator. So what we are dealing with here, Madam President, I'm trying to determine how this is going to deal with the parallel mechanism. The Minister of Finance is in charge and the procurement regulator is in charge. How is this thing going to be solved? And I'm not seeing these amendments either by my friend, Senator Paul, or the minister resolving this issue. The issue remains the same. The government is seeking, Madam President,
So
Madam Chair,
Senator Mark,
to create parallel mechanisms.
So right now, members, please, we've been on Senator Richards' amendment for quite some time. Members are getting a little restless and comments are just being made. And Senator Mark, you are just re-debating, you're just introducing an element of re-debating the bill. We are specifically dealing with the amendment as proposed by Senator Richards to clause 5, and we are dealing specifically with what is set out at A in his list of amendments. Am I correct? Minister of Finance, I now call on you to respond to what has been raised by Senator Lutchmedial Senator Thompson-Ahye, and Senator Mark.
Madam President, the proposal by Senator Lutchmedial would defeat everything we're trying to do here. Because if we were to introduce words that before we can enter into a treaty or an agreement with another government to procure goods and services by way of economic cooperation, which means that we would get concessional financing and that the goods and services, some of them would be provided by persons from that other state. If we were to subject that to a decision of the regulator, then there's no point in the government-to-government agreement. There's no point in the treaty arrangement because you're introducing a third party who is not party to that agreement or that treaty. So I'm sorry, I can't respectfully accept the recommendations of Senator Lutchmedial. It will defeat everything we're trying to do here. Because what we're trying to do is to get away from the regulator having jurisdiction over government-to-government agreements. So by putting the regulator back in, that doesn't make any sense. What I would like to say to both Senator Vieira and Senator Richards, the problem with this is that you are elevating the regulator to the level of a judge of the High Court. You're elevating somebody who is not a judicial officer to the level of a judge of the High Court, because you're giving this person the ability to determine whether an agreement between the government of Trinidad and Tobago and another country is in conflict with this act. So we should not do that. We should not elevate the regulator to that level at all. I think somehow in this entire public debate, not in here, but outside, we've made the elevator into some sort of supreme being, which we should not. The regulator is simply an administrator. He's not a judicial officer, not a member of the executive, not a member of parliament or anything like that. And to answer the point you are making, Senator Richards, because I completely understand your point, I want to re-emphasize that from the time we proclaim Section 7, the next day, an aggrieved member of the public can approach the court and say, you see, that government-to-government contract they're entering into to build that hospital in Penal, that does not comply with Section 7, and ask the court to stop it, and the court will have the power to stop it, because we are now clothing the court with that power to get involved in procurement for the first time, procurement of state enterprises. So with respect to the whole question of socio-economic policies, on the face of it, it appears quite desirable. But my difficulty with this is the point the Attorney General has made. It looks good, and in fact, I am quite happy to go along with it, but I'm guided by the legal advisor to the Cabinet, who is the Attorney General. And he has made the point that if we introduce these words in there, it allows somebody to challenge the procurement of goods and services by way of a government-to-government agreement on the grounds that it does not promote the socio-economic policies of Trinidad and Tobago. And the other problem I have, how are these policies determined? Who determines them? Where are they written? Who establishes this policy of Trinidad and Tobago? There's no such thing.
Madam Chair.
There's no such thing as the socio-economic policies of Trinidad and Tobago. It would be the socio-economic policies of the government of Trinidad and Tobago, which is not in here.
Madam Chair, the Privy Council in the CLICO policyholders case clearly set out, this is the Privy Council, the only entity that has the authority to define the policies of Trinidad and Tobago is the Cabinet. Full stop. That's why you have a government elected for the period of time that they have. And for the regulator to determine the socio-economic policies, would be, in the Latin phrase, circulus inextricabilis. He would have to come to the government to say, tell us what the socio-economic policies of the Cabinet are, produce the Cabinet note that says that that is the thing. It is a legal fiction for him to be able to do that, but it would run in the face of the Privy Council decisions that we have as well.
Just to correct a misunderstanding, I'm not suggesting that the procurement regulator has that power. I'm just saying that if you have it the way I am suggesting, you in cabinet would have a checklist before you sign a treaty to say, is this being observed?
That's what the Attorney General does in doing the
When
positive
he gives
vetting.
the opinion,
So-
I can say every time I have to do loan financing, I can't move a muscle. I can't sign the agreement until the Attorney General writes and puts his signature to an opinion and gives me a whole recital of all of the criteria this thing has met and fulfilled his constitutional obligation.
Senator Richards, are you pursuing A of your amendments? Are you still going with it?
Based on the conversation, no. Based on the conversation, no.
No? You're
Yeah, I'm withdrawing
E.
it, yes.
So, honorable senators, the question is that clause 5 be amended as circulated by Senator Richards and reads at D in the amendment circulated. Yeah? For clarity, shall I read out the amendment? No? Everyone is fine with it. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. So the amendment as proposed by Senator Richards and for clause 5 at
Also
D
by me,
is hereby accepted. We now move on to the amendment to clause 5 as circulated by the Minister of Finance. Minister of Finance.
I think, Madam President, I think we have exhausted my amendments through Senator Richards' amendments. So I simply would ask that the Senate accept the amendments as circulated.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, I have one question with respect to the international financial institutions. In the event that a particular IFI does not have procurement policies, could you confirm that in that situation, the procurement policies governed by this law, when it is proclaimed, would prevail?
Let me just explain. I heard that point, but it doesn't apply in practice because every international bank that we borrow from is governed by an act of parliament. I can't borrow, no Minister of Finance can borrow from an international financial institution unless there's domestic law which empowers the Minister of Finance to do that borrowing. In other words, I can't just pick up myself and go and borrow from the Bank of North Korea. I can't do that because there's no domestic law that empowers the Minister of Finance to do that. So it doesn't arise. That's the point I'm trying to make.
Right. Through you, Madam President, I understand that, Honorable Minister of Finance, but for example, one particular multilateral development bank that I've been looking at, that we have been sourcing a lot of funding from, does not have published procurement policies anywhere to be found, as opposed to the World Bank, the IDB, and the CDB, and all these other multilateral lending agencies. So I don't know, for transparency purposes, I don't know where I can find those procurement policies to see whether they would prevail in the event that there's a conflict. So that is where I'm trying to clarify where in a situation like that, which procurement policies will prevail. I understand that it is
Senator
governed by an act.
Deonarine, just 1 second. I have to, honorable senators, I shall suspend the deliberations of the committee and the Senate will now resume. Leader of Government Business.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Madam President, in accordance with Standing Order 14.5, I beg to move that the Senate continue to sit until the completion of the business at hand, inclusive of debate on the miscellaneous provision COVID bill and matters on the adjournment.
Honorable senators, The question is that this Senate do continue to sit until the completion of the business at hand. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The Senate will continue to sit until the completion of the business at hand. And honorable senators, the Senate shall now resume into committee. Deonarine.
So I have an answer for you, Senator. It is captured actually in the law. 7.2, because this only applies to a conflict of rules. So that the rules in this, if you cannot find the rules for that, and let's assume they don't exist, the procurement regulations will apply.
Procurement law will prevail. Yeah, that's just what I would need to confirm.
That's what 7.2 says.
Yeah.
To the extent that this act conflicts with an obligation of the state. So if there is no obligation to use another set of rules like IDB rules or whatever, this act will apply to the procurement of goods and services.
Okay, so I just needed that confirmed. Thank you.
So, honorable senators, the question is that clause 5 be amended as circulated by the Minister of Finance. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. They couldn't have put it already. Yeah.
Madam President, could you just repeat what we're voting on, please? Sorry.
We are voting on the amendment to clause 5 as circulated by the Minister of Finance.
Mr. Khan? Yes. Mrs. Gopi-Schoon? Yes. Mr. Rambharat? Mr. Sinanan? Mr. Hussain? Ms. West? Yes. Dr. Brown?
Yes.
Mr. Mitchell?
Aye.
Mr. De Freitas?
Yes.
Ms. Cox?
Yes.
Mr. Singh?
Yes.
Mrs. Sagram Singh Sukal?
Yes.
Mr. Bacchus?
Yes.
Mrs. Lizama Lee Singh?
Yes.
Ms. Bethelmy?
Yes.
Mr. Mark?
No.
Ms. John?
No.
Ms. Lutchmedial?
No.
Mr. Nakhid?
No.
Mr. Lyder?
No.
Mr. Roberts?
No.
Mr. Richards? Mr. Vieira?
Abstain.
Dr. Deyalsingh?
Abstain.
Ms. Deonarine?
Abstain.
Ms. Seepersad?
Abstain.
Mr. Teemal?
Yes.
Mrs. Thompson-Ahye?
Abstain.
Dr. Dylan-Remy?
Yes.
Mr. Welch?
Abstain.
Madam President, the result of the division is as follows. 18 members voted for, 6 members voted against, and there were 6 abstentions.
Honorable Senators, the result of the division on the matter of the amendment as proposed by the Minister of Finance is as follows. 16 members voted for the amendment, 6 members voted against, and 6 members abstained. The amendment as proposed by the Minister of Finance has therefore been accepted. Honorable Senators, the question is that clause 5, as amended, now stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no.
No.
I think the ayes have it. Clause 5, as amended, now stands part of the bill.
Clauses 6 to 10.
The question is that clauses 6 to 10 now stand part of the bill. question is, the clauses 6 to 10 now stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clauses 6 to 10 now stand part of the bill. Honorable Senators, the question is that the bill, as amended, be now reported to the Senate. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The bill, as amended, will now be reported to the Senate. Minister of Finance.
Thank you very much, sir. I wish to report that a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Public Procurement and Disposal of Public Property Act, number 1 of 2015, was considered in Committee of the Whole and approved with amendments. I now beg to move that the Senate agree with the committee's report.
Honorable Senators, the question is that this Senate agree with the committee's report on a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Public Procurement and Disposal of Public Property Act, number 1 of 2015. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no.
Mr. Khan? Yes. Mrs. Gopi-Schoon?
Yes.
Mr. Rambharat? Mr. Sinanan? Mr. Hussain? Ms. West? Dr. Brown?
Yes.
Mr. Mitchell? Mr. De Freitas? Ms. Cox? Mr. Singh? Mrs. Sagram Singh Suklal?
Yes.
Mr. Bacchus?
Yes.
Mrs. Lizam Ali Singh? Ms. Bethelmy?
Yes.
Mr. Mark?
No.
Ms. John?
No.
Ms. Lutchmedial?
No.
Mr. Nakhid?
No.
Mr. Lyder?
No.
Mr. Roberts?
No.
Mr. Richards? Mr. Vieira?
Abstain.
Dr. Deyalsingh?
Abstain.
Ms. Deonarine?
Abstain.
Ms. Seepersad?
Abstain.
Mr. Teemal?
Abstain.
Mrs. Thompson-Ahye?
Abstain.
Dr. Dylan Remy?
Yes.
Mr. Welch?
Abstain.
Madam President, the result of the division is as follows. 16 members voted for, 6 members voted against, and there were 8 abstentions.
Sorry, 16.
6, 8.
Honorable Senators, on the motion that the Senate agree with the committee's report on the bill, 16 members voted yes. On the motion for the third reading of the bill, 16 members voted yes, 6 members voted against the bill, and 8 members abstained. The bill has therefore been passed.
A bill entitled An Act to Amend the Public Procurement and Disposal of Public Property Act, number 1 of 2015.
Attorney General.
Bills, second reading.
Attorney General.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I beg to move that a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Cinematographic Act, Chapter 2010, the Registration of Clubs Act, Chapter 2101, the Theatres and Dancehall Act, Chapter 2103, the Family Law, Guardianship of Minors, Domicile and Maintenance Act, Chapter 4608, the Motor Vehicles and Road Traffic Act, Chapter 4850, the Bills of Sales Act, Chapter 8232, the Money Lenders Act, Chapter 8404, the Pawnbrokers Act, Chapter 8405, the Licensing of Dealers, Precious Metals and Stones Act, Chapter 8406, and the Old Metal and Marine Stores Act, Chapter 8407, in response to the 2019 novel coronavirus, 2019 NCOV, and for related matters, be now read a second time. Madam President, I'm very pleased to pilot an entirely non-contentious bill. All things being equal. It's perhaps, save for Senator Roberts' comments in relation to the Motor Vehicle and Road Traffic Act, which I can easily anticipate, it is perhaps at least safe to say that the most troubling thing in this piece of law is the word and how it is pronounced, your good friend, Cinematographic Act, Madam President. So, Madam President, what is this bill about? This bill proposes, quite simply, 11 clauses, 2 of which are, firstly, in respect of the name of the bill, secondly, the proclamation clause. The other clauses, 9 of them, are essentially cut into 2 aspects. As it regards the vast majority, that is the Cinematographic Act, the Registration of Clubs Act, the Theatres and Dance Halls Act, the Motor Vehicle and Road Traffic Act, the Bills of Sales Act, Money Lenders Act, Pawnbrokers Act, Licensing of Dealers, the Old Metal and Marine Stores Act, contained, Madam President, at clauses 3, 4, 5, 7, 7A, 8, 9, 10, and 11, Mr. Vice President, those all concern the adjustment of the date for validity of certain actions. The second aspect of the bill concerns the Family Law and Guardianship of Minors, Domicile and Maintenance Act, that's clause 6, which is specifically to allow for the provisions of the issuance of a summons for the arrest of someone who has failed to pay maintenance pursuant to a court order, as opposed to the route of going for a warrant for arrest. That particular clause is with an application of a sunset provision, such that that option of having a summons will come to an end effectively when the COVID pandemic comes to an end. I'll explain those in the round now along those 2 separate limbs. Number 1, the adjustment for the dates set out in the several laws that I've just referred to, beginning with the Cinematographic Act, is really quite simple. When we came as a parliament to look at the COVID laws, we did that in the context of, number 1, the declaration of a dangerous infectious disease pursuant to Section 105 of the Public Health Ordinance, that being done by way of legal notice by Her Excellency the President. Number 2, in that context, bearing in mind that the state went into a stay-home mechanism, what we did as a country was to effectively close the doors on the public service, close the doors on the ability to access the extensions of times for a various range of matters. Your license to open a cinema, your license for a club, your driver's license, your transfer of documents, all of those things were put into hold because you couldn't access the place where that was to happen. In having that into gear, we had to come to the Parliament, which we did. We sought then to anticipate that the COVID pandemic would take us at least to the month of July. That's what the WHO was suggesting to us would have been the life of the COVID pandemic. And we said, we created a pot that said anything that expired in the period March to July would be deemed to be valid until August. And we allowed for the extension of that August deadline to a date that the minister could by order extend. So we created a narrow pot. That pot only captured the months of March, April, May, June, July, 5 months. If your driver's license, your mortgage bill of sale, your license for a cinema, your license for a bar, if any of those things expired after July, then you were outside of the validity period. And this legislation therefore says, let us deem to be valid anything which has expired up to today's date and going beyond, up to the month of December, and let us allow the ministers with responsibility for those laws, for instance, I am one of those ministers, let's allow the minister with responsibility for those laws the ability to extend that deadline. So if the month of December 2020 needs to be extended to January 2021, February 2021, because of how the COVID pandemic is going and how restrictions in the public service may operate, we have the ability to do that by way of order. This sounds rather simple, sounds good enough, but it has serious import. Number one, it would have been no fault of persons to not be able to extend their licenses for anything. I'm aware in the public domain, Senator Roberts has already said it, that a most unfortunate event happened. Senator Roberts was wrongly met with a penalty for late payment. That has been ordered to be corrected by way of refund to all persons in that situation for the extension of a driver's license. It's quite fortunate that a parliamentarian was in that unfortunate position because at least the voice was heard. And in Senator Roberts' case, that voice is well capable of being heard even in the course of a hurricane. But the point is that the public service, regrettably, has made some errors in applying some things. We know that approximately $1.7 million for late penalties in the case of driver's licenses was in fact levied. That should not be done. The rebate has to happen. The money went into the consolidated fund. It would have to be issued out. But the complexity of this is important when you consider that driving with an expired driving permit vitiates or takes away the validity of your insurance. And therefore, somebody's coverage under an insurance claim is critical. If there's an accident, God forbid that there's a death, these things happen. You need to make sure that the laws of Trinidad and Tobago for insurance coverage, third-party coverage, full comprehensive coverage, whatever it may be, allows for the victims of collisions to be compensated. So this is a very important amendment before us so that we can make whole the people of Trinidad and Tobago and to have them covered by the laws, recognizing that the COVID pandemic has effectively caused the public service to go into a totally different methodology of operation. Clause 6. Clause 6 is critical, Mr. Vice President, because the family law and guardianship provisions tell us the most sacrosanct thing. The most vulnerable of people are our children. Those whom we must protect the most are our children. It is so sincere an obligation under that law that the law says that no father or mother or person with responsibility for a child ought to not understand the obligation and the rights of the child. The child has the right of being maintained by his or her parent or his or her guardian or the person with responsibility for the child. That's the child's right. And in recognizing that, that law says that if you have failed to pay maintenance and there's an order for maintenance, it's so sincere an obligation that you can be arrested forthwith by way of warrant and brought in to do that. But now, the reality of the COVID pandemic descends upon us. Many people have been put out of employment through no cause or fault of their own, and whilst there may have been a maintenance obligation to be met, they simply didn't have the money. And therefore, in recognition of that, the government says, instead of just arresting someone on warrant and taking them through the court process, issue a summons. Take the other route to bring them to court to explain themselves. Courts can be done virtually right now. The explanations can happen. But you will see in this particular clause 6 that we have included a sunset clause. And that sunset clause is specifically included because we say when Trinidad and Tobago gets back to its normal processes, subsection 1A would cease to apply on 31st March 2021 or such later date as the Attorney General may by order specify. Why the Attorney General? The Honorable Chief Justice would write to the Attorney General and recommend the extension by way of the judiciary's recommendation. Only a minister can sign those orders, because these are not rules of the Supreme Court issued pursuant to Section 76 and Section 77 of the Supreme Court of Judicature Act, Chapter 601, and therefore the Attorney General is the functionary to sign that order. That in a nutshell, Mr. Vice President, stands as the rationale for this legislation, the rationale for this bill. I do hope that honorable senators can find agreement with the terms and provisions. I, of course, welcome, I know my colleague, Senator Roberts, would have some justified things to say in relation to this, and I look forward to those contributions, and I beg to move.
Honourable Senators, I shall now propose a question for debate. The question is that a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Cinematograph Act, Chapter 2010, the Registration of Clubs Act, Chapter 2101, the Theatres and Dance Halls Act, Chapter 2103, the Family Law, Guardianship of Minors, Domicile and Maintenance Act, Chapter 4608, the Motor Vehicles and Road Traffic Act, Chapter 4850, the Bills of Sale Act, Chapter 8232, the Money Lenders Act, Chapter 8404, the Pawnbrokers Act, Chapter 8405, the Licensing of Dealers, Precious Metals and Stones Act, Chapter 8406, and the Old Metal and Marine Stones Act, Chapter 8407, in response to the 2019 novel coronavirus 2019 NCOV, and for related matters be now read a second time. Senator Mark.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Mr. Vice President, the matter at hand, which is the Miscellaneous Provisions 2019 Novel Coronavirus Bill, as the Attorney General said, contains 11 clauses. And in the midst of this raging pandemic, we have had some challenges as it relates to renewing our licenses. But before I deal specifically with this amendment to this Miscellaneous Provisions 2019 Novel Coronavirus Bill, I want to put on the record, Mr. Vice President, our concern as an opposition. We would like the Attorney General and the leader of government business to pay attention to this continued denial of the opposition members' right to speak their full allotted time as outlined in our standing orders. Mr. Vice President, whilst we are debating this matter, and we are entitled to 45 minutes, or 40, I believe, because of this government's attempt to use, Mr. Vice President, the COVID-19 pandemic to reduce our speaking time. You'll find important matters like what we are debating here today we are not being allowed as an opposition and as members of the Senate to have our normal speaking time. So whilst, for instance, we are dealing with the COVID-19 arrangement, and the government is seeking in some parts to establish what the Attorney General calls a sunset clause to deal with the reality out there so that people can go about their business, to have their vehicles, their driver's permit, that is, their taxi badges renewed without having to have any penalties imposed due to no fault of theirs. We are being asked today, Mr. Vice President, to confine our contributions to 30 minutes. So I want the leader of government business in this House to deal with this matter of us referring and addressing this whole issue of speaking time for members of the Senate. So that is an issue, Mr. Vice President, I am going to be repeating and repeating until the government addresses this particular matter. As I said, Mr. Vice President, I dealt with this as an introduction, so I'm now going on to my matters at hand.
Did the Senate approve that?
Oh, yes, the Senate approved it.
Senator Mark.
I disapprove.
Senator Mark.
Yes, go ahead, sir.
I think you understand the procedure in this House, and as much as we are dealing with a global pandemic, the procedure that takes place when the chair is on his feet remains. A standing order has been raised. Please allow me to adjudicate on it. As much as I understand the connection that you're making, you've been doing so for several minutes now in an introductory fashion. So I do invite you to move on specifically to what is in the bill before us.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. So, Mr. Vice President, on this matter before us, the Attorney General mentioned a sunset clause. Is the Attorney General here? Yes. Can I ask the Attorney General, through you, Mr. Vice President, to clarify which clause of the bill was he referring to when he said that there's going to be a sunset clause attached? Because every measure that we are dealing with here this evening, as you would realize, expired or will expire on the 31st of December. And what the Attorney General is attempting to do through these amendments is to extend that period to March the 31st, 2021. So I need to have some clarification because he did mention the sunset clause, because I have some amendments to make. So I want to know if he is referring to all the measures that is contained, all the measures that are contained in this bill, Mr. Vice President, or whether the Attorney General was just referring to one specific measure. So, Mr. Vice President, whilst I await clarification, I want to indicate that under Clause 3 of the bill, there is subsection 2, and it reads that the minister may by order extend any of the dates specified in subsection 7. And as I said, Mr. Vice President, the licenses under this particular clause will be extended up to March 31st, 2021. What the Attorney General is saying, Mr. Vice President, in this particular clause is that the Parliament, the Senate, must give the Attorney General, as a member of the executive, subsidiary, powers to amend this provision. So in the event, Mr. Vice President, the pandemic continues to rage beyond the 31st of March, 2021, what the Attorney General is advising us is that he, the Attorney General, will have the authority, once we give him the all clear, to extend this period of time. Now, Mr. Vice President, we have to deal with what is called this continued automatic extensions based on the Attorney General being given that power to do so based on the amendment that is before us. What we are arguing, Mr. Vice President, whether it is the registration of Clubs Act, again, we witness it has been extended to March 31st, 2021. And Mr. Vice President, again, we are being advised in Clause 4, subsection 2, the minister may by order extend any of the dates specified in subsection 7. Mr. Vice President, we as a parliament must have the requisite checks and balances. We will never and we should never be signing a blank check to any minister. A minister is not a legislator. We have to give him that power. And that is why he's seeking, by order of this Senate, to allow him to extend the time, Mr. Vice President, if it expires by the 31st of March and beyond, and the raging COVID-19 pandemic continues. All I am saying, on behalf of the opposition, we have no problem with the Attorney General being given the power by order to extend the time once it expires as outlined in the legislation. However, it must be subject to some oversight. And this is why I'm proposing an amendment to the 9 pieces of legislation, wherever it appears that the Attorney General is going to be extending the time beyond what is in the legislation, he must return to this Parliament. And therefore, I'm going to propose an amendment to clause 3, 4, 5, clause 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11, Mr. Vice President. And this is why I was seeking to get some clarification as to whether the Attorney General, I saw my friend Rising. I know this is a new place. The Honorable Minister of Tourism, through the speaker, through my colleague. I saw you rose a short while ago. And I'm wondering if through the Vice President, you can clear the air for the Senate. Can you? Mr. Vice President, I'm trying to get clarification before I make my amendments. And if so, you don't know what's going on. Okay. Yes, I'm speaking to you, but through you to the Minister of Tourism. Yes. Okay. Yeah. So, Mr. Vice President, I'm proposing that whilst we have no objection to the measures before this Honorable Senate, I would like to serve notice that at the committee stage, I am going to propose amendments so that all of these orders be subject to an affirmative resolution of this Senate. Mr. Vice President, I do not want to detain you any longer, but these are my proposals. Thank you very much.
Senator Dylan Remy.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President, for allowing me to contribute on this miscellaneous provisions 2019 Novel Corona 2019 NCOV number 2, Bill number 2020. My contribution is going to be very brief because I don't think there's much to really comment on. The fact that we have come here to extend the time, adjusting the various pieces of legislation that were quoted here, 11 clauses to this bill, is a fact, has resulted as a result of the varying, what is happening with the coronavirus. There is no certainty as to what is going on. And the situation will be with us for a long time yet. As we see what is going on right now within the developed world, many places the infection rate continues to go up. So we are not sure as to what will be happening in Trinidad and Tobago within the next year. So this is likely to be a situation that will be with us for a while. We do see that there is vaccines now available, and as we had the situation where a 90-year-old was given a vaccine today in the UK. And as the Minister of Health has already said, that all vaccines will be coming at some point in time soon in the near future. Mr. Vice President, I just want to caution us in 3 ways. One, the matter concerning behavior change must remain with us and be something that is on the agenda of Trinidad and Tobago's response going forward. And in light of this, specifically behavior modification, in the areas where we have these people who are super spreading, in order for us to contain what is happening in the future, we must put more emphasis on behavior modification for for change in terms of our behavior. And I'm saying this because I still think that we are still preaching to people from the pulpit rather than getting down to people where they're at, seeing what is going on within their circumstances and seeking to have them buy in and have change in behavior in terms of what we are seeking for them to do. So in order to shorten this time, I'm suggesting that we do due diligence as far as behavior modification, getting the right people on board. The second area is the area concerning vaccines. In order for us to get at least a 60% vaccination rate in our country in terms of trying to get herd immunity, it will take a tremendous effort. Because as we know right now, there are many questions about the vaccines. And in order, again, to shorten the time in terms of our Trinidad and Tobago getting the population up to the herd immunity that is required, a robust program must go into effect from now. And again, I mean a program that is not just telling people that when the vaccine comes, you must get it. We see what is happening now with influenza vaccine. People are not taking it necessarily because people, again, are not buying into the whole issue of vaccination. And in order for the money that we've already spent to be appropriately utilized and for the effect to be obtained in terms of the population, we really must run a robust campaign. Mr. Vice President, we have a very good history about vaccination in Trinidad and Tobago, and we need to put all those skills that would have gone in the past into what is happening now in terms of this new vaccine, the novel coronavirus vaccine. And again, we need champions in order for this to happen. And if we do not have the champions, in the next couple months, we'll find ourselves probably with vaccine on our hands and nobody taking them. So I'm just encouraging from the level of the Ministry of Health and all other persons available that we should be robust campaigning in terms of getting the vaccines going. And as I said, in a time that is really very difficult. So, Mr. Vice President, that's all I have to say about this bill, and I thank you for allowing me.
Senator Deyalsingh.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President, for allowing me to partake in this bill. And first I may say, I would also like to endorse some of the comments made by Senator Remy, where you need basically behavior change when you are looking at the society, looking at the what this COVID virus has brought through. And I must mention so far that this bill serves, to look at 11 clauses. Most of those were studied here before, and we had already given it some sort of agreement that it is needed to carry on the fight against the virus, to prevent people from coming to be exposed to it, and to at least help the individuals who, would have, like taxi drivers or errant, persons who would have their licenses run off, to prevent them from getting the brunt of the law. So this was much needed, and so we have to thank the government for thinking about this and bringing this. But then you see, the Attorney General mentioned a new parameters now are coming into play. A new, where he mentioned clause 6, where we're looking at the family law and guardianship of minors, where we are looking at the rights of a child to get adequate subsistence from their, either the mother or the father who has left their home for maintenance. And and we know this has been, a challenge even before the COVID, where, we had officers having to go after those individuals to get maintenance of the, for the home, for the kids. And when I look at the COVID now, it has actually introduced this new problem. And in the sense that individuals who do not have their jobs would not be able to at least make that means. So two things has to come out of this. One, the individuals who would have been able to pay but unable to pay. I am thinking, couldn't we have had some sort of a proactive declaration whereby they could have approached the court? And, because remember, we have been hearing that the mechanism in place now is, online you can do a lot of transactions. So even if I am a father and I'm out of a job, instead of having to change the regulation, change the law, I'm thinking sometimes a proactive declaration goes towards the court to say, listen, I am now out of a job. Provide the proof from your employer, and at least you could start the process going where the police officers would not come after you and would not, cause this problem that, we are now trying to prevent. So instead of having, the warrants and coming after you, give this as a gap before that you can job. So it causes less distress. But factored into this, it means that there are a lot of homes now who, homes that the children there, Madam President, would not be able to be afforded, their whatever they got before, be it books, school books, be it meals, money. And I'm saying again, the Ministry of Social Services and Family Services has to come into play with this aspect. But you see, our purpose here this evening really is to really, look at the fact that COVID is still going on, it is still raging. And I've seen some pieces of the legislation where we are thinking we are going to, it's a good idea to extend the period for some of those, licenses when they're coming to an end to 2021. But I'm thinking with what Senator Remy said, where you have a lot of persons who are not on board with the vaccines. You have the anti-vaxxers, they are spreading things. And you even have the cases where worldwide, this has been increasing, especially in the US, we see it's raging on. It's a raging fire. What I'm saying is, I think it was a bit optimistic to say 2021, and we should have probably gone to 2022, a 2-year period. Because, looking at the situation, after even if you get a vaccine, and if people comes on board, and as Senator Remy stated, getting that herd immunity will take some time, and I'm thinking that we should have looked at a longer period. Granted, the minister would now have the power to extend it. I see nothing wrong with that. I see nothing there to alarming, because instead of having to meet here, he would just simply look at the situation, get advice from the Minister of Health, who I think is really one of the most important persons in guiding us through this extension periods. Because you see, in the USA, after Thanksgiving, there was a spike. And we expect after Christmas, there's a spike. There will be a spike after in Trinidad, also with this. Thanksgiving in the States had that spike. So you just have to look at this. And even though you had the powers of being the Prime Minister, the Minister of Health, others have been begging the population, be careful with their homes, even their home gatherings. We see that, the behavior change, as mentioned before, it's a little difficult to get people to stick to that. And, Madam, I must say that the young male, if you have a young male in the home, I think that's the greatest risk we have now, where the young male think they are infallible, they want to go out, they want to go to bars. So the logic is even the extension of the dance hall, the extension of the Cinematographic Act and all these things. We have to be careful. Opening up restaurants have shown that when you're eating in that close proximity and your mouth is open, it actually causes the spread of this virus. So therefore, even though, yes, we want the business community to mobilize, we want to get activity out there, we have to understand opening up should be a bit, we should be very cautious with this opening up. We should be guided by the Ministry of Health according to how many bed spaces they have in terms of the ICU beds, because if you don't have enough ICU beds, this country will be in some serious, serious trouble. And I'm saying the young males who go out, and as you know, in these places, they think they are supermen, but they're actually super spreaders. So we have to now maintain that, you know, yes, mask is on board, the legislation, but I think we should probably look at legislation for social distancing, maintain that space of 6 feet to at least, you know, allow persons, even if they're in a crowded area, nobody going to jam me. Because if people are jamming me and I try to tell them, please move aside, some people will just not listen. So that 6 feet space, I think we should seriously think about legislating this, because even when we look at the figures worldwide, madam, it's frightening. 68 million cases worldwide, I think they had, and the death toll is 1.55 million. And even when we look at the cases in Trinidad, 6,775 cases, and we had about 743 active cases occurring and 122 deaths, I think. So in Trinidad, we are going to see an increase. This legislation actually extends that period to try and help us realize that we are in for some, we'll be in for some, you know, problems with the COVID, you know, for a time. England has now started, UK has now started vaccinating, and we hope that the vaccine could be like a hose to quell this COVID fires that we see raging. So I have to say that all in all, Madam President, I think these extensions are needed. I think it should have been a longer period, but that is optimism that we see. I think we have to look at the fact that we still have to ensure that the government departments, which has opened up in terms of the public service, that we also educate those individuals there that, you know, there's a lot of psychological effect of this COVID virus. And therefore, even when the members of the public come to them, they have to show a little empathy and a little, you know, assistance to those people, because they will be dealing with members of the public who are very irritable. So I'm just making an appeal that there should be an education program, not just with the vaccines, the safety, because I myself do not know how safe the vaccine is. I'm looking at what's happening in Britain. So not everybody would be on board with the vaccine, not everybody would be comfortable, and that is quite so. So as I'm saying, the fact is the extension is there, and we have to realize that the education process has to be there, not just with getting the vaccine, but observing the protocols that the Minister of Health has so, you know, time and time again, begged people to say, listen, social distance, wash your hands, wear your mask. And these are things that we just have, basic things that we'll have to continue to beg our people to listen to. And I thank you, Madam President, for allowing me to partake.
Senator Roberts.
Years and 3 months that I've been wanting to say this, that I must agree with the Honorable Attorney General that this will be a non-contentious bill being debated here. Because on behalf of the 4,533 citizens that were unfortunately forced to pay a fee that they should not have had to pay at the licensing authority, that they will be refunded as undertaken by the Honorable Attorney General to the tune of 1.7 million. I'm not sure when that figure was last taken, but on behalf of those citizens, I thank the Honorable Attorney General for undertaking to return those funds. I hope that they can do it in either a manner of cash return or a credit for their next renewal. Some people may prefer just to push it forward and say, next time I'll only have to pay $125 to renew in 5 years' time. So that is very good. I hope that also not with the Attorney General, but that the Minister of Health would take the same approach, because on that fateful day that I went to the licensing office on Wrightson Road, after paying the fee that I should not have had to pay for $375, when I went to take my picture, as we are talking about COVID, and I heard Dr. Remy and Dr. Senator Deyalsingh talk about the protocols. I went into a room that was 10 foot by 10 foot with 22 people. I opened the door, air condition on, and 22 people sitting down in a small room. So I hope that we can improve that, because while we say COVID is very serious. Vaccine is coming. We would like to limit the spread. And I'm glad that I'll speak to some of the public servants out there. There needs to be better communication from the legal end and the government and the cabinet end down to those who are implementing the law, because I had a discussion with a senior licensing official, tried to explain calmly the case. Obviously, it was a crowded place, so I did not want to argue too much, but he did not see the logic. He did not understand what the government had stated, that December 31st meant that there was no expiry of a license. It means, no matter how I tried to explain, I said, sir, my license could not be expired if the government of Trinidad and Tobago says that I am legitimately driving on the road and the police cannot charge me for having an expired license. Therefore, my license is valid. And the 6-month period cannot begin until the government's extension has expired, which meant that on January 1st, my 6-month period would have begun. For I would have been, and just every other citizen would have been able or willing to renew their license. So I'm glad that good sense has prevailed and that citizens will get their money back. I think a lot of people like Donnie Sukdeo, who had a similar situation, but knows that his appointment is in January, and Vishnu Kunkun and some other people who I spoke to will be happy that they won't be charged this $375. I have my receipt, so I'm telling all the citizens who have your receipt, keep it, because the government has undertaken to repay you that unfortunate extra money. And also, as we're speaking about COVID, I would like, as the Minister of Finance also said, to give the police some mask, because if the police are doing their job, we saw what we call a Zessa party. But the essence of COVID regulations is to keep us apart. We are talking 20 minutes now, so we don't talk too long, so we don't interact too long. So if the police come to a party and there are 1,000 people, and then they put them to lie down, and then they keep them in a maxi, and there are no masks, and they take them to a station, and they keep them all together, I think that defeats the purpose of COVID regulations, so that police should have masks. If they come upon a gathering, distribute masks, and then they should be instructed, do whatever quickly to get people apart, because while the idea is not to give people a ticket, it's to not spread or not give an opportunity for spread of the virus. So if you keep people together for 17 hours, there's a higher percentage of infection across the board. So I think the communication of what the government is attempting to do with COVID down to those who are implementing needs to improve a little. In the bar licenses, I would like to, since the government is listening and reacting, I would just throw out another suggestion for people out there. $10 million sustenance for people, okay? But if we do the mathematics, and if there are 5,000 bars with 5 employees for 6 months, that works out to about $66.67 per month. So if the government can discuss to help, because people are suffering out there who have not worked, young ladies and single mothers who have not been able to get a daily wage for some sustained period. $66 cannot even buy you a good set of doubles for the week. So if we can increase that, it will be greatly appreciated. And to the Honorable Minister of Agriculture, yes, we will eat local doubles. Thank you very much, Madam President. I do not need all my time. It is a pleasure to not have to argue and debate, and I hope I did not talk too loud. I thank you, Madam President.
Attorney General.
Madam President, I have to say I thoroughly enjoyed Senator Roberts' contribution. There are few people as witty as he is, Madam President, and it's good to have him in the chamber. Madam President, I thank honorable senators for their contributions as to the submissions and the COVID context in general. I accept the recommendations coming from Senator Roberts. They are all, in the general sense, I think in the right zone, Madam President. I say in response to Senator Mark that it would be an unworkable structure to have orders subject to affirmative resolution, and therefore I respectfully decline the invitation to make the amendments suggested. There are a few small amendments, just by way of typographical errors in cross-referencing, that we would need to do at committee stage, Madam President. And being anxious to get there, I beg to move.
Honourable Senators, the question is that a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Cinematograph Act, Chapter 2010, the Registration of Clubs Act, Chapter 2101, the Theatres and Dance Halls Act, Chapter 2103, the Family Law Guardianship of Minors, Domicile and Maintenance Act, Chapter 4608, the Motor Vehicles and Road Traffic Act, Chapter 4850, the Bills of Sale Act, Chapter 8232, the Moneylenders Act, Chapter 8404, the Pawnbrokers Act, Chapter 8405, the Licensing of Dealers, Precious Metals and Stones Act, Chapter 8406, and the Old Metal and Marine Stores Act, Chapter 8407, in response to the 2019 novel coronavirus, 2019 NCOV, and for related matters, be read a second time. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it.
A bill entitled An Act to Amend the Cinematograph Act, Chapter 2010, the Registration of Clubs Act, Chapter 2101, the Theatres and Dance Halls Act, Chapter 2103, the Family Law Guardianship of Minors, Domicile and Maintenance Act, Chapter 4608, the Motor Vehicles and Road Traffic Act, Chapter 4850, the Bills of Sale Act, Chapter 8232, the Moneylenders Act, Chapter 8404, the Pawnbrokers Act, Chapter 8405, the Licensing of Dealers, Precious Metals and Stones Act, Chapter 8406, and the Old Metal and Marine Stores Act, Chapter 8407, in response to the 2019 novel coronavirus, 2019 NCOV, and for related matters.
Attorney General.
Madam President, in accordance with Standing Order 66-1, I beg to move that a bill entitled The Miscellaneous Provisions 2019 Novel Corona 2019 NCOV Number 2 Bill 2020 be committed to a committee of the whole Senate forthwith to be considered clause by clause.
Honourable Senators, the question is that a bill entitled The Miscellaneous Provisions 2019 Novel Coronavirus 2019 NCOV Number 2 Bill 2020 be committed to a committee of the whole Senate forthwith to be considered clause by clause. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The Senate shall now go into committee of the whole to consider the bill clause by clause.
Yes, ma'am.
That you've circulated some amendments. Is everyone in possession of the proposed amendments by the Attorney General? Yes?
Clauses 1 and 2.
The question is that clauses 1 and 2 stand part of the bill. The question is that clauses 1 and 2 now stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clauses 1 and 2 now stand part of the bill.
Clause 3.
The question is that clause 3 stand part of the bill. Attorney General, you have an amendment.
Yes, Madam Chair. Should it please you, the amendment to clause 3B, which will repeat throughout into clauses 4B, 5B, and 8B, are simply to correct the reference to subsection 7. Instead, it should be subsection 1. It was just simply a typographical error, and we need to do it that way. We couldn't, unfortunately, do it by way of proofreading or amendment from the Law Revision Committee, and therefore we're compelled to just come back to correct these errors in this manner.
Senator Mark.
Attorney General, the submission made by Senator Deyalsingh that the practicality, given our experience of a 3-month extension, seem to be a bit narrow. So when you refer to the sunset clause, you're referring to it going up to March 31st. Is that so? Mm-hmm. Right. Why not go until about June rather than March 31st? Given the fact that this goalpost seems to be shifting quite regularly. Rather than the 31st of March. Would you consider the 30th of June?
Madam Chair. May I?
Yes.
So, Madam Chair, I thank Senator Mark. The difficulty in putting an outside date is that if things get better really quickly in February, then we have a date that we don't need. So it's by far more prudent to put an earlier date that can be extended easily, as opposed to a later date that we'd have to move an act of parliament to do. So we've gone with the March date being the first quarter, bearing in mind that the systems are actually at the same time going electronically as well. So that we are, for instance, in the Companies Act, we are at the cusp of seeing no more paper submissions, just file electronically. We're getting rid of all of those things. So 2 points in answer. One, if we were to do a later date, we'd have to move an act of parliament if we didn't need it. And that wouldn't be the best use of Parliament's time. And then 2, it's fairly easy to actually move the date by way of an order, which is a very simple technique to use.
From a technological point of view, where are we at the licensing office in terms of online renewal?
We're at the same point as well. So we've got the online payments in order. The online filings are nearly there. We're making a few amendments to the electronic transactions regulations to allow certain aspects of it. And having done the digitization, there's one more piece in place now, electronic queue management. So that system is near perfection. Obviously, what we're going to do is we're going to have people come in and register. So if you want to do a transaction, the same way when you do a credit card transaction, you get a notice on your phone telling you your card has been swiped, your 2-step authentication, all of those things will 2-step authenticate. So we're nearly there. All of the data work and structures has already been completed, and we're in a good place for that. So in the round, the date is March 31st for extension by way of order, and the technology will catch up together with the new processes.
So, Honourable Senators, the question is that Clause 3 be amended as circulated by the Attorney General. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The question is that Clause 3 as amended now stand part of the bill. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 3 as amended now stands part of the bill.
Clause 4.
The question is that Clause 4 stand part of the bill. The question is that Clause 4 be, Attorney General, I'm sorry.
Yes,
You
Madam
want to go
Chair.
into
With
the
clause
explanation?
4, the
Yes.
same amendment as per clause 3 for the same reasons articulated and as circulated.
So the question is that clause 4 be amended as circulated by the Attorney General. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The question is that clause 4 as amended now stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clause 4 as amended now stands part of the bill.
Clause 5.
The question is that clause 5 stand part of the bill. Attorney General.
Madam Chair, the amendments are circulated for the same reasons volunteered in respect of clauses 3 and 4.
So, Honourable Senators, the question is that clause 5 be amended as circulated by the Attorney General. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The question is that clause 5 as amended now stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clause 5 as amended now stands part of the bill.
Clauses 6 and 7.
The question is that clauses 6 and 7 stand part of the bill. The question is that clauses 6 and 7 now stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clauses 6 and 7 now stand part of the bill.
Clause 8.
The question is that clause 8 stand part of the bill. Attorney General.
Madam Chair, just to point out that we left out 7A in the bill. 7 capital A. So the question would have to be that clause 7 capital A stand part of the bill.
Isn't 7A part of 7?
No,
Clause
it's not.
7?
It's not a subset. It's a separate clause.
All right. We'll revert to that when we finish with clause 8.
Sure, Madam Chair. Madam Chair,
Yeah.
there are circulated amendments for the same reasons as we had volunteered in respect of clauses 3, 4, and 5, and therefore we propose the amendments as circulated.
The question is, Honourable Senators, that clause 8 be amended as circulated. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The question is that clause 8 as amended now stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clause 8 as amended now stands part of the bill.
Clause 7 revisited.
No.
Clause 7A.
The question is that clause 7A stand part of the bill. The question is that clause 7A now stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clause 7A now stands part of the bill.
Clauses 9 to 11.
The question is that clauses 9, 10, and 11 now stand part of the bill. The question is that clauses 9, 10, and 11 now stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Clauses 9, 10, and 11 now stand part of the bill.
For the record, Madam Chair, could I just note that the long title, there are some words that are appearing in the bill as published that would need to be deleted. So just for the record to put it on, to delete those words after this bill, delete the following words: contains 11 clauses and seeks. Those words ought not to be there.
So you're deleting, right. So you're deleting the words contains 11 clauses and seeks to?
Yes, please. Seek, not to. You keep the two. This bill seeks to, forgive me, amend the Cinematographic Act. Forgive me, so it should be delete the words appearing after bill as follows: contains 11 clauses and.
So, Honourable Senators, the question is that the title to the bill.
Oh, forgive me, Madam Chair. The CPC is saying that we can do it slightly different. It should be this bill amends. So we can delete the seek to. Right? So this bill amends. So the words to be deleted will be contains 11 clauses and seeks to. We delete those and we change the word amend to amends. Apologies.
So, Honourable Senators, the question is that the title to the bill be amended as follows by deleting the words contains 11 clauses and seeks to, and including an S after amend. Yes? Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The question is that the title to the bill as amended now stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Honourable Senators, the question is that the bill as amended be now reported to the Senate. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. The bill as amended will now be reported to the Senate.
Line 1.
We took off the words, so it will now read the bill, this bill amends. We've taken out those words, Senator Thompson-Ahye.
Thank you very much.
Attorney General.
Madam President, I wish to report that a bill entitled the Miscellaneous Provisions 2019 Novel Coronavirus 2019 NCOV No. 2 Bill 2020 was considered in Committee of the Whole and approved with amendments. I now beg to move that the Senate agree with the committee's report.
Honourable Senators, the question is that this Senate agree with the committee's report on the bill entitled the Miscellaneous Provisions 2019 Novel Coronavirus 2019 NCOV No. 2 Bill 2020. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Attorney General.
Madam President, I beg to move that a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Cinematographic Act, Chapter 2010, the Registration of Clubs Act, Chapter 2101, the Theatres and Dance Halls Act, Chapter 2103, the Family Law, Guardianship of Minors, Domicile and Maintenance Act, Chapter 4608, the Motor Vehicles and Road Traffic Act, Chapter 4850, the Bills of Sales Act, Chapter 8232, the Money Lenders Act, Chapter 8404, the Pawnbrokers Act, Chapter 8405, the Licensing of Dealers, Precious Metals and Stones Act, Chapter 8406, and the Old Metal and Marine Stores Act, Chapter 8407, in response to the 2019 Novel Coronavirus 2019 NCOV, and for related matters, be read a third time and passed.
Honourable Senators, the question is that a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Cinematograph Act, Chapter 2010, the Registration of Clubs Act, Chapter 2101, the Theatres and Dance Halls Act, Chapter 2103, the Family Law, Guardianship of Minors, Domicile and Maintenance Act, Chapter 4608, the Motor Vehicles and Road Traffic Act, Chapter 4850, the Bills of Sale Act, Chapter 8232, the Money Lenders Act, Chapter 8404, the Pawnbrokers Act, Chapter 8405, the Licensing of Dealers, Precious Metals and Stones Act, Chapter 8406, and the Old Metal and Marine Stores Act, Chapter 8407, in response to the 2019 Novel Coronavirus 2019 NCOV, and for related matters, be now read a third time and passed. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it.
Titled An Act to Amend the Cinematograph Act, Chapter 2010, the Registration of Clubs Act, Chapter 2101, the Theatres and Dance Halls Act, Chapter 2103, the Family Law, Guardianship of Minors, Domicile and Maintenance Act, Chapter 4608, the Motor Vehicles and Road Traffic Act, Chapter 4850, the Bills of Sale Act, Chapter 8232, the Money Lenders Act, Chapter 8404, the Pawnbrokers Act, Chapter 8405, the Licensing of Dealers, Precious Metals and Stones Act, Chapter 8406, and the Old Metal and Marine Stores Act, Chapter 8407, in response to the 2019 novel coronavirus, 2019 NCOV, and for related matters.
Leader of Government Business.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Madam President, I beg to move that the Senate do now adjourn to Tuesday, December 10th, 2020 at 2:30 p.m. During that sitting, we will be completing the 3 other miscellaneous bills that were referred to earlier today. We will be taking them through all its stages. The order will the miscellaneous provisions, FATF Compliance Bill 2020, the miscellaneous amendment powers of statutory authorities and matters related to certain boards Bill 2020, and the miscellaneous provisions Administration of Justice Bill 2020.
Honourable Senators, the question is that this Senate do now adjourn to Thursday, December the 10th, 2020 at 2:30 p.m. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. This Senate now stands adjourned to Thursday, December the 10th, 2020 at 2:30 p.m.